Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. Waiting for YouTube to kind of get in there. Hello, hey, everybody. Hey. It's been a minute. It's been a week. How are you guys doing? Hope y'all are well. Oh, I missed you too. Yeah, I went and I was traveling to see family this week, so I basically took a vacation from everything because life has been lifey. So yeah, I'm a little tired. I didn't sleep at all last night because my flight was canceled, and I ended up having to leave my house at 3 in the morning, and so I basically slept the whole way back. But I got back to Austin at a reasonable hour as a result. So I'm gonna go ahead and update the list since I see you guys. But yeah, tell me guys, so what have you guys been up to over the week? Was there drama? Was there was there any updates, or are you guys kind of, Yeah, hello Crystal, Miss Intricate. Hello Cool Girl and Cutie. Yeah, I already have you guys on the list. Man, with this full moon, there was some good stuff. Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's what I like to hear. Okay. It's good stuff. Yeah, I feel like with like full moons, things are always just a little bit more interesting. Mostly day-to-day shit. Yeah. I feel that. I'm a little congested, which I've been fine all day. And then like right before this live stream I started sneezing. I was like, no, don't do it. Don't be that way. Yeah, I was doing a couple readings for myself earlier, and like I don't know what's gonna go on in this collective message, but like I don't know, the theme that's been coming up for me recently has been lies. I drank a lot. Well, I mean, hey, listen, I hope you at least had fun and you were responsible. Or at least if you weren't responsible, there were no irreparable consequences to your actions. Yes, like and subscribe to all the new people. I drank too. Oh, yeah, I drank too. So for those of you that may or may not be familiar, so my sister is a perpetual visitor to my live streams. Really amazing, and she graduated from her doctorate program, so she's now official doctor in physical therapy. And so this past weekend we went to a vineyard and a winery and sat around and drank wine and got to hang out with people's families and whatnot. And I was a little drunk, I'm not gonna lie. I held myself well, but sometimes those wineries, man, you gotta be careful. Like, I was like trying all the different wines, and I don't know, something about like when you're sitting in a beautiful landscape and you're around stressful people. Nah, most of the people were fine, but like particularly when my parents can stress me out. So like I'd just be sitting there being like, okay, like everybody's so nice, and then your parent says that one thing and you're like, and I'm gonna go drink some more wine. But yeah, no. I'm all kidding, but it was a lot of fun, and it was really great getting to support my sister. and I'm just super proud of her. So to tell you a little bit about my sister, so she basically she was in an accelerated program. So I mean, she's really smart. And so what had happened was she got into a very specialty physical therapy program. The school she went to is called Shenandoah University, so they're very well known. And so what happened was she did her undergrad in 3 years and then got a guaranteed slot into grad school. And what happened was during the pandemic, she had to take a pause from her education. And so what's crazy about her doctorate program and master's program is basically if you mess up one class, you have to restart the whole 3 years over again. So basically, she decided during the pandemic, she was like, all right, I'm going to pause grad school because I'm not getting a quality education doing everything remotely and online, and I'm already stressed to hell because I did an undergrad in 3 years, because like complete 18 credit semesters the whole time. And so then I don't know, I was really worried about her because I mean, she was in a very competitive program, she was very stressed out, and she worked so hard. And so I'm very, very proud of her, and it was really nice to get to see her just celebrate her accomplishments. I'm really, really proud of her. So yeah, well, anyways though, but yeah, with this full moon energy, man, I had like a lot of really deep realizations over this last week. I feel like I healed some things, but it was also like kind of bittersweet because I realized I had to like, I don't know, I had to let go of a really important relationship to me. And I guess it's like, I feel like when you were looking forward to something for so long, and when you realize that you were the one that was holding yourself back the whole time, and realizing all the things that you projected onto another person, and that was all you. And I don't know, I've just been feeling some kind of a way, because it's like, I feel like when you've been trapped inside a box for a long time, and when you finally get out, when you're around like other amazing people, or when you start to like actually see the version of you that other people saw the whole time, it kind of makes you angry and upset when you realize how people had hurt you, or like the people that you knew saw that potential, and instead of trying to inspire you, they wanted to like attack you and keep you down, and they knew that they were hurting you. Hey Ari, hello, hello. I'll make sure to add you to the list. I don't know, I was just kind of like, I don't know, I was like really sitting there just being like, oh, I missed you too. Yeah, no, I missed all you guys, because I was thinking about you guys this week, where I was like, oh no, because here's what happens. I've learned this, where it's like, I'll like leave for a week, kind of like at work or whatever, and then I come back and then like everything was on fire, or like something crazy happened, and I'll just be like, guys, I wasn't gone that long. How did all those crazy things happen? So hopefully you guys had a great week while I was gone. Yeah, sure, Cindy, I added you to the list. But yeah, I don't know, but like, I don't know, I'm very curious to see what's going to come out of these collective readings. I've also been like kind of going back and watching some of my old YouTube videos, and I think, like, I realize I experience what you guys are experiencing. Because sometimes, like, I'm not, like, especially when I channel, I'm not always fully aware of how I come across, right? And so, because I'm, like, in a different headspace when I channel. So when I was watching one of my old YouTube videos about a situation that I was overcoming, I literally kicked my own ass. Like, I was, like, watching this video, and I was like, I recorded this 2 years ago. And suddenly all the answers to a situation I had were literally right there. And I was kicking my own ass. I had to like pause the video like 3 times to go, oh my god, that hurt. But it was so good. And it just made me laugh, because I was like, this is what they experience. And it's not like I don't know, but also sometimes like, I'm like, damn. Sometimes getting that truth really kind of hurts. I don't know, maybe it could have been the situation I was dealing with, but like, yeah, I don't know, but like, that's also like kind of back to what I was saying about like, you know, don't sleep on yourself, because I feel like even as you grow over time, like, you never stop, like your light never goes away. Like the great things about you, no matter what you go through, they only kind of get stifled or you don't notice them. And so like kind of looking at the stuff that I've done in the past, I was like, you know what? Maybe I didn't lose as much as I thought I did. And I want to make sure that you guys, remember that about yourselves too, because you guys have come such a long way. And especially like, even making it through the pandemic, right? That was like a huge shift for everybody. But like, regardless of what you're going through, make sure you take time to really reflect and remind yourself to be like, hey, you know what? Even though maybe I made some mistakes, maybe I went down pathways or I don't know where the heck I'm going, it's going to be worth it. It's like you're never really as lost as you feel you are, I mean, hindsight's 20/20, but, But anyways, though, welcome new people, welcome reoccurring people. I'm going to go ahead and start with the 10-minute collective message, and then we will get into the individuals. I will read off the list to you guys. This is the order of people. We've got Playboy, Hello, Miss Intricate, Crystal, Cool Girl, Cutie Cat, Airy, Cindy, and then Liam. Okay? And then basically how it works is, I try to do the top 3 people, and then if you're not there for your top 3 people, I just make sure that you check in and post your question whenever I announce the 3 people, so that way I can just get to your reading. So if you do miss it, you can rewind back in the live to go find it. Otherwise, I'll just bump you to the end. Trying to be flexible. How am I? I'm doing okay. I'm feeling kind of rested after this vacation. In some ways, yes. In other ways, I got stressed out. But I was kind of like, overall, I really feel like I came to terms with some stuff. So, yeah. And like I said, I don't know. There's just... Why am I feeling all this heavy energy? Is it you guys? Are you guys going through something heavy right now? Or maybe it's me? No, I don't think so, because like right up to this live I was sitting there going like, okay, I'm doing my readings or whatever, and now I'm just like, wow, there's like some heavy shifts going on. Okay, anyway, so without further ado, let's get into this collective message. And one thing I was thinking about talking about too, for some reason I feel like lies is going to be like a theme today. I don't know. It's been kind of coming up to me lately. I've been feeling a bit moody lately. Yeah, so Ari, do you get affected by the moon cycle at all? No, not just you, girl. It's not just you. But I'm sending you good energy so you at least feel a little bit better, okay? Sending you sparkles. Yeah. Messages for the collective. Yeah, because it's weird because, like, a lot of people... So, I feel like I'm on, like, the opposite cycle compared to a lot of other people, because most people, like... Or, I shouldn't say most. What I've observed is, in general, when the new moon comes... Or a full moon comes out, people get weird, right? Like, like, statistically, there's more crimes happening, there's more stuff that goes on in hospitals... Like, all kinds of weird things happen with the full moon, right? For me, I feel more calm. And so that's why I'm like, maybe it's a Scorpio thing, maybe it's just I'm on the opposite cycle as everybody else. But I always found that kind of ironic because everyone else would be like, man, like, I always feel so weird around full moons. And I'm like, I feel great. I'm an inner chaos. My inner chaos demons are finally quiet. Yeah, lies. I don't know. Like, I feel like there's just, like... There's, like, stuff coming to light, you guys. That maybe either you guys didn't want to come to light, or maybe it's kind of, like, more like a subconscious fear. And I don't think it's, like, I don't think it's a bad thing, but I think there's, like, a lot of resistance to that energy coming up, right? So it's kind of like thinking about, like, maybe you're really insecure about your appearance, right? And it's always kind of like in the back of your mind where you can sit there and do as many mantras as you want where you're like, okay, I look really pretty or whatever. But then you're kind of like 1 minute, the moment you sit in front of a camera, you're like, did I really need to choose that outfit? I was hype about it like 5 minutes ago, and then now that I'm looking at myself in front of a bunch of people, I'm like, I look dumb as hell. You know what I mean? And it's like kind of like that energy of realizing that the reason why you're putting yourself down is because you're so scared of being seen, right? So it's kind of like that sort of energy of, oh, coming to that realization of, it's like looking in the mirror and suddenly you realize, oh, well, that's why I'm afraid. Because I'm afraid of being, of someone not taking me seriously because of what I look like, or because of something I said 10 years ago that no one even knows you said, just in case anyone else deals with the same problem that I do. Where it's like, oh yeah, I said this one thing, and like you're terrified forever that someone remembers, and you're like, no. But it's kind of like that kind of dreaded energy of realizing, wow, I was getting away with hurting myself or maybe projecting onto other people or making decisions just because I held on to this false belief, right? And so that alleviates a lot of stress because you know what's going on, but there's also kind of that negative resistance and resentment against yourself for holding on to those things, right? So that's what I'm kind of feeling like, those sorts of lies going on. But let's go ahead and get into the cards and see what's going on. We got like a bunch of them, so I'm going to try to be quick about it. I don't understand social cues. Yeah, so maybe there's something that you guys are struggling with where... So I'm hearing it has something to do with science, right? Or maybe there's some kind of like... Maybe some of you guys are in a field that maybe you're kind of an odd one out, or maybe you kind of stand out in a way that it's very obvious when you're talking to people. For some reason, when I'm seeing or hearing science, it's almost like, it's like, so say you're like the spiritual witchy person, and then you walk into the room full of the anti-spirituality people, and then you're like, oh, well, hey, I'm very smart, and I happen to believe in blah, 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 and then everyone's looking at you like, didn't you get the memo that you're an idiot, and blah, 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 and it's kind of like, I don't know if some of you guys feel really insecure about either your spiritual beliefs or feeling insecure about like social cues, when really what's happening is it's not so much that you don't understand social cues, it's more so those people don't understand your social cues, right? And it's kind of like a weird message because obviously we don't want to like project onto people, and we don't want to sit there and play victim, or you know, we obviously want to work on ourselves, right? But specifically with this group, I feel like there's kind of like an anxiety around just social situations. And specifically, it's like, it doesn't matter how great you are at talking to people. It doesn't seem to matter, you know, how kind you are to people, how you speak, or whatever. People are still throwing crap your way. And I don't know, Spirit's just kind of sending some like reassuring vibes that you don't always need to blame your ability to relate to others for things not going your way. Like, a lot of these people are committed to misunderstanding you. They are committed to misrepresenting you and to not allow you to shine as you are because it makes them not look good. And that is the simple explanation for some of this stuff that you guys are going through. And this is just kind of like a reassurance and a reminder to say, hey, I'm not going to let myself dull my sparkle because of what someone else said to me. I'm hearing the word Christian, so maybe, for example, you guys are living in a town where maybe there's majority Christians or a majority of another religion, and everyone's trying to say, like, you have to only believe this is the only truth, when you're sitting there like, hey, I actually don't believe in a lot of that stuff, but I'll let you believe in your thing too, as long as you let me believe my thing. And everyone's just like, well, you're just straight up wrong. And then that's it. They don't think about it, right? And this is just kind of like a highlight to your shine, right? Because people that truly are religious and spiritual and are in religion to improve themselves and to love other people, you're not going to get mad at someone else's religion, right? Because you know we're all trying to do the same things. We're all trying to get better. So I just want a couple of you guys, there's just been some misunderstandings with some people recently where it's like, it is not you, it is not your belief system, and please, please, please do not dull your light to appease other people that are just committed to spreading misinformation. I don't know what I want. So maybe you guys are having a hard time making decisions right now. I think this is due to the fact that you're going through a transformational period and you're also trying to understand yourself a little bit better. And I think it's okay that you don't know what you want, but you will need to eventually come to a definitive decision on something. But it's kind of like your spirit guide team saying, like, start with smaller decisions first because you haven't fully gone through a cycle yet in order to be like, all right, yes, this is definitely where I need to go. It's like some of you guys are trying to jump the gun on your spiritual life path. You're like, I gotta start right now. It's like you have so much energy or you're really being driven in a direction, but you're kind of on a hamster wheel, and your spirit guide team's like, well, you have to do a couple more reps before you get off the hamster wheel, and then we'll let you go. Because they're kind of like inhibiting you in some ways, so that way you don't make the same mistakes as you did in the past. Because that would be a tragedy if you did all this work and your spirit guide team put you on your path without the tools you need to get there. And that's just showbiz, honey. Yeah, so this is kind of tied to that similar theme about understanding that sometimes the world works the way that it works and you have no control over that. Spirit does not have control over that. There's no like simple flex to, like, for example, having money just drop into your pocket or getting people to understand you, right? Especially when there's a lot of other energies that you have to allow into existence, right? So there's always going to be ignorant people out there that are going to prove you wrong. But if anything, you can transform that energy and use that to empower you and to remind you that you're safe, you are protected, and you can go through life doing the things that you need to do because you are special. You are following a path of light, or at least that's what I'm trying to attract. And sometimes showbiz is showbiz. You know, you're not always going to win every single time, but that doesn't mean anything about your journey being impeded. You know, so it's like kind of like using that discretion to be like, all right, is this a spiritual thing that I need to be paying attention to? And is this just a life thing? Some of you guys get a little confused and stressed out, and Spirit's like, it's okay. It's okay. We will make sure that you are taken care of. Just know that, and don't be too harsh on yourself if you're like, oh my gosh, I missed that one second. Like, relax. We got you. We're going to get you on the right path. It's going to be fine. Just keep committing to yourself and the path that you want. What is the lesson here? Yeah, some of you guys are also questioning that a lot, and sometimes that's good. But when you're over analyzing everything, that can really hinder you more than help you, right? And not every single thing is lesson two. Sometimes things just are life. I left when I saw you with someone. Yeah, so maybe there's somebody that is in your life right now that is kind of like, they misjudged you. I feel like either maybe some of you guys are hanging out with a different crowd, or you're kind of like showing signals to somebody that cares about you that they're completely misreading your signals. Yeah, I don't know if it's like maybe, you know, it could be a relationship, it could also be a friendship or a partnership with some kind of a thing, but it's kind of like there's something about someone where maybe you guys started hanging out with somebody that is scaring away them, if that makes any sense. So it's kind of like, for example, when I left when I saw you with someone, it's kind of like, it's like, okay, so I started hanging out with a new friend who's so much better for me. They make me smile more, and you're seeing those photos on social media, right? Well, the people from your past are like, I didn't think that they would hang out with someone like that. What are they doing over there? And it's kind of like people aren't celebrating your wins, or it's kind of like maybe you hung out with somebody who literally the fact that you hang out with them really identifies their insecurities, or the fact that they have not been taking care of you, or it's just a projection of them being jealous and realizing, wow, I don't have what that person has. But instead of like reflecting on that jealousy, they're kind of just like, well, she or he shouldn't be spending time with those people. And it doesn't mentally go beyond that. It has nothing to do with, oh, well, maybe I started going to a yoga class and I met some really great people and now I'm feeling better about my body. I'm taking care of myself. Or maybe you're like, hey, guess what? I learned about this really great self-help technique and it really helps me out. And these people are like, why are you sharing this stuff all the time? Like, nobody cares. And then you hang out with people that do care and do want to work on themselves and do want to do those things. And you're just kind of like, you know what? If you don't like it, then don't be around me. But like, they want the benefits from you without putting in the work. So be careful of those people, guys. Sometimes I stay awake thinking about you. Yeah, like I feel like some of you guys, like, there's like this kind of longing energy, but it's also like the people aren't willing to step up to do it. You know what I mean? Or like this, sometimes I stay awake thinking about you. It's kind of like you're no longer thinking about these people, but I feel like some of these people are trying to like manifest you back, or they're kind of like still like clouding up your thoughts somehow. I hope that you can forgive me one day. Yeah, yeah. There's kind of like this desire to be like maybe they misinterpreted why you walked away from somebody. Um, like they were thinking, oh well, she just was seeing somebody else or whatever, and so they try to not take it personally. When really you're just like you're just growing. You're not out here to hurt other people. You're not out here, you know, being like, hey, I don't like that person because XYZ thing happened. And even if that did happen, that's one thing, but it was also justified. Like a lot of you guys, when you're walking away, you're doing it because that person probably had a laundry list of things that it wasn't good for you, or sometimes you just walk away. But like there's like this old energy of people that are still like kind of like doing this to you, but like, are they gonna fight to bring you back? No. Then okay. You know, it's like it's no hard feelings, but after a certain point, it's like, well, if someone's gonna go down that direction, you know, someone's gonna go down that direction, and don't settle or slow down for those kinds of people, guys, because at the end of the day, you know, your life is your life, and wherever you choose to go, you choose to go. All right. And if you want to work on yourself, fine. If you need to take a rest from working on yourself, that's fine too. But the people that care about you, they're going to consistently show up for you. They're going to understand, like, okay, life happens. You know what I mean? No one's going to be having a gun to your head because, okay, like, say, cool girl, you leave the live stream for like 3 months and you come back a couple months later and you're like, hey, you know, I was actually, you know, needing to take a break from social media and just really work on myself. And, you know, I came back to say hi, but, you know, blah, 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 blah. Then I'd be like, go you, right? You know what I mean? Like I like at the end of the day, I want you guys to always be focused on yourselves and working on yourselves. And if other people are like gonna get butthurt about that, then that's probably not gonna be your crowd, or they're not gonna stick around long. I realize how much I hurt you. Yeah, maybe some of you guys have been receiving messages or downloads about someone kind of like coming to terms like, oh no, like that person actually took what I said to heart and they're not showing me this new version of them. It's kind of like, you know, you got a cool new car and you're not driving their ass around in it. And they're feeling it now because as you get better, it's going to make it more and more obvious what they did to you. And they're going to feel real dumb. Please don't blame yourself. Yeah, your spirit guide team's saying, please, 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 please. There's some of you out there that you guys are so hard on yourself. So hard on yourself. Why? Because somebody who happens to maybe you got miffed by a very attractive person. Maybe somebody who appeared to be very nice and the social butterfly actually turned out to be a jerk. Or maybe you don't even realize they're a jerk because you're so kind and forgiving about people. Like, seriously, guys, don't blame yourself for things not going your way. Okay? Like, at the end of the day, we're all living a human experience. We all make mistakes. We all hurt each other. And we all learn to overcome that. You don't want to sit in that energy all the time, right? It's just like kids. You're not going to sit there and get mad at a kid 10 years down the road if they shoved a kid on the playground, right? But why are you doing that to yourself? Why are you doing that to yourself? Oh my gosh. I can't even... Okay. Question. Do you want me to continue with the live? Because I've got more cards here, but I also want to make sure I get into the individuals. Is it okay if I continue, guys? I can do another 5 minutes, or do you want me to move on? I take a vote. Take a vote. I stuck my head in the fish tank. Oh my gosh. That's kind of funny, though. Hi, Divine Preacher Tarot. You look new. I think I saw another new person as well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We've all been their cutie cat. Yep, we've all done that. Go for it. Okay. Hello, Laura Lower. Nice to meet you. Welcome to the live. All right, anyways. So we'll get another 5 minutes in for the collective, and then, yeah, we'll keep going. All right, so we've got Seduction, Attraction, flirting, dating. Yeah, I feel like some of you guys, you're in your like, you're trying to vibe yourself up. You're trying to like feel sexy again. And your spirit guide team's like, okay, this is kind of like a weird message because I feel like, and maybe this is a message for a particular kind of person, but they're kind of like saying like, watch how you seduce people. Because there's a difference between like following trends and looking at what other people think is sexy, and then there's like your personal vibe of sexiness, right? So like I'm sitting here thinking like, so for those of you that know, I'm bi. So like I like guys, I like girls, I like anybody, you know, that I'm attracted to, right? But like I didn't know I liked girls because I had a certain idea of what I thought being attracted to women was supposed to feel like and what was supposed to look like, right? And it was just a preference. I don't know. I've been working on myself for a while, and, you know, when you kind of put a bunch of dots together, I went, oh, right? And so what I can tell you from my experiences of finding attractive people is, like, some of the most attractive people I've met, it was just all their energy. It was literally like they weren't, it's like sometimes, you know, there'd be girls I'd have crushes on that they weren't even looking their best. They were just, you know, messy bun doing whatever. And I just was looking at them and I was like, you are like a goddess incarnate. Like, like literally, I'm just like, it is just her vibe. Like literally, it would just be the vibes. And when I'd see some of those girls who I thought were the most gorgeous, amazing, like absolutely stunning people, they were so hard on their appearances. And they didn't feel sexy. And I was sitting there like, how could she not see that? Like I'm literally sitting there like, how could that person not see that, right? And so this is kind of like that energy of like, if you're going through your glow up phase, if you're trying to like really work on like getting that inner goddess or like really feeling spiced up, remind yourself to please, please, please pay attention to what turns you on, because sexuality and being able to present yourself in a way, an attraction, it's not just like, you shouldn't be putting on a mask, right? And I'm also saying from my own personal experiences, right? Because I used to think like, oh, well, people don't like me, or I'm not attracting the people I want because I'm not doing what everyone else is doing. And so I would always get frustrated because I was like, why can't I just like appearing this way? Or why can't I just do this, this, and this? When really it's like, you have to find your own version of what is attractive, because at the end of the day, what is yours, and it also has to be consensual, right? And I think that's kind of missed in a lot of modern day like seduction, is it's like, well, I'm supposed to also feel comfortable when I'm sexy. If I'm sitting there dressing in like, yeah, in photographs, I look really hot, but if I don't feel sexy, any person coming up to me trying to, you know, engage or interact with me, they're gonna know I'm not comfortable, right? So make sure that it's like, it's mutual back and forth, and like that really deep sexuality, it's gonna be on a different level. So please don't try to conform, try to really focus on like what really authentically turns you on, and then you'll actually meet partners and people that give a shit about that instead. You know, and it's okay to work through those insecurities, you know, especially if you've been shamed sexually, you know, religious trauma, etc., etc. Like, you know, don't allow your projections and other people's projections stop you from getting your freak on and doing all that stuff. You know what I mean? Like, don't do that, you know, because at the end of the day, like I said, if your ancestors could get laid, you could get laid. All right, if you think you have no hope, mom and dad did it, and they're, you know, they created you. So I'm just saying, like, there is something for everybody. I promise. You just gotta own it. We've got not today, not dealing hurt. Some of you guys are kind of maybe avoiding a difficult conversation with someone you need to have, and your spirit guide's saying, hey, maybe step up the pace with that. Go deal with your pain and issues, because we've got like a special sweet surprise for you coming up soon, very, very quickly, if you go deal with this issue. So go deal with it. Stabbed in the back, heartbreak, pain, separation. Yeah, some of you guys are like, man, somebody tore my heart out recently. I got stabbed in the back by my best friend. I got hurt. And for some of you, that pain's gotta heal on its own. For some of you, especially because it's like if it was like really deep, or like maybe you had a really deep spiritual connection with someone, or maybe you were just like really hoping this would work out, your spirit guide team is just saying like, hey, you know what? Don't pull the knife out until it's ready. And sometimes some wounds they're gonna take a while to heal. And it's okay if it takes a while to heal. It's better than sticking around in a bad relationship, okay? And that's what's important to remember is it's better to deal with the pain of their absence than deal with lifetime's worth of trauma. Just saying. And then I like you. Someone likes you. Romance is blooming. Yeah, I like you. You gotta like you. And some other people like you too. So just because it's someone else's loss does not mean it's not someone else's gain. Remember, you were all sexy people. Just reminding you. Okay, we've got scream, just fucking scream. Yeah, scream it all out. If you need to. Get off your fucking ass and move. Yeah, some of you guys really need to start taking more major action and change in your life. I'm talking about like daily action, like getting up, doing your meditations, drinking your water, doing what you gotta do, and like really start getting on that grind, guys. You can do it, but you gotta push yourself. Push yourself. Keep pushing, and you gotta move. Move your body. Go dance. If you're finding yourself feeling, disconnected or whatever, dance it off. Run it off. Exercise. Just move the energy away from you, because if you stay stagnant for too long, it's gonna keep you down, okay? Apology and forgiveness. Yeah, some of you guys, maybe you gotta apologize to yourself for allowing some of this bad shit to happen to you, or maybe you allowed a person in your life or a situation to linger for too long. Just apologize. It's okay. Like you should be able to have a conversation with yourself where you can do that. Yeah, make sure you take some time to sit, meditate, integrate spirituality into your day-to-day life. That'd be really, really important. Hi, here for the vibes. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Ooh, okay, we've got the devil card here too. Yeah, some of you guys are too easily seduced by the devil. Listen, I know you like a dude in tights, right? And like, just because the first man in tights walks up to you with a flower does not mean you accept it, okay? Stop falling for these people, these really attractive, charismatic people, because you guys keep getting hurt over and over and over again, right? Like, don't keep chasing after people just because they look good. Just because you have a sexual attraction to somebody does not mean that they're a good person for you. And I know it's easy to get caught up in that, but if you're sitting there going like, I kind of noticed that he doesn't really like my photos. He doesn't put a lot of effort in. He's kind of judgmental and kind of acts like aloof and whatever. Like, maybe when you're younger that's attractive, but when you get older, no. No. We have all talked to the other girlies. We all know what you do. We all know about XYZ, what happened with so-and-so. Yeah. Okay. We're not putting up with that. I'm just saying. Do the lives have some type of schedule? Yes, it's every Tuesday and Thursday, starting at 7 p.m. Central. All right, and then final card. Sorry, guys, this is getting a little long, but some of you guys need to hear this. Wow, okay, so this card, to me, represents perpetrator-victim dynamic, right? So we've got, like, the innocent unicorn here, and then you've got the guy in the back that's, like, gonna go kill the unicorn, right? And, I think this is just a reminder, honestly, guys, like, when I don't know if you guys are familiar with the movie The Last Unicorn, right? But, like, basically, the unicorns were basically killed off, and, the world was changing, and the last unicorn basically turned into a human to try to experience it. And that unicorn is you guys, okay? But it's not just you guys as a whole. It's about the love you have for life. It's about all those amazing, great things. Like, some of you guys got, like, really amazing talent. Some of you guys are so sweet. You're so kind. Like, there's so many unique things that are just unique to you, okay, in your print on the world. And there's always going to be these hunters out there that just want to take it out for sport, right? Like some people would literally kill the last unicorn for sport. Not because of achievement, or they do it just to kill it, okay? And I really want to make sure you guys pay close attention to these kinds of people. Because these kinds of people are out there. They're out there to date you. They're out there to just take whatever from you, and then they will walk away and they will not care. Okay? And we all kind of know this, but your spirit guide team's reminding you that why would the unicorn try to pretend it's a horse or get mad at itself when this is what is out there? Okay? Like, and you gotta protect yourselves, okay? Like, there's a certain point where, like, this is always out there, all right? And so please make sure that the unicorn is worth protecting, okay? Your unicorn is worth protecting, always. And nobody out there who wants to go around killing unicorns is worth your time, okay? There are plenty of people that want to foster that, but if you don't treat yourself like the unicorn, if you don't value yourself, if you don't take time to protect yourself, this will always be an option out there. And I hate saying it that way, but for some reason that way of verbalizing it is important to you guys, because you need to understand that you can't wish away this thing from existence. You do have to put some effort into protecting yourselves. And it takes time to see when that happens. And you can't protect yourself from everything, right? However, please, 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 like I said, don't run around pretending you're an ordinary horse when you're a unicorn. Okay? I'm just saying, kind people, when you project that kindness out into the world, it's really easy to believe, oh, well, this is how the rest of the world works. It doesn't. Especially not in the dating world. Okay? There's a lot of unhealed people out there. There's a lot of unhealthy things out there. Please protect your vibes. Okay? I'm just saying this, like the last thing I want to ever hear is you guys go out there and you're dating somebody and then you come back a completely different person and you've given up on your dreams, you've given up spirituality, you've given up whatever thing that was really precious to you. And I never want to see that with you guys, okay? So, sending you guys so much love. I know that was a long collective, I apologize. But yeah, protect yourselves, and just know that you're loved very, very much, okay? Ooh, new subscriber! Welcome, welcome! Welcome! Do you read tarot too? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I only have Oracle cards out today. I was gonna bring out my normal tarot deck and my normal Rider-Waite, and it wasn't feeling it. That's why I don't do a dating app. No dating apps. Alright, anyways though. Okay guys, without further ado, I'm gonna get to Playboy. So the first 3 people, I want you to please post your questions in the chat. Playboy, hello, and Miss Intricate. Please post your questions in the chat, and I'm gonna try getting through these so I make sure. I do since I was 8 years old. Wow. Man, you probably know more about tarot than me then. Yeah, I kind of channel, so. This is part 2. Oh, Mr. J came in because I see Joeo K. Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for coming back. Yeah, I know these lives can get really long waiting for your reading, so I'm gonna do my best. I made the list. Yeah, it will probably be about an hour, Psyche, but come hang out for the vibes. Hey, Chelsea. Hello. What important things do my guardian angels want to tell me about my future? Okay, cool. All right. Playboy, how is Marvin feeling about me after today? Oh no, absolutely, Chelsea. All right, let's get some quick messages about how's Marvin feeling. He feels embarrassed. What did you say, girl? Absolutely. Love Lisa. Ooh. Hello. I'm glad you like hanging out. We like hanging out too. That's why it's a vibe, guys. All right, let's see what's going on for Marvin. How is oh no, Marvin. All right, so the first card you got, Playboy, is please forgive yourself. Yeah, I feel like this is like a message from his spirit guides to himself. Because I feel like he's like really in his head about your relationship. And I don't know, I feel like maybe he's kind of like, well, I feel like he'd want to project this onto you, right? Where it's like, I feel like he kind of puts you on a pedestal a little bit, but it's really like a projection back on himself. So he's kind of like, Playboy, don't beat yourself up, baby girl. you know, like, like I just already see like the smolder, and then I'm just like, bro, you're in the boat where you got to forgive yourself because you're in denial of how you've been handling the situation. Okay, you seem like a good person to meet in person. I love the. Oh, thank you. Listen, I like having fun. Um, oh my gosh, get off your ass and move. Yeah, I feel like man, he's feeling really like I won't even say embarrassed. Like the vibe kind of changes. It's like he literally goes like, "I didn't mess this up, but I could have taken more action. I could have done na 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 na." And I'm just like, bro, like he doesn't move on this situation. Own your shit. Yeah, I feel like he's uncomfortable. There's something about your situation that he's still uncomfortable about his feelings for you. Oh, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate you. Yeah, like and subscribe, people. I do this twice a week. Okay, yeah, we've got the vampire energy here. So I feel like maybe he's got like a little bit of an addiction thing that's kind of going on, and I feel like he's kind of like. So I do feel like he sometimes gets a little addicted to visuals, right? And so I feel like he's kind of like there's something about either you said that made him feel embarrassed and ashamed, like how do I put this? Nah. Yeah, I feel like he's just kind of feeling bad because I think he misjudged you, and I think he realizes that now. I feel like he was kind of like, oh, like, because I remember, like, last week he was kind of, or not last week, but, like, 2 weeks ago, he was sitting there going, like, all right, yeah, I think she's kind of, like, you know, changed as a person. Maybe she's not all up to that. And I think now he's kind of realizing, like, okay, just because your appearance changed, you as a human being did not change. And I feel like he's kind of like, wow, like, something about, like, you brought out this awareness of how judgmental of women he was, or kind of just, like, assuming that, like, okay, when she's in her, like, looking really good phase, she doesn't completely become a different person, right? And I think he kind of was like, wow, why did I assume that about her? And then I think maybe you're kind of, like, causing him to be, like, a little bit more aware of his own judgments. Right, so you got the performer. Yeah, so, okay, this is literally what I'm seeing him doing. You know, you see this king with this script, right? And I literally see him, like, before hanging out with you, he's like, okay, I gotta make sure that I say the right thing. Like, kind of like I said, like, because he misjudged you, and now he's just like, cue card. Hello, I am stupid man. I find you very attractive. Please tell me what the next cue card is so I don't screw this up. Like, literally, he's kind of like, I need instructions. And he's clinging to it for dear life, just being like, hello, my name is Marvin, and I think you're very attractive. I would like to take you on a date, but it is okay if you say no. And, yeah, like, I literally feel like he's just kind of like, like, I can't even talk. Like, that's so weird. Yeah, oh, and then here, if that's not a visual enough for you, self-flagellation, you know, sitting here beating himself up, like, he's literally just like, yeah, he's really hard on himself about how he was feeling towards you. So, I don't know. I want to tell Marvin don't feel bad, but also at the same time, I'm like, baby boy, grow up a little bit. It's okay. You know? Like, I know women are shapeshifters, but, like, come on, we're all human. We're all human. So, yeah, that's what's going on in him. But when you mentioned the heavy breathing, I'm just, like, imagining, like, you're all hanging out. He's got, like, a paper bag, just, like, like, oh no, I could have messed this up. Aw. I don't know. I'm rooting for you guys. It's cute. I mean, he's got to grow up a little bit, but as long as he's doing the work, okay? Come on, Marvin, they're just... Girl, okay, listen. If... I mean... All I'm gonna say is no. Like, when you're attracted to a girl, all normal rationality goes out the window. I can tell you, like, like, when I'm attracted to guys, it's a very different reaction than being attracted to women. Because around women, like, especially like a girl I'm attracted to, I'm like, if I say the wrong thing, I'd just be like, take me out back and put me down. I'd just be like, nope, nope. I looked at her the wrong way. She thought whatever. I offended her, and basically just go kill me. Like it's like a very different energy. So I totally understand where guys are coming from, because it's very intimidating. And never say your tits are just tits. Okay, never ever say that about yourself. Okay, all boobs are great. All right. They are all beautiful, amazing, and worthy of love. So, no, I don't be dressing too provocative. Yeah, but it's like, it's different when you have a crush on somebody. It's like suddenly, like, it's kind of like, you know, when you see your crush from across the room, and like, I mean, maybe years down the road, like when they're not your crush anymore, you can be like, why was I attracted to that person? But like, at the time though, you're like, I don't care. You're just the most attractive person thing. Like I can't even walk up to you, right? So, and maybe that also comes with age too, and maturity, because it's like, all right, you know, as time moves on, then you're like a little bit more. But still, if you really have strong feelings for a person, it's hard out there, man. Especially if you got to do the approaching. If you got to do the approaching, it's a whole different ballgame. Because then suddenly, you second guess everything. Alright, but anyways, though, Playboy, that was your reading. Hope you enjoyed it. Let me get over to Hello, because Hello was asking about what messages from your angels that you needed to hear. Yeah, I wore a dress the other day, and he was doing heavy breathing. Oh! Oh, no! Poor Marvin. This poor man. Oh. Listen, her name is not just Playboy Bunny, she is Playboy Snacks. Because she is a snack. Alright, we're just bringing in some of the lore. Alright, so what are some important things your guardian angels would like to tell me about the future? Okay, so here's what the cards say. I couldn't let you get close to me. So, this is kind of weird and oddly specific to you, Playboy, or sorry, not Playboy, Hello. I feel like your spirit guides are letting you know that they're not going to let people that are going to screw up your future, like, into your life. So it's like, I couldn't let you get close to me. Yeah, I feel like it's more so your spirit guide team said, hey, that person over there is not good for you. We're going to, like, redirect things. So I don't know if you've been kind of like a little self-conscious about like either, maybe this is something you're not even aware of, but I feel like this is just kind of like a reminder to you that your spirit guide team does block certain kind of energies from you because you are protected. So it's kind of like, for example, this is a very specific message or image, but I'm seeing it's like, say you're like going to like an art gallery, right? And you're sitting there like, all right, I'm a new artist. I've got this art that I want to sell. And you're like walking around and there's like the Mr. Popular person over there that you perceive that you need to talk to, right? In order to get an in the community, right? But like things just happen and you end up not talking to that person. And then you end up talking to the person beside you because you're like waiting in line to go talk to whatever big investor guy. And you talk to someone else and you find out that person actually has significantly more money, is way kinder to talk to, and they liked your vibe, and they love your art, and they're going to take you to feature your work somewhere else in a much more exclusive place rather than a big art gallery, right? That is one of the methods that your spirit guide team does to keep you from harm. Because if you would have sat around and waited for that Mr. Popular investor guy that everybody was going towards, he would have just made you feel crushed. He would have gone out of his way to either steal your art or do something to self-sabotage you. Like, there's all kinds of different scenarios, right? And so the reason why this message is coming to you is it's trying to give you reassurance that when this spiritual intervention comes in, you're not going to be aware of it. That's why that trusting is so important. And I can tell you from my own personal experience, right? It's amazing and incredible about how you just being in your authentic self. Like, I used to beat myself up thinking, well, I needed to look and talk and act a certain way in order to achieve what I needed. Where I was like, man, I'm not meeting the right people and blah, blah, blah. No. There's a lot of really amazing people that move in silence. And when you are authentic and you are displaying yourself, your spirit guide team naturally draws those people to you. And I've had so many amazing opportunities by just being myself and treating the right people just kindly, because that's what I did, right? And like, that's why when they say like what goes around comes around, right? You never know how maybe you were, for example, like if you were a server somewhere and you stood up for a fellow employee and someone else saw it, and that person wants to work with you because of them witnessing what you did, right? That's why, like, you being so in your power and authentic is super, super important. And that's why your guardian angels are telling you to trust, because they want to see you succeed, right? And success isn't always going to look like, oh man, hey, I'm waving my $1 million around. Oh my gosh, I've got people following me, blah, 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 blah. No. Peace is so valuable. Being the ability to be authentic is so valuable. And other authentic people are drawn to authentic people because we don't put up with bullshit, right? And this is just kind of reminding you, because I do feel like you get in your head a little bit. That's why your guides are saying, hey, don't focus on the money. Don't focus on the appearances, because what is for you will come to you, right? I knew exactly what I was doing. Yeah, I feel like you know exactly what you're doing, even when you don't know what you're doing. Okay, and this is where you have a hard time with this, right? Because it's like sometimes our subconscious little gremlins come in and are just like, okay, like, you don't know what you're talking about. You're not in charge. You're not blah, 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 right? And when you listen to those little gremlins coming in and trying to eat away at you, right? That takes your focus away from where you're supposed to be going, right? Yeah, I'm just like, and like, your spirit guide team is just saying that you know exactly what you're doing. And also spirit knows what it's doing too. So sometimes if you're sitting there, like when you finally get to that confident state where you're like, okay, I did all the trusting, right? I did all my tarot card readings. I got the signal that this is the opportunity for me. And then someone comes in and creates an obstacle in your path. And you're like, God, what the hell? you're like, you literally just told me that I'm supposed to have blah, 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 right? And your spirit guide team is being like, I said what I said. I put this obstacle in your way for you. Now what are you going to do with it, right? Are you going to sit here and cry about it? Are you going to cry about that man over there with all the money who's going to treat you like shit? Or are you going to, like, do the thing that I want you to do and go around that obstacle, right? Because you're going to, like, regardless, if you're going to be successful, you have to learn to overcome obstacles, right? So why would I send you easy things when you don't learn anything from it? They're protecting you. We've got the Grim Reaper. The relationship is over. No second chances. Grow and transform your life. Yeah, this is a hard pass, right? Grim Reaper here. Man, you're the first person I've ever had this card doing a live for. Actually, I don't even think I've gotten this card. Yeah, the relationship is over. Yeah, there's something about, like, your guides are literally saying for the future, when it's time to be over, you gotta say it is over, done. I'm continuing to move forward, right? Do you think Taylor Swift still focuses on all of her exes? I mean, like, yeah, she makes songs about them, but now she's out there dating Chelsea what's-his-face, right? If Taylor Swift, like, Taylor Swift wouldn't be Taylor Swift if she continued to stay in old patterns and cycles, right? She just keeps moving, right? Because she's also a rock star, right? She's got time and energy. Don't matter. If you don't have that mindset, and you're always hung up about these exes, this past energy, it slows you down so much, and it doesn't let you be the great, shiny person that you need to be, right? We've got Heart with a Key, welcoming love. You know, you are going to find the key to your heart very, very soon, okay? Very, very soon, you're going to find out your life path, something very important to your heart space that's going to guide you to where you need to go. Because once you get that key locked together, you're never going to give that key away to somebody that is not important to you and is not, like, you're never going to fully give away the key to anybody, right? And so you're going to get that very soon. And so your spirit guide team is saying, protect that shit, okay? Because there are people out there like when I was talking about earlier, that will come in and just take the key and then just whatever. And it's like, what? Like, God's not going to give gifts to people that are going to treat that gift like shit. All right? That's why you got it and someone else didn't. Don't worry about why other people don't have it. You were given it for a reason. Now go do the thing. Okay? Right? I gave you the Ferrari. Go take the keys. Go have fun. Right? I'm not giving that to my friend who drinks and drives and does all the stuff and is just going to wreck the car. No. I'm giving that key to you, hello. Because I like you. Because you know how to take care of it. Because you enjoy the Ferrari. So go drive it. Right? Alright, sunglasses. Watching, looking, stalking, gaslights. Yeah, something about stalking too. If you eventually get stalkers because you're great and amazing and whatever, you're protected from that too. I don't know why that came up, but I guess it's kind of like, maybe do you get like paranoid about people kind of like following you or being seen? Because it's kind of, your spirit guide team's like, they're always gonna be there, and we got your back. Be nice. Be nice. Get off your ass and move. Get off your ass and move. You're destined for greatness, so stop waiting around. Don't wait for anybody else. Do it yourself first. Scream. And thank fuck. Yeah. It's all gonna be over. I don't know why, hello, but like in a couple months, I think you're really gonna be cooking. Like I really feel I'm seeing 3 to 4. Maybe in 3 to 4 months, you're gonna really be in a different mindset. You're gonna be in a have different goals. You're gonna be really involved in what you're supposed to be doing. So keep doing it. You're in charge of your life. Go grab the reins. Baby, you can do it. Okay. Anyways, Miss Intricate, please post your question. Then afterwards, we've got Crystal, Cool Girl, and Cutie. Please post your questions. She writes a song about them and gets over it. Absolutely. Absolutely. As I should, right? Hello? No, you're getting there. You're getting there. All right, Miss Intricate, I think you posted your question, but I don't remember. Mani Condon, hello. Welcome. Oh, we're talking about Playboy bunnies here. How is JS viewing me? One of your spirit guide teams was like, stop worrying about him. Like, throws deck. Hey, Olga. Ooh, from Australia. Good morning. Welcome. Are you drinking some coffee? How is he viewing? I don't know. I'm just hearing something about JS. He's just toxic. I know Playboy Bunny, she does tarot on YouTube. What? That's so cool. That's so cool. Sexy tarot would be so much fun, though. Be like, hey, hi. I was debating, yeah, no, there's something so toxic about this. I don't know. Ugh. I'm sorry. His energy right now, Miss Intricate, he's not in a good mental health space, especially towards you. Like, I'd even say borderline, please don't talk to him anymore, okay? Because, like, I'm having one right now. Yeah, so the cards you got were, I'm starting to understand our connection. Yeah, like, I feel like he's understanding the connection, but it's not in a good way, if that makes any sense. I feel like you've moved on. You're moving forward, but, like, him, there's something about this understanding. It's like, you know how, like, normally, like, a normal, healthy human being, when they are dating somebody, and then they make a mistaken relationship, and then they leave. And then they kind of reflect on the relationship, and they realize something about that person. We're like, wow, maybe I shouldn't have treated that person right. Or maybe I could have done better, right? Instead of taking that and growing with it, this energy, this guy, it made him angry at you. It made him upset. Okay, I shouldn't say entirely, yeah, no, okay, anger's part of it. But he's upset, but instead of taking it and turning it inwards and you know, working on himself, he's just projecting it back out onto you. Okay? That's why I don't like this guy's energy, because he's not actually growing. he's changing, and it's kind of like, think of like the red pill movement or anything like that, where it's literally he's using it to like project things out onto women instead of and it's like kind of like a harmful energy. We've got coffee cup, meeting and conversing, savoring the moment, paradise, happiness, abundance, keeping a positive mindset. Yeah, I feel like a lot of this reading is more so about you, because we've got coffee cup, like, you know, make sure you're going out and meeting other people, trying to like stay grounded. Something about coffee is also important too. Maybe you need to like relax a little bit, or like you need to find like something that's like really grounding for you, for your energy. Obviously excessive caffeine probably wouldn't be good, but like so he's want to be harmful for his own shit. Yeah, well, and it's like, and when I mean harm, I don't necessarily mean he's like gonna be physically violent or anything like that, but it's more of like really toxic masculinity. It's literally him being like, well, like it's kind of like a weird, warped way of viewing things, where it's like I said, it's like he came to the right conclusion, but instead of using that information to grow, he's using it to just hate on you and to hate on women in general. And it's like he's not realizing that he's not a villain for making a mistake, right? It's kind of like when you punish a kid for like stealing, instead of being like reflecting on it and being like, oh, stealing's bad and I hurt somebody, it's, oh, stealing is still good, I just got caught. And I hate the person that punished me for it, because I should be getting away with it, because that's what I deserve. And it's like, it's a very harmful mindset. Hey, sunshine. But that's just really hard. Yeah, that's why I'm just saying, like, just be very careful about this person, because I see him very much like he's got like an inner wound. Yeah, we've got, like, for example, and this is kind of weird, too, because something about this conclusion, like, this girl who's coming into the shell, this is usually supposed to be about someone coming out of their shell, right? But I feel like what's happening is he's, like, reflecting, he's going back into his shell. And I think he's creating a wall around himself. That's more harmful than good, but that's just what he's doing. We've also got, like, this alchemist here, and I feel like I see him trying to, like, it's like he's trying to logic his way through his feelings. And it's just because he doesn't have good role models to guide him through his pain and his healing process, right? Because it's like he's trying to do it all himself. And he's got this image of what he feels like a man's supposed to look like. And because he's doing a lot of this on his own, and he's not really consulting with other healthy men, or like, it's also something about like members of society. Like, does he work in an industry where he's kind of by himself a lot? Because I feel like he tries to be really independent because he thinks he's smart and goal oriented, but it's really him isolating. Yeah, please don't be in communication with him anymore. I don't feel like he's going in a good direction. Meanwhile, you on the other hand, you've got abundance coming your way, you know, paradise, so like you're talking about the beach, that's kind of funny. Yeah, I feel like just, you know, remind yourself, like ground yourself and try to just protect your energy and your mindset a little bit, okay? Hello, all the new people coming in. You're absolutely added to the list. Just letting you know, the list is long, so I'm trying to keep it moving. So yeah. So stick around if you don't want to get skipped. Oh, I'm doing well. How about you, that Desi girl? I hope you're doing well. Okay, so the next up, we've got Crystal Gem, Cool Girl, and Cutie Cat. Please post your questions in the chat. Yeah, and Lovely Hello is keeping track of all the people, because I started writing things down onto my list, and I want to make sure I'm keeping the energy moving. So yeah, my guy and I are communicating again after situation. Okay, Crystal Gem, I would like to know how does my ex feel towards me at this moment? I don't know. This guy's energy's like, was your ex like a hopeless romantic? The lovely hello. Hello. Which is funny because, like, it's more of like a question. It's like, hello? I don't know. The lovely hello makes me think of, like, some, like, hot dude coming in, just being like, hello. How are you? And it'd just be like, damn. Like, no, like, if a dude came up to me doing that, it's 50-50. Because, like, some guys can really pull it off and other dudes cannot. And, I'm not a good person to gauge for that. How is Crystal Gem's ex feeling? He's like kind of sneaky. Okay, like he's just like I don't know. If a guy came up to me just like hello, like doing the like whole like what's it called, mewing or like whatever, like No, okay, so Crystal Gem, your ex is still into you. Okay, so we've got codependency is present. We've got money's making the situation complicated. So maybe that was part of why you broke up, is maybe he was feeling very insecure about a financial situation. I would break down laughing. Right, no, it's so hard. Sorry, I gotta keep up with the reading, but stop it before it's too late to turn back. Yeah, I feel like he's very much in his head about this relationship, but I feel like so there's something about his energy that he is confident that he can get you back. Like, that is kind of what's going on right now. Like, I don't know, like, I don't know, there's definitely like a confidence to this guy. If it hurts, I wouldn't follow it. Yeah, so there is something where he is a little bit reluctant to come towards you again because he is afraid of getting hurt again. I do feel like you were an important person in his life. Maybe he didn't always allude that to you. Outwardly, I feel like he's kind of like... I feel like maybe what kind of turned you off with him was he's a bit wishy-washy. And I think a lot of that is not from him not caring about you. I think a lot of it is just lack of confidence and lack of trust that you had feelings the same for him. And, but I feel, though, he's kind of a little bit more sensitive than you give him credit for, and I think he's always been kind of aware of your emotions. And I feel like maybe he's very spiritual, because I can tell, like, there's something about him being, like, I feel like he low-key does have some spiritual psychic abilities, because he's always kind of like, yeah, I think I can get her back. I think I can get her back, but I gotta play my cards right. Like, I can literally see him just kind of being like, we've got war never changes. I don't know what I want. Yeah, so I feel like that feels more like your energy if you don't know what you want. And that's kind of ironic because I feel like you were thinking that he didn't want you when really it was lack of confidence. And there was like an issue with like struggling to commit to an approach and also commit to you, because I feel like I said, it's not so much that he's questioning his feelings about you, it's more so he's like, I'm not going to put myself out there to get hurt when she's kind of in this situation that's also kind of wishy-washy, which I don't think you realize you came across that way, but I think it's because men and women, how we come across as, or send out signals that we're very interested in a person, men are more perceptive than women realize about how committed you are to the relationship. And I feel like he wasn't either, if you were really serious about him or you were kind of just like it could go either way. He was like, I'm gonna stand back here then. Because even though he has stronger feelings for you, it seems like he kind of felt more for you than you did for him. And so he was just kind of like, all right, I'm not putting myself out there that way. And I think a lot of women don't realize that men are very strategic about protecting their heart space. And they're very much in their head about trying to figure out the relationship. And so what you guys don't realize is when he's pulling away, it's because he doesn't want to get hurt and he's not seeing significant, clear signs that you're not going to just dump his ass out of the blow, right? Because men are kind of used to that. And even if And I mean, like, there's a whole, we're not talking about the general social reasons why that could potentially be, but the point is that men are always anticipating that fear because it hurts like shit if you suddenly make the jump and that girl just randomly decides, oh, I'm not feeling it, boom, and he read the signals wrong, and then he's going to spend another 12 years hurting about it. You know what I mean? So that's why I feel like you got to give him a little more credit for trying to protect himself, because there was just some instability in your relationship. The customer isn't always right. Yeah, and I feel like there were times where maybe you weren't always as clear as maybe you thought, or maybe you weren't kind of holding yourself accountable for different things, and he was kind of sitting there going like, hold up, I kind of don't want that, right? There was something about in your relationship where he was kind of feeling he needed to take a step back. So, which is okay, you know, on your part. I just feel like he didn't articulate it to you, which he should have done, but I think he was primarily doing it because he didn't want to hurt your feelings, or because also communication between you two wasn't always very clear. That's something that was definitely a stickler for him, as he was kind of like, all right, she's telling me one thing on Tuesday, but then 3 weeks down the road, she's changing her mind. He's like, okay, we're gonna step back for a moment. Again, maybe you were going through things, but that's why. So this is very interesting. So we've got separation and twin flames. So I don't know, this doesn't really feel like a twin flame relationship to me, but what I am noticing is like the spikes are like kind of like the sharp angles to the drawing. So maybe there was like something about you guys' relationship that was kind of cutting. So I do feel like he's kind of in a space where he's just like, he's letting the scars kind of heal up. And I feel like, I don't know, does he have tribal tattoos, or is he kind of into like, you know, that aesthetic or whatever? Maybe he has tattoos. Or maybe he's like kind of like an alt guy. I do feel like he misses you for sure. But I feel like he's also kind of working on finding balance within himself right now. And then final card is I look for you everywhere. Yeah, I feel like he's kind of like trying to find a replacement source for you. So like with codependency present, he may just be finding unhealthy ways to try to cope with the void and the lack of connection with you right now. Because yeah, I look for you everywhere. I feel like he's kind of like, all right, well, I gotta go find another girl to chase after, and so he's looking for a version of a girl that is like you or can give a similar experience to him like you. So because he's still trying to, he's kind of like fighting some inner demons here, but yeah. Anyways, though, that was all about how your ex is feeling, Crystal Gem. Thank you so much for stopping by. Hope you liked your reading. All right, next we got Cool Girl, Cutie, Cat, and Airy. Please post your questions in the chat. Let me go back and find Cool Girl's question. Yeah, for all the new people that have stopped by, you can absolutely get a reading, just letting you know there is a line. So these are all 5-minute readings. I do my best to keep to it, but I also want to make sure that y'all get good readings. So, yeah, so like and subscribe, because I do these live streams every Tuesday and Thursday, so you can always come back and get a reading if something happens with your reading. You're welcome, Crystal. Appreciate you. Yeah, give that guy a chance, though. I'm just saying. He might be better in a couple ways after giving you guys some space. I'm just saying, distance sometimes makes the heart grow fonder. MC going to act towards me. Alright, let's go ahead and get to MC. So there's something Cool Girl about, like, I feel like you're not trusting the situation with him, because the first thing I was hearing was like, trust. And I'm sitting here going like, alright, is that for Cool Girl or is that for MC? It's for like both of you. I really feel like you guys don't trust each other's values, or like your intentions or something like that. And I feel like your spirit guides are like, whoa, you guys need to like pause and really kind of evaluate, what are you doing here? Like, why is this causing so much of a conflict between the two of you? Like, I know y'all have been hurt in the past, but like there's something about like y'all are now getting to a point where your trust issues are inhibiting the manifestations between the two of you. So we've got karmic relationship, fleeting, triggers, turmoil, resentment. Yeah, I feel like you guys really kind of trigger each other. And there was a point earlier on when the triggering was a good thing because it was causing you to like look and reflect and whatnot. But now it's kind of causing triggers that it's just bringing up old wounds, and instead of like working through them and moving towards each other, you both are kind of like taking a step back and kind of be like, oh, well, maybe this connection isn't worth it, right? And this is kind of sad. I think this is a result of modern day living and dating where people don't have faith in relationships anymore, and instead of working on it and like kind of like coming together and moving past it, you guys are kind of just giving up. Yeah, there's kind of like a giving up energy between the two of you, and it's not like a full giving up, but it's kind of just kind of like sitting there being like, okay, like it's kind of like you guys have like a fight, and then I'm seeing you guys like looking at each other's phones and be like, all right, maybe I misjudged this person and I should move forward. When it's like, no, you're supposed to work through it. You're supposed to talk to each other about it. You know what I mean? Like, don't start getting resentful because y'all are just being human beings. You know, I feel like both of you guys are needing to work on accepting each other's humanness, and that like not every day is gonna be something special. You know what I mean? Sometimes like you're just living. And I feel like you guys have kind of missed out on that opportunity to kind of just live with each other. And I feel like it's kind of like instant gratification. And it's like you both are kind of like reflecting that in each other. Alright, yeah, we've kind of got like the Fool card here where it's like kind of like being on a journey. It's like you guys are kind of like on the Fool's journey, and part of the Fool's journey is, okay, maybe you're gonna make some mistakes, maybe you're gonna be a little cringy, but you gotta like walk the path. You know what I mean? Like, you don't know what's gonna be on the other end of it, but if you never walk the journey, then it's kind of like, what are you gonna do? Stay at home? You know? This is kind of interesting too. So we both got very parallel cards, right? Where we've got, you know, people parting ways, we've got lightning in the background, but it's like, look at this. Look at that imagery where we've got this card here where it's like, you know, this is all about conflict, parting ways, going whatever, and like, you know, one guy's going down towards a darker path versus the other person. But then you've got this guy over here. He looks fine. And notice, and you can't see it maybe in the lighting, but there's like a crown at the bottom of that lightning strike, right? And it's kind of like, I'm really seeing you need to make a choice of like how you want to approach this relationship, right? Because it's like, not every relationship's going to be the one and all that stuff, but like, what are you going to gain out of it, right? Like, do you want to just turn it into another, all right, well, I wanted to hook up with this person, then it didn't work out, and then blah, 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 blah. Or are you going to try going for the gold and getting something out of it? Because maybe you don't end up in a relationship, but you still found something you enjoyed in each other. You know what I mean? Like, you were really happy about it. And it doesn't all need to be kind of like instant, you know? Also, this is kind of random, but Aquarius energy might be important here. Yeah, and I see we've got two masculines here. Or sorry, that's not masculine energy. I don't know what that means, that symbol. But yeah, but it could be like maybe you're kind of in your masculine right now, and that might also not be being it might be reflecting him and pushing him into a different direction. I just feel like we're crushing on each other when we're not together. He's a Pisces. Okay. Change shit now. Yeah, I feel like, you know, you guys are kind of like, don't put pressure on this relationship and then fuck it all. Yeah, no, you guys are like, I'm seeing very polar energies. It's either we gotta be all or nothing, when it should just be like, just enjoy the road. You know? But this change shit now, like, don't try to force it to be something it's not. Allow him to come to you. And, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you're in your masculine energy, like, don't chase, don't put pressure to it. Just don't put pressure to it, because it's going to cause it to turn into like this bend or break situation, and then I think you're missing out on the having fun and just enjoying it. Yeah, I've been trying to fall back. Yeah, no, and that's okay. And like, here's the thing: we all make these mistakes, cool girl. You know what I mean? It's like we're all kind of sitting there being like, oh, I really want this to be a thing, right? But it's like also being like, you know, you can still enjoy being flirted with and all that other stuff too, you know? I mean, obviously, like, you know, create boundaries around it, but like, what's kind of like again, we don't need to have this back and forth one or the other, right? And maybe that could be something you can ask. Maybe that's something you can maybe talk to him about and say, hey, okay, no. I'm hearing don't talk to him about it because I feel like that's gonna scare him away. But basically, I'm just hearing and feeling like just enjoy it for what it is and then see what happens, right? Because again, like I feel like don't throw negative energy into it because then it's gonna come back out and then it's gonna cause you guys to part ways. Yeah. I think you're both overthinking it. I think you're both overthinking it a little bit. And just don't crush anything, just kind of go with the flow. And it sucks, I know, because you're sitting there like, you're like, oh, I'm so excited, but I feel like you're kind of like, well, he doesn't like me that way, and it's like, don't force it, okay? Don't force it. Don't have expectations, because then that's how you're gonna hurt yourself, and I don't want you hurting yourself, right? Remember, you hold all the power, and part of that power means letting things be a little bit, you know? Yeah, his nervousness makes me nervous. Oh, but that's another thing too. Stay in your power, right? Don't let other people's feelings and emotions and thoughts influence you, okay? Because, like, when that starts to happen, that's when you lose the power and control the situation, you know? And also another thing too, like, you being calm will calm him too, and vice versa, right? But you shouldn't be actively trying to control other people's emotions, right? So it's kind of like, just like, you know, it's like, think about like, all right, so for example, whenever you meet like a famous musician or whatever, you show up to VIP, right? And everyone's like always nervous. It's like, oh man, I'm meeting my favorite rock star and blah, 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 blah. And then you show up and they're like the most chill people ever. And then you immediately like relax and be like, wow, actually, even though, yeah, I'm super nervous, I feel calm because they're chill, right? Like they're down to earth people. They're not judging me. They're not whatever, blah, 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 blah. And then automatically you kind of calm. Because, like, they're not changing who they are, and they're not trying to control you, but them them being themselves helps you feel comfortable in your skin, right? And so, like, if you find that inner strength and be like, all right, hey, you know what? I'm going to let myself be nervous. I'm going to let him be nervous, and we're just going to be okay. You know what I mean? Like, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, you've had crushes before, so it's like learning to navigate those crushes and feelings, be like, they're just feelings. It's okay. Like, oh no, he knows I have a crush on him. He has a crush on me too. What's gonna happen? Why are we nervous? If we like each other. If we know we like each other, I'm gonna be myself, man. Exactly. Right? Like, oh no, we like each other. You know, after a certain point, you're gonna be like, yeah, you know what? Own it. Own it, and don't let it make you too nervous, okay? Sending you love, cutie. Cool girl, you can do it. I believe in you. I'm holding your hand remotely. I'm gonna be like, you got this, okay? Sending you strength. I know, it's hard out there. Alright, Cutie Cat, you're up next. Then Ari, then Cindy. Please post your questions in the chat. Oh no. You got this. Like, he likes you and you like him. Okay? Just like breathing exercises, just like take the nervousness and just all right, you're here. Okay, awesome. Yeah, please post your question in the chat so I can just kind of roll to the next one. I'm gonna go back and see if Cutie posted her question. She may have not. Okay, how is my work crush feeling about me? Ooh, did you guys have some progress? I don't know. Okay. I just found it. Okay, cool. How is Cutie's crush feeling towards me? I don't know. He feels like there's like something a little lukewarm, or maybe you're feeling he is too... Okay, this is kind of weird. The energy's weird between you two, because I'm sitting here just like... nothing's really changed that much other than just like day-to-day work drama or like, but I feel like maybe you reacted to the way he was behaving in a certain kind of way, and so you were feeling unconfident for maybe a little bit. Yeah, we've got heartbroken, the chaser, healthy choices. Yeah, I feel like maybe there's kind of like you felt like maybe a little rejected, or like there's kind of like, but it's kind of like it's kind of similar to cool girl situation where it's like there's like a little bit of pressure, but like not quite as much. Where it's like you're like, dang, we're separated. Like I can see you literally just being like, is he gonna make a move yet? Is he gonna make a move yet? You know, and it's kind of like just the chaser. It's kind of weird because even though like on the surface it's like the boy girl dynamic where he's like messaging you, blah blah blah, but like energetically, I feel like you're chasing him and he's kind of like this, right? Where it's like you kind of have to just like sit back and be a little more, how do I put it, inviting to his energy to come in, if that makes any sense, because I feel like he's still kind of like intimidated by you and he's not sure. So okay, in general, rule of thumb, men are not always that perceptive. Even the most charismatic whatever dude, they still make mistakes sometimes. Okay. Like literally, like there's often an assumption that if you just even talking to them means that you like them. Okay. And so what I feel is kind of happening right now though is because he does care and he's choosing to spend time with you, I feel though like you're kind of not, it's like he's looking for like a signal, if that makes any sense, or he's kind of just like like there's some kind of like a reluctance to make the jump. And so I feel like it's kind of like, one, he's terrified of rejection of you, and I think again this heartbrokenness, I feel like he doesn't feel good enough kind of, and so that's also not something that is your fault, right? So that's why I feel like, so maybe this is kind of similar to Cool Girl, but it's not, where it's kind of like this, he needs to overcome his worthiness to make the jump and to make the leap, right? And so that's why he's fine with keeping where it at. So like, you know, this healthy choices, I'm seeing you being like, all right, I'm just gonna sit here and vibe and exist, right? But just don't take that as rejection. He complicated my cardigan today. Oh, that's so cute. We got absolutely yes, right? So obviously he's very attracted to you. I lost myself for a little while. I regret lying to you. Yeah, I don't know if there's kind of just like I really feel like he wants to tell you how he feels, but he's also kind of in his feelings. Yeah, like I feel like he's kind of like, he could also be healing from maybe some heartbrokenness in the past as well. I think I'd told you that in the past as well, but I feel like with this chaser, I feel like he doesn't want to be that guy that's bothering you. And I feel like, so I don't know if he's talked to you, but I feel like he might struggle with depression a little bit and self-defeating thoughts, because I can see like this chaser energy, he's kind of just like I don't want to be that guy that's like wearing you down, if that makes any sense. Like I'm kind of seeing him just being like, at first he's like, oh yeah, and then like I'm just kind of feeling like this little bit of depression to him, where he's kind of just like, oh, and it's like kind of like him breaking his own heart a little bit. And like that's not your responsibility. All right, that's not your responsibility to manage it. That's not your issue to deal with, because he needs to be able to make healthy choices on his own, right? And I just don't want you going out trying to heal him or fix him if you notice any of those sorts of things, right? He seems in his very own head. Yeah, and a lot of it because he's kind of self-defeating. And there's something about like this, I regret lying to you, and I'm like, bro, what are you even lying about? Like, you're not lying. I don't know. I feel like I think he like lies to himself, you know, because he's kind of, you know, got a little wound going on here. Yeah, and like, again, that chaser energy, I just feel like he's kind of like, again, you brighten his day, like he likes you, he's just kind of like, I feel like right now he's in this headspace of like, well, she's just gonna leave me for somebody else, so I'm just gonna like enjoy what I got. But like, yeah. So yeah. But it's definitely, yes, he definitely likes you. I'm just saying. I just feel like he's kind of like, he's just depressed. Sending love to your man, cutie. Okay. You should tell him you have a crush on him, or that you think he's cute. Just say he's cute. See what happens. Pull the trigger. Go for it. Go for it. See how he changes. Just see how he changes. Brighten his day. Put a fire under his ass. I'm like stoking this. I'm trying to influence this relationship. I'm like, go for it. Go for it. Okay. Alright, so next up it's going to be Ari, then Cindy, then Liam K. Please post your questions. Alright. Cool, Ari. I'm going to go read your question. Alright. Hey, Angelus. Hey, I hope you're doing well. I'm glad you're checking in. You know, please take care of yourself. I hope your situation's getting better. I'm always thinking about you, man. Alright, did Eli end up breaking Ella's heart like he did to me? He told me he didn't want a relationship, but then got with her, and I found out that they were no longer together. Ooh! Ooh! Okay, let's get this tea. Let's get this tea, Ari. I'm like... So... one second. Okay. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I had a weird thing with my channeling. So Eli... Yeah, it's a juicy question. I know, I was sitting there like, I want this tea. He's... This is kind of weird, but like, he's kind of a little, like, do you know the phrase, he's got that dog in him? You know, where he's like, I'm like, man, he's kind of... I know what you're talking about, because, man, he's... Yeah, I'm hearing like Elvis like, you ain't nothing but a hound dog. Like, I'm just like, bro, man, you gotta like sit and like leave these girls alone, okay? Yeah, because it's like, I feel like he's definitely a player. He's definitely like kind of like, I don't know, like he's like Mr. like, I want to go around, I want to have my fun, and then like I don't care what happens. And he knows he can get it done. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, he's like Mr. like it's like not quite the same as player energy, right? So I feel like he's, sometimes what he does is I'm not gonna lie, I feel like he's kind of a little mindless with it. It's kind of like, okay, I go in, I do my thing, I get what I want, and then I'm out, right? Like, he's very like efficient with these girls. Like, you don't tell a girl you aren't ready for a relationship just to go with and get another girl. You tell her you aren't, right? Yeah, no. This man, like, his brain is somewhere else. Okay, like, that's literally, I'm just seeing his energy. That's why, like, when I'm saying, like, you know, he's got that dog in him, like, he's literally out there being like, I'm just gonna go do my thing. This is what nature tells me to do. I'm gonna go do it. Like, doing that, you're basically lying about not wanting a relationship. Yeah, but it's like, I don't even think it's that sophisticated. Like, I think you're thinking, like, okay, he's being manipulative and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, no, this man is just literally... He's out there for one thing, and he's not thinking that far ahead. Like, he's just more of like, I'm gonna say X, Y, Z, okay, boom. Like, that is exactly what he did. So, what he did to Ella. Okay, so let's see. I'm sorry I criticized you. I wonder if you were happy without me. Let's see. Like, what did he do? Get your gorgeous self outside, for fuck's sake. Fuck, are you serious? No. Oh, okay, so when I pulled this card, right? This, fuck, are you serious? No. Okay, so these two cards are kind of telling me what's going on with the story with these two. Because I feel like Eli, he did the whole, like, oh, girl, you're gorgeous. You know, and something about like the get yourself outside for fuck's sake. I feel like he got. So I feel like, for example, he's using his other brain, right? And so he's just focused on whatever, right? Versus like, what was her name? Ella. Ella, she's a good girl, or at least I mean, like she knows how to do whatever. But like in general, though, like she was there for good intentions, right? Like she said, "Oh, great, I want a relationship. I'm not here for playing the field and doing all that mess." So what I think kind of happened was it was like really really fast. Like I feel like what happened was he was like, "Oh, you're gorgeous," and then he wanted to go outside and play, right? Like he's like, "All right, let's go out to do what events? Like, let's go to clubs, let's go out, do whatever." And she was just like, "Well, does she have like a professional career?" Or there's kind of like, I feel like there's an energy of she's like she has her shit together more than this guy. Like this guy, he just goes and he does not care. Versus like her, she's kind of like, "All right, well, like I mean, I can go out and have fun, I can do whatever, but like." When I go out in a different energy, right? Like I present myself a certain way. And I mean, like, yeah, I look good, but like I also have a reputation. Like I actually care. You know what I mean? Like she's kind of like, and I feel like what happened was like as they like were kind of like going back and forth, I'm seeing like they started getting into fights. Like I can see her literally being like, he's sitting there all like, "Well, I want to go out there and show you off," and she's like, "Well, I'm an adult and I want to be treated with respect, so I'm not going to do that." Right? And so then, like, I feel like an argument happened, and then the, like, "Fuck, are you serious?" No. I feel like she was just like, "Excuse me? You're not going to objectify me that way." Like, I really feel like he, like, tried to objectify her, and then she was like, "No. Mm-mm. No, 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 no. You are not picking up on the vibe I'm throwing down." Here one sec. I'm gonna keep doing the cards and I'm gonna read your comments because I'm like, I want to know what this is. Yeah, and I feel like he got all like butthurt and depressed. Like, look at this card. Look at this guy. He's sitting there in his cave of depression and blah blah blah. And then like, look at this. You got the Emperor here sitting, and so this card is technically called the Ego, right? And he's just all up in his castle. He's sitting there thinking he's this king of the castle because he's doing whatever, right? Meanwhile, like, no one's looking at him like a king. He's just like, you know what I mean? Like that's what I'm saying. Like he's running through the streets. You know, he's just doing whatever and he's acting very impulsively, and he's thinking he's like the king of the castle, and being while everyone else looking at him like, "No, dude, like don't do that." Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if you were happy without me. I'm sorry I criticized you. Oh, that's so that might have been like you towards Ella or whatever, but like yeah, no, I definitely see like that's how the cycle of their relationship went. He came in, he was doing whatever, and then she was like, "Excuse me? I can't believe you talked to me that way. No, goodbye." And I feel bad for her, man. I feel bad. All right, now I'm gonna go read your comments because I'm kind of like, all right. So it's like doing that. You're basically lying about not wanting a relationship. I wonder, like, I'm gonna be honest. I was a bit mean to her, but it was out of spite because he got with her and not me. Aw, girl, you dodged a bullet on this one. I'd be like, I all I can tell you right now is like what Ella put up with, you would have picked up on it way faster than Ella did, but you also would have gone off the rails with whatever this guy did, because I feel like I definitely see him, he would be like liking other girls' pictures and doing whatever, and like he would sit there and be like, why do you have a problem with this? Like literally, I don't think this guy understands like basic decency. I'm not gonna lie, because I'm like, this isn't even just about being nice to women. This is literally like he just impulsively does stuff, and I'm like, dude, like he doesn't feel very. I don't know. He's got to kind of work on himself a bit. I hate how I've been drawn to these types of men. Like, can I at least be drawn to men who will at least be honest when they reject me, but also polite? Jeez, these guys are totally... Well, and that's the thing, too. It's also, like, modern culture with dating. Like, and I wouldn't even say it's modern culture. It's like, there's a certain culture amongst men where, what is this guy's focus? This guy wants to have sex. That is his goal. All right. And so he's going to do whatever he can to do that. And as long as there are women out there that can fall for whatever he does, he's going to continue to do the same tactics. And it's kind of like a tale as old as time, because it's like guys like this have always existed. It's just like you got to be able to figure out what their tells are. And honestly, a lot of it comes down to boundaries, because you have to say no up front, see how they react and respond. Because dudes like this, the moment you start saying no, or you start like checking them, they're gone in an instant. If they feel like you're going to be difficult or whatever, he's just out there to get laid, right? And you gotta set certain kinds of like social roadblocks that would turn him off, that a more like a man who's like actually like looking for a relationship, he's not gonna be hindered by them. But like you gotta figure out what kind of like blocks or social like signals that keeps these guys out, because it's like, it's not that you're attracting them, it's that you're not knowing how to block them out, because these dudes will always exist. So it's like, it's not you. These dudes are attracted to anybody with two legs. Okay. Like that's just how it is. No, I don't like jerks, but some jerks tend to be charming. Yeah. Well, and that's exactly what they do. They're a jerk that just learned how to play the game, and that's how he figured out what the formula is to do his thing. And funny thing, I keep getting notifications on him through my TikTok. Like, you know those notifications? Oh, no! So that's like, even like putting more salt in the wound. All I can say though is, like, I'm sorry that, you know, you feel rejected by this person, but you did not miss anything. Alright, and I'm not gonna lie, I can be competitive towards other girls when I like a guy. It's a flaw that I have, but yeah, no, and I'm glad you're honest with yourself about that though, because there's a lot of people that, like, what I can't stand is, like, if someone pretends to be a girl's girl and then blindsides people and things like that, right? But, like, this is definitely not somebody... Girl, you can get better than this guy, because he just... It's like... Because at least players tend to have goals. This guy, he's literally just so, like... There's just marbles rolling in his head. I definitely dodged a bullet. A blessing disguise. I do not like guys like that. He's a bit younger than me too. Yeah, well, and so that's another thing too, is like he probably is like, when he's younger too, a lot of guys, that's kind of the only thing on their mind. You know, yeah, that makes a lot more sense too. If he's younger, then yeah, his mind is on one thing and one thing only. Yeah, you got that fire, you know what I mean? That's why I do not like guys around my age or even slightly younger yet. Yeah, no, when they're younger, it's hard. Men have this Andrew Tate mentality these days. Yeah, well, that's another thing too. Like, depending on what his social influences are as a young man, that can also affect things too. Because, like, culturally speaking, if things like Andrew Tate is running around treating women like objects and people, like, you can just run through women and that's cool, they're not going to respect you, right? And you need and deserve a person that will respect you, okay? Unless they're mature for their age and can provide 25 plus only for my... Yep. And no, I'm not a gold digger. Nope. Yeah, absolutely, right? Yeah, he's not it. Okay. Anyways, yeah, no problem, Ari. Yeah, no, I'm sending love to both you and Ella, because poor Ella, like, she's not like destroyed over it, but I definitely feel like she was just like, I can't believe I let this happen to me. I'm like, girl, don't beat yourself up for someone manipulating you, okay? It was his fault, not you guys, okay? It's just, it happens to the best of us. Anyways, hey Cindy, do you mind posting your question? So next up is Cindy, Liam K, and then let me get back to Divine Preacher Tarot. Yeah, thank you guys so much for being patient. Okay. I'm gonna, like, thank you so much for doing this hello, because I gotta, like, copy and paste to keep up with who's on the list. Ooh, that did not copy and paste well over. Okay, well, I'm gonna go with hello's list. I saw her with another guy and they seemed happy. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I'm just like, oh, I always feel bad. Yeah. You know, and that guy's, he's gonna learn too. You know what I mean? But that's just like one of the things in life where, like, some guys, they're just, that's just what they're gonna do. Cindy, what are Brian's feelings for me? Are there any romantic feelings? Thanks. Okay, Cindy. Let's see, what's Brian feeling? I don't know why, but I was like, when you said Brian, I'm like feeling like Brian from, like, Family Guy. Is he, like, kind of cynical? Like, I feel like he's the kind of dude, like, nobody knows what his feelings are. Like, I feel like he's, like, amongst his, like, dude friends, like, none of his friends would know if he ever had a crush on anybody. You know what I mean? Like, some guys, like, they're all about, like, telling everybody, oh, that girl's hot, that guy's whatever. This dude, he just shows up, he says his sarcastic comments and leaves. And no wonder you need to ask a tarot reader about his feelings, because I'd be like, I too would be consulting the gods and the universe to figure out what this man is thinking, because he's hilarious though. Alright. What? Like he's the sort of guy where you sit there and you ask him, like, hey, you know, how do you feel about so-and-so? And he just has a sarcastic remark and then just walks away. Like, he doesn't do feelings, he doesn't do whatever, which is not true. He obviously is a human and whatever, but I feel like maybe he had, like, a parent who used to, like, badger him all the time, so he just learns to, like, just shut conversations down. He's like, I don't want to talk about my feelings with you. And I feel like he also does not like talking about his feelings with women. So if you did ever get into a relationship with him, and you'd be like, so what are you feeling right now? He would have some sarcastic comment and shut that shit down. And I feel like he doesn't trust women. So I'm just warning you of that right off the bat. I'm drinking my problems away again. Okay, so definitely, like I said, Brian from Family Guy, I feel like maybe he kind of just, like, he just feels very cynical about life in general. So I feel like that's kind of blocking any romantic connection here. And connecting toward people in general. Like, it's not just you, Cindy. How does their energy make you feel? I don't feel like he knows. And I think that's kind of something you should be aware of. Like, I don't really feel like you should be attracted to somebody that's kind of like this. This doesn't really feel very emotionally available. I feel like, because, like, I'm pinging the energy, and it's like, he's kind of just like, I don't know how to feel shit. And he's kind of like, and I choose to not feel anything. Your career is so cool. Do you want to see what I can do? Yeah, so maybe you guys are intellectually compatible. I do feel like he kind of respects you about that. I just feel like in terms of anything feelings related, he just shuts it right down. I'm losing sleep over this. I'm struggling. Yeah, I feel like because he doesn't connect to his emotions, he doesn't really know how to respond or react to you. I feel like he's aware. Okay, this is weird. It's literally like, so, like, I'm seeing, like, okay, does he perceive that you like him? And he's, like, looking at you, and it's like, all I see is his ability to process. It's like he sees you, and you have, like, emotions around you. It's not even that he perceives, like some subconscious piece of his brain is picking up on something different about you. And I feel like that piece of his brain likes you and perceives that you like him, but that's not what his main psyche is saying. He's like, okay, Cindy has emotions. He's not even perceiving it as Cindy has romantic feelings towards me. No, he is like, Cindy has emotions. Versus other women, they're just, I don't know, this guy, he has a very difficult time processing social cues and thoughts and feelings. So I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know if this is gonna be worth your time. because I don't really feel like he's very perceptive. You're not going to like the answer to this. Yeah, I feel like there's kind of something about like I feel like he's been rejected by women before. I feel like he doesn't know how to communicate his interest in communicating things in an appropriate way. And I feel like he just thinks girls don't take the truth right when it's like, no, you just don't have to deliver messages like that. I let him know I am interested in him. And what did he say? He's very smart and handsome. That's why I like him. That's fair. I mean, I think that's normal. And I think, like, I don't think you're the issue here, Cindy. I think it has everything to do with him because he's very blocked off. Don't let go of someone good because of fear. Yeah, I feel like for him... Man, why am I having such a hard time? I'm literally like, bro, what's going on? Like, the lesson is worth the price. Yeah, I feel like it's a surprise, get excited. Yeah, I feel like there's something going on in his world where I feel like you just kind of like, so it's like a computer, and I feel like you showed up and it was like you inserted a virus into his system and he's just like, does not compute, does not know what to do. You know what I mean? It's kind of weird because it's like, it's very like, it's kind of like, I see like, if you know anything about Star Trek, it's like Spock with like, this is illogical. And it's like, bro, like, you're not Leonard Nimoy, okay? We've got walk the fuck away. Yeah, I feel like your spirit guide team's just kind of warning you that I don't think you're perceiving something about the situation. Yeah, get off your ass. We've got keep paddling out of this river full of turds. And don't let your thoughts fuck you over. Yeah, I feel like there's kind of something you're not aware of about this situation because he's not receptive to you. And I think, like, for example, if you already told him that you're interested in him, he kind of didn't react the way you wanted to, or maybe he reacted in a way that was kind of like, okay. Like, as I feel like he people pleases women, right? It's kind of like he just puts that on a shelf and then goes back to doing his own thing. But I think maybe you thought his emotional unavailability was him being like mysterious or being whatever, when I'm like, no, I think you need to like take him for what he's at right now and just kind of realize that he's not emotionally mature enough to relate to you. Yeah, okay, so that's interesting too. So we've got like the family card here, and like literally I see like the whole family and blah blah blah, but when I look at this, the only person I see in this card is you. This is just an image, right? And I feel like you projected this kind of life onto him. And you're like so ready to have this life and whatever, and you're like, I can just cookie cut or put whatever dude in here, right? Because this is what I perceive, and yep, that's exactly what that's gonna be like. And I'm like, no, I really want to warn you, Cindy, about like staying grounded in your relationship dynamics, because there's something about this illusion or this projection you put out there that can really put you in harmful situations. Yeah, well, I mean, of course he's gonna blush and get shy whenever you meet each other, because if he knows that you have feelings for him, he's not sure how you're gonna react. Because it can be awkward. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying, just be very, very careful about, like, you putting illusions onto people, because I feel like this kind of energy can get you to ignore manipulative people and manipulative patterns. And I just want you to understand that, you know, please value yourself and be a little more discerning in who you want to put energy into. That's just what I'm being guided to tell you, because it's not necessarily that this person is unhealthy. I mean, he's emotionally unavailable, but because you're not picking up on that, I really want to make sure that you're not putting yourself in a situation where you can get hurt by somebody else, okay? Sending you a lot of love, Cindy. Okay, next we've got Liam. Liam. Then Divine Preacher Tarot, and then Laura Lower. please post your questions in the chat, and then I'm going to go ahead and keep on moving. Liam, Divine Preacher Tarot, and Laura, please post your questions in the chat if you are still around. I was recording this whole time. Ooh. All right. Liam, Divine Preacher Tarot, Laura, and Joao, please post your question in the chat if you are hearing this message and you're hanging around. Are you guys able to hear me? There's nothing being posted in the chat, so I just want to make sure audio's all good here. All right, you can hear me? Cool. Great. Cool. You can hear me play. All right, great. Thank you guys. I just want to double check because I want to make sure I keep moving. But yeah, Liam, Divine Preacher Tarot, Laura, and Joao, please post your question in the chat so I can keep things moving. Yeah, thank you guys for being patient and sticking around. I know there's like a long list of people. So, yeah. There are only 2 people on the live. Okay, that's interesting because like my screen's telling me there's 5 people. And it's like it varies, right? Because I noticed that like for example, people have like it as like a tab open, or like they periodically come back in and out. So it's like I try to give people a little bit of threshold, but also at the same time it's like, you were a good company. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I try to keep these things interesting because like sometimes too with like these live streams, it's like, okay, when you gotta sit and wait for your reading and blah blah blah, sometimes the tea in other people's readings are too good. You know what I mean? But yeah, I appreciate you guys' patience and whatnot. Okay, let's see here. Okay, Liam K, Divine Preacher Tarot, and Laura. I'm going to do last call because otherwise I'm just going to jump straight to Joao. And then also Mr. J, if you're there, please say something. Also, Psyche Awakens Tarot. Or K Soliloquies. I think K Soliloquies was just there to say hi and then left. But yeah, Psyche Awakens Tarot. You've been floating around and been very patient, so I can finally get to your reading. Okay, Joao, I'm gonna do your reading. Yes. Nope. Yes. Alright, now the number dropped down to 2. So there is a little bit of a delay on my end, I think, since I'm using a platform that's picking up on multiple streaming. I find someone mutually attracted to me in the next couple of months. So my off-the-bat reaction, Joao, is no. I feel like you're gonna flirt with some people. Ooh, hey, Dark Dragon Gaming, welcome back. Appreciate you. But yeah, I'm feeling like what's kind of happening right now is like I'm seeing you kind of like you'll go on dates, but I don't think anything is gonna like stick, and I'm just not seeing too much progress because like so you've got like seduction, so flirting, maybe you're gonna try going out on dates, you're gonna try looking, but I'm not really seeing too much of anything going anywhere, like maybe a date or two, but I don't know, I'm foreseeing it's not gonna have a lot. We've got the snake, competitive enemy, clever, looking over your shoulder, the other woman. Yeah, I feel like this is kind of like a message from spirit where you got to be very careful about manipulative dating partners. I feel like you've kind of there's something about disillusionment, or like there's something about like when you're going out and dating, I feel like you're not looking for women that are compatible for you, if that makes any sense. It's kind of like when you're looking at pictures of women or these profiles and you're kind of like, oh yeah, that girl, boom, and you like that one, but there's something about the vibe of the profile. Like say you're on like Tinder and it's kind of like socially we can all agree that yeah, maybe that person is more than likely either not going to react to you or like they're not respond, or like that person is clearly, I don't want to say it's clear that they're a gold digger, but it's like there's some kind of like there's like a social nuance that you're missing that you're not paying attention to that makes you kind of susceptible to manipulation from certain kinds of energies and people. So yeah, it could be you're just focused on the looks and you're like, okay, yeah, absolutely, but you're not like looking at the whole profile. Like whenever you're going through like your swiping, do you like actually read the profiles? Because you might want to start, because if you notice it's literally only photos and no other information, 9 times out of 10, like either that girl's just looking to hook up or she's looking to use somebody, right? Because most girls that want to connect with people, right, they're posting information. They're like, hey, hey, my name is Josie and I like to go out and hike in the mountains and blah 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 blah. Like they tell things about themselves, right? And I don't know if like maybe you kind of are like, maybe you didn't know that about girls or something like that, but there's kind of just like a little bit of like a learning curve where I guess you're not as in tune with what the girls that are serious about dating guys are looking for, as opposed to someone who's just like, yeah, I know exactly how to attract guys, blah 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 blah, money, right? Because they know how men work, right? And they know how certain guys work, and so you got to be able to be like, okay, what are the warning signs of those things? I should teach a master class to teach guys on how to pay attention to that stuff. We've got fuck it. Yeah, I feel like you kind of have to say fuck it to dating for a little bit, because I feel like until you kind of get some of those like social skills up, or where you start like really like defining what it is you want in a partner, because I feel like right now you're like doing this whole like I'm gonna throw a fishnet out there, and you're throwing it into a kiddie pool instead of going out there and fishing for real fish, right? You're kind of just like, I don't know what I'm doing at this point. Like I'm tired, blah 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 blah. When it's like you gotta be like focus on yourself first. I am only attracted to committed people. Just feels like the universe is making fun of me. Well, no. So actually, that's an important thing to notice, right? Because that's usually a sign of childhood trauma, right? So if you are in a situation where you are attracting people that are already like paired up with somebody else, or like that means that you are attracted to emotionally unavailable people, or only people that will give you half of something. So usually it's a sign from childhood that a parent only gave you half of the love and affection and attention that you needed, right? So what you did was you learned that, okay, I'm just going to survive with only half of the love and attention I need. So what am I going to do? Whenever I see a person out there that I'm attracted to, it doesn't matter that they're not giving me their full time and attention, because I'm used to that and I think that's normal. Boom. I just figured it out for you. Fucking nah. Yeah, like I don't know, like I'm seeing like there's something about maybe the way you're going about dating where these girls are kind of just like they're not interested. We've got, whoa, where the fuck did that thought come from? What? Fuck off, guilt. Yeah, I don't know, like I feel like, are you kind of hard on yourself? Like, dude, I think you need like a dating makeover, okay? I literally want you to sit here and like, I just want you to be more honest with yourself, and I want you to really kind of like take this shit seriously. There's something about like, I feel like you're kind of like, you've either given up or you're kind of like you're sleeping on yourself first. Okay, I feel like I think women are just picking up on that in general. I think you're kind of like, all right, I'm just gonna do this, and then this is gonna happen, and it's like, no, 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 no. Like, you need to actually sit here and be like, who am I first? Okay, and I think you really need to value yourself more, because I feel like you kind of just, I don't know. I feel like you kind of just see yourself as average, or you just kind of don't really take the initiative to set yourself apart and to set yourself as who you are. You're just kind of like, I feel like you're trying to blend in, or you're just like following the crowd. And I'm like, bro, if you follow the crowd, then you're not going to stand out and you're not going to find your attract your person, right? Because you have great things going for you, you know? And I feel like there's just like these obstacles that you kind of like, I don't know, like to me, it's so for example, you'd be like, man, like I'm having a hard time attracting someone, right? And then I'd go on your dating profile and be like, your dating profile looks like every single other dude that's on Tinder, right? So that's just one example, right? Because like, you know, maybe you're not gonna find your person through a dating app or whatever. But like the point is though, is that if you treat yourself like you're average, then you're gonna get average results, and then you're gonna beat yourself up and go like, what's wrong with me, or what's wrong with other people, and blah blah blah, when it's like, bro, I don't know, there's something like, are you a teacher of some kind or whatever? Like, I feel like you're kind of like, you have mentor type qualities, but you don't own it, or you're shy about it, or you're kind of like I don't know, kind of like I was talking about earlier about like, you know, being afraid of girls or something. Like, you're not like stepping in your power. Hey Hugo, hello. Megamind. I love that movie. Megamind was such a great movie. Welcome back. If I wanted to make it happen, I would have done it by now. And then don't listen to their opinions. Yeah, dude, I don't know who you're getting your dating opinions from, but like, no. no, 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 no. Like, basically what I do is like, I would literally go through, you're a physical activity teacher, right? Yeah, so like, here's the thing. Being a teacher is super attractive to women. Okay, like that, like being a teacher, that just stands out. Okay, those are qualities that are very, very highly sought after by women. So, you may or may not have known that. And a lot of it comes down to, how are you portraying yourself? How confident are you in this? Right? So, and I feel like, for example, this card here that stands me, where the fuck did that thought come from? Right? Where are your thoughts coming from? Do you just blurt things out in conversation that maybe a girl would have been like, shit, and maybe you didn't know about it, right? Like, I feel like do you have any female friends? Because I feel like maybe start off with like having some female friends to give you feedback, you know, that are being helpful. But like this, don't listen to their opinions. I feel like you're asking for dating advice from the wrong people. That's just what I'm kind of feeling in it. Or like you listen to the opinions of people that are like using you. Because I feel like there's something about like, there's like a little mental block where you're not able to perceive people that are like not like, most of my friends are female. Okay. I've designed a tarot deck and I named it as Unicorn Tarot. That Desi girl, do you have a link to it? Am I able to look at it? Because like, if you're selling a tarot deck, I will buy it and I will use it on my stream. My bad, y'all. I had to throw a check. You're cool. Hello. Yeah, I don't know. There's something about like, so anyways, like the don't listen to their opinions. There's something about like, you're not being your authentic self and you're not playing off your strengths. Okay. So anyways, though, that's your advice, Joao. Sorry, like, a lot of those messages were just kind of like more about like what you can do to change that, but I still don't feel like there's going to be that much productive change in the next couple of months. So I wish you the best. I hope I'm wrong, obviously, but I feel like there's kind of like, I don't know. Don't sleep on yourself, man. I feel like you're kind of sleeping, and I'm like, bro, come on. Let's go. Let's go. Let's hype you up. Okay. Anyways, alright, so Liam K, if you're here, please post your question in the chat. Divine Preacher Tarot, if you're here, please post your question in the chat. Laura, if you're still here, post your question in the chat. Yeah. Yeah, Mr. J. I think K soliloquy. They were just here for 5 seconds. Psyche awakens tarot. Chelsea May and lovely Lisa. If any of you guys are here, please post your questions in the chat. Getting close. Yeah, I was gonna say Psyche awakens tarot. I think you'd be up next if Mr. J doesn't show up. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, that Desi girl, please do, please do. And it's so funny too because like during my collective message, you weren't here for it, but literally a unicorn was one of the cards I pulled up. Actually, wait, I'll show it to you. Yeah, no, this was the card that was part of the collective message with the unicorn. So that's so funny. I love synchronicities. Yeah, I really wanted to design my own tarot / oracle card deck. So like so just to pitch it to you guys, I really wanted to make a spiritual self-defense deck. And basically I wanted it to be a oracle deck around people that are struggling. So it's kind of like, say for example, you are like in an unsafe situation, or like maybe you're struggling with housing or financial insecurity or different things. I wanted to make an oracle card deck that was specifically easy to use and to use for, say you're dealing with something and you're very spiritual but you're having a hard time. It's literally about like survival, like is this person safe to be around, is this not person safe, what's going on with my financials, you know, where can I find housing, things like that. Like I wanted to do like a more practical type deck because like I've met quite a few very very highly spiritual people who have gone through, you know, homelessness, or like, you know, for those of you that are on my show a lot, you know, I've had a variety of different people coming in asking for help on those sorts of topics, and I'd love to create a deck specifically focused on allowing y'all to use your intuition but kind of get very clear messages to help you through those situations. Because I feel like a lot of decks are really focused on like romance or all this other stuff where it's like you have to do all these interpretive things that are not necessarily easy to get clear messages out of when you're in a mental state of survival. So yeah, so that's something I wanted to make. So I don't know, someday it'll happen. Okay, cool. Come on back. That is the best. First card, and later you will hear more. Okay, so Psyche Awakens Tarot. Thank you so much for being patient. I'm going to go ahead and do your reading for you. A general love message. So, okay, so first of all, Psyche Awakens, like, your energy, you are so sweet. Like, literally, I'm like, you are so goddamn sweet. Like, I'm like, you have very high vibrational energy, because I'm literally like feeling your energy and I'm like, so cool. Yeah, I feel though like you attract a lot of toxic people though. I'm not gonna lie, and I feel like you're protected from it, which is kind of ironic. It's kind of like I'm sitting here going like, oh my gosh, like when I first pulled out of the energy, I was like, oh my gosh, there's so many like negative people around you. And then I was like, well, but I'm gonna assume you're a she, but I don't want to assume your gender, so you can post whatever in the chat. But like I'm literally like, I don't think you're even aware of some of the, like some of the people you're definitely aware. But like there's definitely kind of this energy of like, oh, you were so protected that it's like it's not even funny. Yes, very toxic people. Yeah, so that's why I'm sitting there going like, you're kind of like, ha ha ha, the world is on fire around me. You're a male? Okay. Then you are a male. My apologies. But I'm like, just literally sitting, you're just kind of like, ha 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 ha. And that's why it was interesting too, because I sat there and was like, originally I was going to bring up like, oh yeah, I'm non-binary. You know what I mean? So I'm like, I always see like the dual of the energies. And so that's why I always get like, when I read people's energies, especially like higher vibrational people or people that have like that really like that type energy, I'm like, I don't even notice because it's like, this is so much fun bopping around in here. Okay, so general love messages. I feel like you've been searching for someone for a long time. I don't know. You do. That's why I won't lie. I was kind of just like, interesting. That's okay. I vibe with that. I absolutely do. Yeah, I feel like you've been looking for someone for a long time. I think I feel like you're kind of like exhausted. Like, even though you're sitting there going like, I'm vibing, you're also kind of like, I'm kind of like a person. You're kind of like, aw, I feel bad. Like, I'm just kind of sitting here just like, I just feel like this like kind of loneliness where you're just like, it's not that you've not met people that you liked, but I always feel like it's kind of just like, this kind of sucks. Like, it's like you're literally just sitting here going like, is it really that hard to find a good person? And it's not even like a good person. It's like, because like some of the people you dated, they weren't like bad at heart, but like you were always kind of like, you saw so deeply into them. And then when you left the relationship, you're like, what the fuck was that? Why did I even bother with that person? And then you go on your merry way, and then like after a while, you're kind of like looking around, and you're like, oh. So right here, I forget what the name of this card is. Oh yeah, it's Pythra. I think or Pythia or whatever. And it's like basically a woman who's like, she's inhaling incense to get, psychic visions and things like that. And I feel like you're always kind of like psychically looking out, or you're trying to like manifest it in, but it's just nothing is kind of happening, and you're kind of just like, what the fuck? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like you're the kind of person that like, you can manifest money, you can manifest whatever. This is kind of weird, but fame came out a little bit, so I don't know if you maybe are like really forward facing, or you really can get the attraction of other people. And if you wanted to be famous, you could, but you kind of choose to be like, yeah, the consequences of that are not what I want. And this is something that like feminine men have all the time. Like, feminine men in general tend to lean more towards ending up famous. It's kind of weird, but I don't make the rules, right? But I feel like it's because you attract a lot of energy. It's just, it's not what you want. And I feel like part of it has to do with boundaries. So maybe when you're manifesting, you want to make sure you set clear boundaries around your energy. Because I feel like what happens is, because your energy expands a lot, but you're not like retracting it. Or no, it's not about retraction. It's like it expands out, but you don't have like a protective barrier that inhibits the energies that you don't want. Because it's like, so for example, you're very gifted at healing other people, right? So what happens is, all right, we'll use this. So like, say this is you, right? Your energy goes out here, and what happens is like, okay, so all the toxic people that feed on the energy, right? Or like, even if it's not toxic people, it's like you're healing people around you. Vibrationally speaking, they're coming in and they're eating that extra energy. But then what happens is, there's no barrier that blocks off to a certain degree. So it's like, okay, you can do your healing and you're vibing, the energy heals the world around you, but that energy should only get to a certain point, right? There should be some kind of a little barrier or block around your energy that's like, all right, I'll allow my healing vibes to be out there, but they will not have access to me up to a certain point. And when you start setting that definition and boundary, I think you'll attract much better partners. We've also got like, this is called like, I think it's like the Angry Johnny or something like that, but it's like this kid who's basically mad at their parents or whatever. There may still be some resentment from the past. What I'm seeing, it's like, it's kind of weird, because it's like, I'm seeing like the woman in the back, and you're kind of like, maybe you're just frustrated with like a feminine figure in your life, or maybe there's kind of like, maybe you got hurt by somebody that was kind of like, well, I'm mom, so I know what's best. Or like, maybe you've attracted women in your life that are like, I know what's best. And you shouldn't be doing that. And I feel like they kind of like either judge your spirituality or there's kind of like you are hurt. And my name is John. That's so funny. That's really weird. Okay, yeah, because no, actually, let me look up the name of this card because I forget what it's. I gotta look this up because there is a card called Dreaming Johnny in here, but I was like kind of like, oh, it's called Defiance. My bad. But anyways, though, that was a synchronicity and confirmation for you. Okay. Anyways, let's get back to like some of the other cards you got here. We have do some financial investments. So right now your spirit guide's saying like, hey, maybe work on your financial situation a little bit better, or do something that will invest in your future. That will help with attracting a partner as well as create some more financial stability to attract a partner. Back in my day, we didn't have those things. So maybe you're a little bit older and you're kind of like frustrated with some of the modern technologies or maybe some of the modern things. And that, or maybe it's because you're an old soul and you're literally sitting there like, oh God, what are they on? What are the kids on? This is kind of just saying like, hey, class will always be classy, right? Like there's some things that will stand the test of time, and so you will be able to find people that do align with you in those ways, especially if you're a little more traditional. We've got a better option is available. Yeah, so there's something about like whenever you're dating these people, you kind of have to keep a mindset of there are better options out there. And maybe what I'm feeling is maybe there's like a better way of finding partners that you're not looking into. I feel like there's kind of like a better route that Spirit's trying to guide you on. So maybe do a reading for yourself on that. Abandonment issues. Yeah, don't let the abandonment issues get to you. Don't let the abandonment issues get to you. Okay? That's what keeps attracting some of these certain kind of women, because they can smell it on you. They know. And so they're going to hook their line in you, and they do it all the time. That's your blind spot. Work on the abandonment issues. You gotta stay off Grindr. Yo, okay. You know what? I'm so sorry. I've been assuming you are trying to attract women, and it could also very well be that maybe that feminine energy I'm picking up on is on guys, and that I totally, yep. That's so funny. Yeah. Listen, I don't know. That's kind of like the problem with some of this gendered shit too. Is like I read energies more than like what's actually going on, because like there's so many men out there I've met that I was like, I hate society for crapping on your femininity, because I'm like you too have this, and but I can't flirt with you in the right ways because society and all of these feminine men have been treated like shit. And it just makes me angry as a masculine person, because I'm just like you will see me all the time. Sorry, someone's like walking around outside my window. I am a firm defender of feminine men, because also it's just like, goddamn, like femininity in general is amazing, and we should not limit how people express that. Alright, codependency is present, so watch your codependent tendencies. Their energy is still in your space, so please make sure that you cleanse your energy to get some of this old gunk out, because I feel like, and this is kind of weird too, because sometimes ex's energy, especially if they're a toxic ex, if you haven't done the work of like cleaning that energy out, it can sit in your energy field and block other people's good intentions out, especially if you're like, oh, I'm vibing high, da 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 da, I don't perceive this. Perceive it and get it out. Other people like me, why can't you? Aww. Psyche Awakens Terra, are you like... Aww, like, are you like sitting here like having another person like not like you? I don't know, are you used to being like, oh my gosh, like, I get all this attention from other people, and then, like, your crush doesn't want you? I'm sending you big hugs, man. Dang. Others rely on you too much simply because you let them get away with it. Let's get real. Yeah. Well, stop. Don't let them be mean to you. Tell them to go away. Bad. I'm just all like sad for you because you're super sweet. Like, they're just mean. Because, yeah, like, no, screw these people. Yeah, don't let people get away with that kind of crap. I bloody love you. Tell yourself. Love yourself. And then acknowledge your past, unfuck your future. Acknowledge your past, unfuck your future. Alright, that was your reading, Psyche Awakens. I hope you enjoyed it. Yeah. Big hug. Okay, listen, Psyche Awakens, where do I go to find more feminine men? Okay, please tell me. I need to know. I'm a happy, lucky man, though. I have my family cat and a few good friends. Hey, that's all you need, though. You're welcome. Alright, Chelsea May, if you're here, please pop in and say hello. Love Lisa. And then Mani Condon, if you're floating around, please say something in the chat. Olga Slade, if you're here. And then Valencia. I know Valencia, you've been floating around. I appreciate your patience. Yeah, if any of you guys are here, please pop your head in. I know that Desi girl she'll be back. She went to go do garbage. Go to a gay bar. There's a lot of fun. Haven't been myself in a long time though. Okay, there is, so like I live in Austin, Texas, and yes. The only problem is though is that if they're gay, I don't know that they'd want me, even though I'm non-binary. Like, you know what I mean? I guess that's like where I'm always like, you know, I'm not sure, you know. But then again, I need to get over that and just be like, all right, just go for it, you know. It's like, it's a new version of myself, so I'm like, I'm still like working through my insecurities and being like, don't overthink it, just go have a good time and whatever. Yeah, because even just to make some friends, you know, there's a lot of straight men who go to them. Huh. Okay. Let's go for it. Alright, I'll go find one. You don't know if you don't try. Yeah, right? Well, because like sometimes I'll just be like, oh my gosh. I'm like, she's so pretty, they're so pretty. And I'm like, I don't know. I have a hard time complimenting strangers. Like, well, maybe not. Not always. I feel like it depends. It depends. Sometimes, like, if I'm, like, really confident, then I'm like, yeah, I go for it. But, like, 9 times out of 10, I'll usually just be sitting there, like, me and my little Scorpio ass, we do, like, the... just go and have fun. Yeah! I just gotta find... Alright, I know some places I can go to. Yeah. I need to get out of the house and go have fun. Austin is so much fun. Aniket. Okay, Chelsea May, Love Lisa, and Mani Condon, Olga Slade. If any of you guys are floating around, please post your question in the chat. Same with Valencia. I know Valencia was here, so promise you'll have fun. Okay, okay. Yeah, no, there's a famous bar in Austin called Cheer Up Charlie's that I've been to. I went to a drag show for my roommate's birthday, and that was so much fun. And no, there was this one particularly very pretty person, and I just sat there and was like, I couldn't go and approach them and say anything. Because they had a partner with them, but I just sat there and was like, even a year later, I'm still thinking about them. And free drinks, I bet. Maybe. I will coast to a gay bar? Okay. Alright, Aniket, you'll be added. I'll also call out that Desi girl if you're around. I know she's gonna pop in at some point. But Sunshine, I know you were out there. Sunshine if you're there, or Shazzy. Okay, cool. I don't know. It's like I'm still learning like I guess it's like I'm still learning how to be myself in public. Like I feel like with live streaming, like doing tarot with you guys and whatever, I'm pretty confident because I've been doing this for a couple years now. But it's like actually being like out in the wild and like running around and meeting people. I'm still just like breathing through a straw. I can put up a good game face, but I'm still nervous. I get very nervous around attractive people. Okay. I don't know. I need to hype myself up sometimes. Because I'm like, I'm really good at hyping up other people. Then myself, I'm like, I'm sitting there like in the bathroom, like, okay, okay, I can do this, guys. And then I walk out there and he's like, no, nope. I just swallowed my tongue, and I'm just gonna hit my head off a wall. That is very difficult. I also still have trouble being myself. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and here's the thing too, we're all learning and growing, right? Like I feel like it's such a misnomer about life where we're always supposed to be the same all the time, right? It's like perpetually we're not allowed to change. And I know for myself, I mean, I've changed so much throughout my adult life, and I'm now proud of myself to be the person I am today. And now being able to explore that version of myself as well, it's exciting, but it's also like I feel like it's like kind of like second puberty, or it's kind of like all that stuff from like like middle school when you first start dating or whatever. I'm kind of like, okay, I gotta like learn the lingo. I gotta learn like, okay, what is the lay of the land here, And it's kind of like I don't know. It's really bringing back like that old nerves. Okay, that Desi girl, I can go ahead and do your reading. Yeah, at this point, like, it looks like there's not that many people on the live. So any of those people that signed up, just say you're here. Other than, I mean, Dark Dragon Gaming, I know you're here. Alright. Okay, that Desi girl, I will do your reading. What is your question? In 3 years that I know what I am, I'm still changing, right? Right, but here's the thing, that's a good thing though. It means you're growing. You know? When will I go to London for my higher education? Time period, please. I'm not very good with doing those kinds of readings. I'll do my best. Because to me, it feels like it's going to be a couple years. I'm feeling like maybe 2. Okay. So, like, the 2 cards you got, like, you've got this, like, jester that's in prison, and, there's, like, technically it's like a master and a slave, but the way I'm looking at it is it looks like, or maybe it's not a master, it's like a master and a student, or a teacher and a student. It kind of feels like you're gonna feel trapped for a bit. And I feel like there's kind of like going to be a period of your life where just like, and a lot of it's like a mental illusion of feeling like you're not going to be good enough if you don't reach something by a certain timeline, if that makes any sense. And it's totally okay for you to take a little longer to get your education. I'm kind of seeing you, like, for example, like this right here. This, like, I'm imagining like you're at home with your family and you're like doing the chores and your parents are kind of like watching over you and you're kind of like frustrated, but also at the same time it's kind of like, it's kind of just acknowledging that you're still in a safe position, if that makes any sense. Like, I know that you're eager and you want to go out and do, like, go see the world and do things, but it's also like there's kind of like some wisdom with finding balance, right? It's kind of like looking at, like, you know, there's a lot of life that is literally just this right here. And I know you hate that because you want to get out of that situation. You want to have independence and freedom, and that's pretty normal for your age, and also with what's you've got going on in your life. Like, you want to go out there, and I feel like you're very ambitious and you want to go, like, change the world, if anything. And it's kind of like I see you like daydreaming a lot, and so like your spirit guides are like saying like, hey, listen, it's gonna take some time to get this to manifest, and right. And so when you're kind of like stuck in a mental blockage, it inhibits you from making progress towards your goals, right? So they're trying to like say like, hey, you know, this mental prison holds you back more than what life is holding you back, if that makes any sense. It's like, I'm feeling very tired and stick up. Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't blame you, because it's like, again, like, you've got all this energy and you've got all this brightness to you. So it's totally okay if you're feeling stuck right now. That's to be anticipated. Let me get some more cards for you. About they're being a dick. Yeah, I feel like you're kind of like, maybe you're angry at your family a little bit for blocking you. Maybe someone's like blocking financial abundance from you. Yeah, but I fucking love you. Love from the universe. Yeah, so the universe loves you, and also your family loves you. You know, because I feel like they're kind of doing this on purpose. Yeah, they're being an asshole. Man, like, there's like a lot of energy towards your parents and your family. I'm kind of Indian Rapunzel as I'm having my hair color and shade of golden. Ooh, that sounds cool. Yeah, I don't know. I think like you're just not acknowledging the love that's kind of going on in your life right now. And I think it's like, I feel like you're kind of seeing this as a hindrance when it's like, you still have so much time. I want to live my life to the fullest. Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. And a lot of this is you just having a lot of energy and just finding out where do you put it, right? And kind of like, and I'm saying this as someone, so like, I'm gonna be turning 30 this fall, and now that I'm getting older, I now understand where the wisdom of slowing down comes from. I definitely did not have that when I was younger. I totally relate to you and understand where you're just like, oh my gosh, I want to go do all the things and go out there and live life and blah 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 and spend money and da 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 da, and that's okay. But everyone's situation's different, and also there's a lot of boringness that is naturally a part of life, and that patience kind of grows with time, and it's the appreciation for those things. Because I mean, one thing I noticed when I was younger, now as an adult, now that I'm responsible for my own decisions, and when life happens, I kind of took for granted when things were going well, you know. And I wasn't always able to appreciate the things my parents were able to provide for me. And especially now as an adult and going through my own financial difficulties and going through all these life changes and whatnot, and especially like with the pandemic, right? If you're able to be financially comfortable and Valencia, yeah, but since you're back, I'll do your reading next, because you were supposed to be right before that Desi girl, so I can get you in there. But yeah, I just want to let you know that just because if something doesn't fall on your timeline, it's not always necessarily because of ill intentions. My parents didn't support me and they're just draining my energy. Yeah, no, I get that, but also remember too, though, that they love you, and that's also part of why they're doing what they're doing. They're also trying to look out for you. Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, welcome, Froggy Mist. I love your avatar, your profile picture. Angel Dust is great. I love the sassy energy. But yeah, no, it's okay that Desi girl, and like I get it. You know what I mean? Like literally, like I'm seeing you in this image right now. It's like your parents are watching out for you. And you know, here's the thing: is like there's always that conflict between like young people and adults, right? Where like they want what they want to protect you, they want to do whatever. Where you're like, I want to go out and live my life, right? And I think you're gonna find balance soon, but I think it's just not ready right now. And I think you're going to achieve your goals, right? I already see you have such a bright future and you have a lot of things going for you. It's just my recommendation to you is changing your focus a little bit. Focus on what you can do right now with what you have, and that will eventually break you free into where you need to go in the future. I know that's not what you want to hear, but I know exactly what you're talking about, and you will have your freedom, okay? I promise. I promise, okay? Thank you, I love Angel Dust. Okay, yeah, so Froggy Mist, there is a line. So I'm gonna go ahead and get the next person on the list, but I will be able to answer your questions in a minute. So these are 5-minute readings, so I'm trying to be brief to make sure I get everybody, but then everyone kind of disappeared, and then now we've got new people. So, okay, Valencia. What is your question? And then we will do Dark Dragon Gaming, Anakit, Sarah S, and then now Froggy Mist. Froggy Mist. And then Hello's just here hanging out. Hello? It'd be like, hello? Hello. Or no, it's just like that episode from SpongeBob when Squidward is in the void and he says hello, and then there's like 5 different versions of hello. Listen, I just can't wait to see where you end up, Hello, because I'm just like, you've just got some really cool projects. I don't know what you're doing. Like, I think you told me a while back, and then I forgot, but I was like, listen, you're gonna be doing some cool shit. I feel intuitively that will take 9 to 10 months. Yeah, it's gonna be a time. Like, it's gonna be a bit, but you can do it, okay? You can do it. And here's the thing too, what's cool about like timelines, this is why I tend to not do readings about timing, specifically because depending on the decisions you make, you can either move it forward, you can move it backwards. Like time doesn't technically exist. So and also too, I don't also like giving people a number, because then when people stick to that number and it doesn't work out, then it hurts kind of everybody, and it's also like, that's usually not how my intuition works. I give you the skills and the tools and tell you what's coming your way so you can make the decisions that will get you there, rather than giving a timeline. It's not safe for... Oh god, yeah. Yeah, no, and please be safe out there, that Desi girl, because I totally understand why you're stressed about it, because I'm like, yeah. Wishing you the best, girl. Time is a man-made thing. Yeah, well, and especially too when you get into timeline hopping and like high-level spiritual shit, like the world gets really weird. And I won't lie, I had to like psychologically recover when you reach a certain spiritual point where you do reach the ability to perceive multiple timelines and stuff. It fucks with your head, and trying to like be like, okay, we are on this timeline, this lifetime, this pattern, whatever. Like I now have the skills to be able to get back and grounded, but like it was kind of hard to mentally comprehend a lot of that shit when you get into those realms. So anyways, this is why sometimes just like, you know, if someone's like, how does someone feel about me? That's easy for me to do. I can do that. I don't end up in like a time loop and see alternate dimensions and things. Yeah. Alright, how does Feral think about me? His energy's kind of lukewarm. Is he, like, not very consistent with you? Is that why you're asking? I feel like he's kind of just like, he shows up one day, he leaves the next. You're kind of just sitting here like, what's he on? Because I feel like he's like told you things that have made you conclude he likes you, or he's even straight up told you that he likes you, but then he does all this weird backwards offhanded stuff. Like does he make like offhanded comments to you? Because I feel like he'll like come in and he'll like either like tease you, or not really even tease you. He'll say something and then he just leaves. I don't know. He feels flaky. Like, I know you really like him, but I'm already like, I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, he gives mixed signals. Thank you for making amends. Yeah, so maybe he apologized for something, so you're like, yay. We've got step away from the bullshit. And you are seriously incredible. Yeah, I feel like there's kind of like... Okay, I'm not gonna lie, Valencia. I feel like there's a little bit of an imbalance here, and I think you're not aware to it. Because, like, the step away from the bullshit... So, first of all, I think this guy, Farrell, he makes a lot of excuses, okay? I'm literally seeing him, like... I'm seeing him, like, for example, he gets mad at work a lot. So he comes home upset about his job, and he bitches about his job, and blah, 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 blah. And I feel like he doesn't know how to step away from conflict, and I feel like he really gets in his emotions about it, and it, like, bothers him for days on end. And you're sitting there going, like, okay, you gotta let it go, hon, it's okay. But, like, he doesn't, because I feel like it makes him feel like he has power over people. And, like, meanwhile, you are seriously incredible. And I feel like there's kind of, like, this energy of you don't realize how good you are, and he doesn't, like, he thinks he's better than what he is, if that makes any sense. It's like you validate him because you're amazing, but you don't see that, versus he's not that amazing. And you don't see that, so it makes him feel, oh, his mediocre bullshit is okay. You are not alone. Yeah, I feel like you feel kind of isolated at times, or it's kind of like, I feel like you're kind of lonely, and I feel like this dynamic, this hot and coldness, you put up with it because you're kind of sick of being like, oh, well, like, I like this guy, and I see you being, like, really kind of, you're smart and sweet, and I feel like that kind of isolates you a little bit. I don't know if you're, like, a little bit smarter than the people around you, maybe smarter than your family, or you kind of stand out a bit. But there's kind of, like, this energy of, like, you're kind of just feeling isolated. So because you stand out and you don't meet a lot of people on your caliber, this kind of behavior looks normal to you because you're not used to better. Okay, I'm sorry. And it's because you're a little bit harder to find. Addiction is present. Yeah, I feel like you're addicted to this dynamic with him, and he's addicted to his own issues and his ego. So it's kind of like, I don't want to say like the empath narcissist dynamic, because it's not like to that degree, but it's the same kind of thing where it's like you validate his ego because you don't validate your own ego, and you're not actually like paying attention to how his energy impacts you. And like that's why it's an addiction, right? So like, for example, whenever you get that hot and cold signal, that creates addiction tendencies, and people don't understand that that's why you have that high from seeing him again, is because a normal relationship dynamic should be consistent and you feel safe. You shouldn't be sitting there chasing this high from somebody, and that like mixed signals should turn you off, but it doesn't, because again, because you're smart and you stand out, you're like, well, this is the best I can do. And it's like, no. Money's making the situation complicated. Yeah, I feel like maybe there's some sort of a money tie to this. Maybe you perceive him as having money to provide for you, when meanwhile there's like, you're kind of like overlooking some things. Does he see me as No! He knows you're amazing. Like I said earlier, he literally, like, you validate his ego. Because you are incredible, he takes that, bolsters himself up, but then he's like taking your energy and feeding himself. He's not putting that energy back into you. So he's like, well, she's around because I'm amazing, because he's mediocre and he is egotistical. And so that's why you're focused on him, and that's a trauma wound, right? Because you're worried about how he thinks and whatever, and how he feels, whatever. He's narcissistic in that sense, where he's just taking that in. He has no interest in giving it back to you, because he's like, well, she gave it to me, so I'm amazing. No, like that's not how that works, man. Like, just because you are dating someone, or just because you are getting validation from someone who's great, does not mean you're better. Like, maybe they just like you, but like, being perfectly honest, like, I don't think you should like them. I don't think you're actually seeing him for who he is and what he's doing, because you have a crush on him, which is normal, right? Have a heart. It's too cold outside. Yeah, you're literally like, you're like super nice and caring and sweet, and like, yeah, it's too cold outside. Why would you put up with someone who's being cold towards you? You know, like, that's not cool. Like, I'm sorry. Like, if I was sitting there, like if I have a crush on somebody, I'm not gonna act cold towards someone I like. Yeah, he's cold because he's trying to control you. He's trying to test your reactions. He just wears you down over time. And even then, it's not even that sophisticated. He just thinks he's whatever and he can do what he wants. I'm being used for money. Yeah, do you pay for things for him? Do you go 50-50? Do you, like, go out of your way to do stuff for him? Ow. This suddenly made me realize a situation with a person where I did this. Oh, God. Hell no. Hell no. No. We're not. No. There's a child involved. It's complicated. Maybe he could also be dealing with children from another relationship, and you're like feeling kind-hearted, like, oh, I'll do whatever, blah, 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 blah. He makes it worse but acts cold. Then why do you like that? Why are you okay with that? You should not have a crush on somebody that treats you like shit. Ask yourself why. Because I'm going to tell you, when you start loving yourself, you're like, leave. You've got some great friends. Yeah, that's another thing too. He benefits from you having a crush on him, because then he has access to all the other amazing people around you. And if the only thing that he's given to you is a little bit of attention, he doesn't have to put any work in. All right. Yep, we've got this, right? He is standing here in his robes, whatever. You're sitting here doing the cooking and the cleaning. I'm willing to do everything. No. Because I love him so much. That's not love. Because if you loved yourself and saw how amazing you were, you wouldn't be bound down to this dude in the robes. You'd be like, what are you doing? You're just a dude in robes. You're not like, basically what I see this with this dynamic right here, like, I'm kind of seeing like this guy as like, he's trying to be like the master. He has, oh, I can attract people, I can blah, 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 and whatever. When I'm like, you are literally just in clothes. You're not the real deal. You're not the master. You're not the teacher. You're not the person with the power in here. We're just playing this game, right? We're pretending because we're wounded. Yeah, he's aggressive. He's out there trying to be gladiator. He thinks he's out there to save the day. But this is like aggressive masculine energy. It's ego. He's out there to start a fight with whoever. Yeah, and he's trying to seduce you. Yeah. Nah. Get over your crush, girlfriend. You'll be better for it. I'm going to spare you all the heartache. Save you a couple years of therapy. Don't date him. But work on that dynamic, okay? Work on that dynamic. I don't want to see you ending up with anybody else because you are not recognizing your worth. Seriously, I've seen way too many amazing people, both men and women, getting into these types of dynamics because you think that's how you show love for people. You gotta value yourself. Because if they're not showing up for you, it's a no. It's a no. Alright, sending you love, Valencia. Alright, let me get back to the list and see. Some guys are like this where they go after pretty women thinking they pulled them because they're handsome when they're not. Yep. Nope. When I was dating someone, like, literally just had this realization while doing your reading where I was like, holy shit, that's what was happening. Was literally he thought because he was with me, he was that guy. When it was like, no, I care about you, and I like to show you by doing acts of kindness and whatever, and because I had low self-esteem, and now I'm sitting here like, I'm gonna have to unpack that after this live. Okay, great. Okay, cool. Thank you. Listen, we're still learning, Valencia. You know, we've all been there. It does not matter. Like I think of, for example, you know, if you ever feel bad about a partner or somebody treating you like crap, look at famous people. Look at look at the whole Ariana Grande scandal and stuff like that. Like, look at these famous, beautiful, gorgeous, successful women getting cheated on, having all of this bad shit happen to them, dudes trying to humble them, and you know, and then like also men, you know, getting cheated on by the women in their lives and stuff like that. You know what I mean? It's like, it has nothing to do with you and everything to do with them. So yeah, same with all the rest of you out there, especially if you're nice. Alright, Dark Dragon Gaming, you are up. Anikit, you are also going to be up next. Then Sarah S. and Froggy Mist. And Angelus, yeah, I'm so glad you're back, Angelus. Alright, a general reading about what I need to know right now. Are you sure you want to ask that question, sir? Do you want to actually know? Alright. Yes. Nah. No, I was telling the collective earlier when the live stream started about how I was watching some of my old YouTube videos, my pick-a-card readings, and I was trying to get clarity for myself, and I was watching this one reading that I did, and I literally had to pause the video 3 times because I went, oh my god, I just kicked my own ass and predicted the future at the same time. And now I know what y'all feel like. I just sat there and was like, oh, that hit me hard. Like, I went, oh my god, but I needed it. You know what I mean? And like, that's why I like, you know, trying to like remind you guys about like how amazing you are, because you guys don't see it. Because guess what? When you're an amazing person, people notice. They will always notice, right? But that doesn't mean people will give you that feedback. And especially if you've been raised in environments where maybe you didn't have people that took good care of you. Maybe you didn't have boundaries with parents, or maybe sometimes even if you had great parents, there's a lot of messed up people out there that want to use your light and take advantage of you. And yeah, I don't know. That's why I'm always gonna tell y'all, you know, that you're amazing and tell you the truth, because it's a dark, scary world out there. And especially like seeing, you know, people that are narcissistic coming in there and telling people, you know what I mean, just kind of like that scenario right there where it's like literally coming in and being like, oh, I'm the great person now. You know what I mean? When it's like, you haven't done shit. You know? I feel like I'm a shitty person, especially right. You're not a shitty person, Angelus. I can tell you that right now. You absolutely are not. Okay? Nope. You're okay, Froggy Mist. That's alright. It's floating out there so I can find it later. Sometimes you need to hear hard things. Yeah, no, for sure. And and here's the thing is like, just because something's hard doesn't mean it's not good for you. You know what I mean? I feel like when it comes to calling out, sometimes people get really afraid because it's like, oh, it's mean, or like there's a way to call people out. Like if I gotta say something that wakes you the fuck up, then I'll tell you that. But like I don't have to sit there and yell at you, right? Like I don't have like anytime I go on my rants, right? Like I'm not sitting here going like, all right, you know, Froggy, how dare you post in my chat? Like, I can't even do it, right? Because it's like that's so arbitrary, right? And it just really frustrates me how we have a culture these days that is so focused on we can't um not criticize, but we can't like allow people to grow and do it and hold people accountable authentically, right? Like, hi from Idaho. I dig the truth up in here. I could use some brutal honesty from the divine. Listen, if you want that, this is where it's at. But it's like, I can be brutally honest from the universe, and sometimes it's a message of love. Like, literally, I think that's been my biggest frustration is like sometimes I literally have to be like, why won't you accept that you're an amazing person? Like, and it really makes me sad because it's like I want to sit there and like why? Like why don't you understand that love is worth fighting for? Like the fact that you are soft and kind and amazing. Like I will get aggressive to protect a person like that. But because they don't value that in themselves, I watch them get run over by people. You know, why do I have to scream at you? I don't want to scream at you. I should never have to do that to tell you how much I care about you. And like I don't know. That just bothers me so much sometimes. Where it's like there's like amazing kind people out there, and then it becomes its own form of narcissism, right? By not allowing yourself to like by you not protecting your light and your uniqueness and your beauty and everything amazing about you, you allow evil in there in your life by not protecting your own valuables. That valuable nature of you just existing. Okay? And I think that's like my biggest problem with the love and light crowd is like if you're not taking action to protect light, then that's not really being truly kind, right? You know, because sometimes it is kind to not support a person that is hurting other people, okay? Yeah. All right. Anyways, I was gonna go on one of my little tangents, but it's like that's been really bothering me lately. You know, is like seeing people being like, oh well, you're just not being nice, you know, or you're not being forgiving towards that one person. I'm like, dude, I will not allow somebody I care about to go down a path where they're gonna get freaking hurt, right? And holding people accountable is something that is lost on society right now. I don't know where the heck like the narcissism specifically in American society is horrible right now. But it's literally just like you're allowed to say no. You're allowed to stand up for what's right. And I'm sorry. If someone is treating other people like shit, then I'm gonna call it out. Okay? And that's not a bad thing. Right? Now, and obviously, you know, there's a lot of like, I'm like specifically like when you look at like the narcissist and empath and blah blah blah, and like this person's lying and this person's lying and blah blah blah. I'm like, oh my god. Like it's pretty black and white to a certain degree. The person who's running around yelling at people and doing immature shit, it's like there's a certain point where it's like, okay, healthy people don't engage in these dynamics. Like after a certain point, like if I gotta go chase after narcissists and blah blah blah, like I'm not doing that. Especially not anymore because I'm like I'm not inviting that energy in. But I can still call people out without engaging. It's more of like a fuck around and find out. You know? Alright, anyways. Sorry, Dark Dragon Gaming. We have the same yeah, I was gonna say, it's bad. I think social media has gotten everyone's head. People need to go out and touch some grass. Anyways. Oh, it's hard to forgive, especially when you live with a person. Oh, yeah. Yup. Okay, so for you, Dark Dragon Gaming, alright, so this is like about the path to enlightenment and stuff like that. I feel like right now you're kind of working towards inner peace. One sec, I want to double check on your question, because I'm like, since I went on that little tangent, I'm like, I want to make sure, because you were just doing, you wanted general messages of what you need to know right now. Yeah, I feel like, yeah, you're kind of becoming more spiritually aware of things. So maybe in the next couple of months, you might have some more psychic abilities develop, or you're going to be just a little more sensitive. So your spirit guide teams are saying, hey, that's just part of me working towards this. Um, well, this is kind of funny. This is face the dragon. The reward is next. So this is basically kind of telling you that, you know, if you've got any sort of inner demons going on right now, or if there's like some kind of a challenge in your life right now, the reward is next, but you gotta face it. Okay, so whether it's maybe an anxiety, right, or maybe there's a truth you won't admit to yourself, right, is like now is the time to go and interact with that energy, feel it, face it, look at it, analyze it, accept it, and then move forward, right? Because being able to face this dragon is going to be super, super important. Whatever that dragon is, understand when the time comes, you'll face it too. Because it's kind of like, you know, you're going through the movie, right? You know, the main character's building up to the final battle, right? Or maybe in a video game, right? You're going up to the final boss. And basically understand that when you level up and you trigger the right things, that's when the dragon's going to come. You don't have to face the dragon right now, but it's going to come, and when it does, you're going to be ready for it. Because Spirit's not going to throw the dragon at you when you're not ready for it. Okay? I want to protect you. I will keep you safe. Yeah, the universe is kind of reminding you of that fact that you are safe, you know, and like I said, by the time you go face the dragon, you're already going to have the armor, you're going to have all of the right equipment, so you'll be fine. Have a heart. It's too cold outside. Yeah, you know, kind of back to what I was saying before, you know, protecting your heart is going to be important going forward because that's what's going to be valuable. The good news is, you're, like I said, once you face that dragon, you win the game. And so when you win the game, it's going to be okay after that because you're going to know how to protect your heart space. You're going to already have won it for yourself, so you're not going to give it to anybody, right? What happens at the end of the movie after you face the final boss? You get the girl, you get the life you want, you achieve the thing, and it's happily ever after. And it's that perpetual cycle all the time. But like for you in particular, I mean, I think you've just got one big, bad, scary dragon that you got to get through. Money's making the situation complicated. Yeah, so stop worrying about the money and focus more on the thing you're not willing to face. People call me dragon. Aw, there you go. And that's the thing too, is like that's kind of a counterintuitive thing, right? Where it's like, okay, maybe you're the baby dragon now. You got to grow into a big dragon. But there are big bad dragons out there too, right? You got to protect your community. It's our little secret. Yeah, so maybe there's some kind of a little secret going on. Maybe that's like a little sign of some flirtation. Oh gosh. This love is hell. Please let me go. Yeah, whatever's going on, I feel like you're like holding yourself hostage over a situation that you should have let go of a long, long time ago. So don't live in hell over this stupid stuff. Like I literally like Dark Dragon Gaming. I'm literally sitting here like, stop playing into what other people want. Like, why are you bullying yourself? Like that's what's kind of happening is like I feel like you're kind of your own bully, because that's what people taught you deserved, right? So like I think of like that narcissistic person example from earlier where it was like, okay, that person literally was just looking at that other person and was like, oh, they have low self-esteem, so I'm just gonna throw rocks at them. Ha 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 ha. And then like it's almost like you internalize what those kind of people would say. When I was like, why are you allowing someone like that's energy to train your brain to hurt you? Why are you hurting you? Is it because you think that by doing that you're gonna feed in and fight them? Are you just doing it because they told you to? No. Ask that dragon, well, why are you hurting me? Why are you beating me up? Am I going to be like afraid of a version of myself when it's like, I'm me? Why am I hurting me? I wasn't born to hurt me. Okay. So why are you listening to that douchebag over there? Why are you acting like that douchebag over there towards me? You wouldn't do that towards anybody else. Why are you doing it towards me? Hmm? Thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. All right, you need to find some stability before moving forward. Yeah, find some stability in yourself. I'm afraid of my own, right? And it's okay. Everybody's got to conquer that. But, like, understanding the origins of it and why it's doing that is super, super important. Because, like I said, if your friend was going through this, you wouldn't respond that way. So it's obviously not you. You're not that bad. So why are you mirroring this external dynamic and giving them validation? Aw, okay. Okay, so there's a song that came out. It's called Listen to One in a Million by Breathe Electric. Okay, I'm gonna post this song in the chat for all of you because this is a very cute song. And this is gonna be your hype up song, okay? Yeah, save up some money while you're waiting. You are royalty, act like it, right? If you're a dragon, then stop acting like a lizard, ho. Alright. Let's see. Like, who cares? Who cares if you're not fitting into the social norm? Like, okay, there's how many other billion people on this planet? Oh, you know what's even great too? This song is at 333. That's super funny. One in a million. It's a really cute song. But yeah, guys, go check it out. It's 1 in a million, and it's a really great hype me up song. Oh, don't be nervous, Froggy Mist. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It's just all hyping you up. Yeah, I'm not even gonna read the rest of your cards because I need to keep moving. But you got this. You got this. Face your dragon. You'll be okay. It's a cute song, right? It is such a cute song. All right, let's see who is up next. Hey Orso, hello. Hi. How are you? Okay, so it's Aniket. What is my dad planning to do with my mom and me? Things heated up yesterday. Ooh, alright. Let's go ahead. Absolutely, Fire Spawn. I like your Marilyn Monroe thing. Yeah. What's going on? Ugh, your dad's got a bit of a temper. He's, like, not nice when he's angry. I'm like, I'm sorry. If anybody talked to my wife that way, I would not be very pleasant with them. I don't blame you. She's so pretty in that photo. Okay. Yeah, so what's going on? I want to, can we manifest 2 vision boards at the same time? Yes, but it'll dilute your energy. That's why you want to start with one thing at a time, and then it compounds. So find maybe some overlapping energies that are tied together in your 2 vision boards, and focus on that. Because then it'll come back together. Just saying. Alright. Yeah, so we have I should have said what I didn't say. Alright, so I feel like what's going on, Aniket, like, your dad... I feel like a lot of it was just fighting, and it wasn't, like, actual, productive argument, if that makes any sense. Like, as I'm sitting here feeling like he didn't actually get to the root cause of what the issue is, because he was upset about something else that kind of spurred this argument. So I feel like he's kind of in regret mode a little bit after some of the way he said things, but still, like, it wasn't okay. So sometimes I didn't know what to do. Yeah, I feel like he just kind of, like, when your dad doesn't fully have a grip or control of a situation, he just freaks out. And so he kind of like he doesn't like admitting when he doesn't know what to do and doesn't understand what's going on, so then he just gets upset, which is not okay. It's kind of immature on his part. And then, do you want me around? Yeah, I feel like yeah, your dad's kind of hurting. I feel like he's kind of in a headspace where he doesn't want to acknowledge his own flaws, because I feel like he's trying very hard to be like the man of the household and like, I have control and blah blah blah, when instead he should have taken a different approach to like kind of admit when he's not feeling super confident about what's going on, and being a little bit more grounded in how he handled it. Yeah, I think he's just very afraid of your mom not viewing him as, there's something about like passion, or there's something kind of going on between the two of them where I feel like he's not feeling very confident in himself, and he's kind of taking it out on her emotionally instead of just securing within himself to say, hey, I'm confident and I'm strong and I know how to work through these emotions, because it's like we're a team. But he's not viewing their marriage like a team. He's like, well, I'm in charge and I'm gonna do whatever I want to do, but then I fall apart and freak out over whatever. So it's kind of like some days he's the man of the house, some days he needs his wife as his mommy, and she's just kind of like, make up your mind, make up your mind. And I can see her just literally like wanting to like, I'm seeing like throwing spoons in particular. Like, I don't know why specifically spoons came up, but I'm literally just seeing her like, ah. You are seriously incredible. Yeah. I feel like your mom's really, really nice. And so I feel like I feel like he feels inadequate around her. Like I said, like when I was like, do you even want me around? I feel like he's feeling very defeated at this stage in his life. Walk the fuck away. Yeah, I see one parent kind of like spending time away for a little bit. Like I definitely see your mom kind of being like, hey, no, like don't spend time with me. I think because he was disrespectful. He disrespected her. Get off your ass. Yeah. I'm definitely seeing him. Maybe he's going to go to work for longer hours. Don't let your thoughts fuck you over. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like you're kind of anxious and nervous about what's going to happen and how it's going to affect you too. I feel like the only thing that's going to really affect you is the emotional toil of watching your parents and people you love fight, you know? I don't think it's going to be like serious enough to cause like a divorce or something like that, but I do see definitely some separation energy of literally just being like, other than like mom makes dinner, sends dad on his way, whatever, it's definitely going to be a lot of like cold energy in the room. Just everyone just kind of being like, all right, we're not going to really engage with mom and dad until they sort their shit out. It's going to be one of those. So sorry, Anakit. Sending you love to you and your family. It's gonna resolve itself, but you're gonna be witnessing some tension. All right, let me see who is up next. We've got Sarah S., then Froggy Mist, Angelus, Danielle, Dorella. We'll get Fire Spawn on there. And I think there was someone else. Okay, I don't know. Okay, Sarah S. Let me see what your question is. Do my ancestors have a message for me, and what steps can I take to enhance my energy to better support others? Oh, that's so sweet. Yes. Alright. What messages do your ancestors have for me? I feel like, so first of all, your ancestors, they're like, she is so smart. Like, literally, I feel like, I don't know if, like, were you, like, the first person in your family to go to university, or, I'm feeling like you've just accomplished so much. Like, your ancestors are like, oh my gosh, thank God someone finally made it. You know what I mean? It's like, because I feel like your ancestors, it was like, okay, we started off having all this, and then all the bad stuff happened. And then, like, I don't know. I just feel like, you know, your ancestors just went through a lot. Like they had to really either hide their intelligence, specifically the women in your family, or they just very much like conflicted with other people. So they kind of had to like go underground for a bit. So I feel like you don't really need to worry about enhancing your energy to better support others. They're like support others. What are you talking about? You already do that by existing, girl. Like that's like what you do just by living. Okay, you don't need to do anything to enhance your energy. If anything, they're like, stop enhancing your energy for other people, because that just sounds like you've been talking to somebody who wants to use you, right? And that's kind of maybe what your okay, wait, your ancestors are feeling you're moving towards a direction right now that's not for your highest good. So because of kind of what you're talking about, because there's like there's something in your field where you're feeling guided towards a direction that's not towards your highest good. Okay, let me see what these cards are kind of saying. I want to be more than friends, and my life is not as together as it seems. Yeah, so there's something about like they're really warning you about not going down a path where you're ignoring red flags. Specifically, I'm seeing like maybe there's like a relationship coming up, or maybe you're in a relationship, but there's something about like you're either dating somebody or going to date someone who is just using you. They know you're smart, they know you have access to resources, and they want it. And that's literally all it is. And I feel like your ancestors are trying to like, there's something about like you're guided down a path, but it's not good for you. And so I don't know who's doing this guiding. I don't know what source you're connected to. I just dropped someone. Okay, good. Good. Because I'm literally just like, there's some kind of an energy that keeps pulling you back into this cycle where it's like, girl, what the heck? You're supposed to have your PhD by now. You're supposed to be doing da 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 da. Like, why are you attracting douchebags, right? And so that's why your spirit guide team is so this is something I just want to make this apparent to everybody. When you ask about messages from your ancestors are not God and spirit, okay? Your ancestors have their own thoughts, opinions, vibes, and whatever. Spirit is spirit, right? God's God, God's doing whatever, right? And so your spirit guides are like, well, there's a lot of developmental trauma that you had inherited. There's a lot of other karma that was getting cleared out. There's like all kinds of reasons why you went down this path to learn the lessons and to also enjoy your own free will and experience, right? Because free will is a choice. So if you want to go date people that didn't treat you right to experience those experiences, okay. Meanwhile, your ancestors are like, we worked hard to provide these opportunities, so you to go date that? Really? You want that? You know, so I'm literally seeing like there's a bit of like a controversy going on where everyone's just like, come on, you know. So we've got, how can I help you? Yeah, so your spirit guide team and ancestors, I should say, because some of your ancestors are part of your spirit guide team, but they're saying, how can I help you? Right? Your ancestors like, what can we do to show you support at this time? Right? They're like, listen, let your ancestors help you. Let them guide you. They've already lived through this stuff. You know, they can watch over you, right? But like, you gotta allow them to help you. I love you, right? They love you very, very much, and they're so proud of you, right? They're so proud of your achievements and accomplishments. I will show you some signs and synchronicities. Yeah, they're always trying to be in communication with you all the time. If anything, now they're just like, what do we do to get her attention? Stop dating these people. Go live your life. Go live your dreams. This is what we worked so hard for and slaved away for, and you're throwing it away for people that don't treat you well. It's not even just dating partners. It's like life in general. They're like, what are you doing? I'm going through my life review. All right. So like, you're going back and you're evaluating things, and you know, your ancestors are also, you know, they've lived life. They've already done the things and accomplished the things, right? So allow them to teach you what they've learned, right? So you don't have to go make those same pitfalls. Single for 6 years after 9 years of marriage. There you go. I've been single since very independent, ready for another relationship, but definitely have a hard time in the dating world. Yeah, well, it's also because it's not safe to be a smart person to date, regardless of gender. Because it's... a lot of the smart people are staying out of the dating pool to work on themselves, so finding them is hard. We've got thank fuck, so, you know, be grateful that you're out of those situations and you have the ability to have options for your future. You know, it's okay to celebrate. Scream. Just fucking scream. Let it all out. Let out your ancestors' rage. I feel like you also get kind of triggered by some things too. Especially like when you were talking about like enhancing your energy to support other people. I'm like, you got some buried anger you need to work on. Because I'm going to tell you right now, that message did not come from you. That came from some other place. I'm going to tell you right now, when you start working on that, when you start working on your throat chakra, girl, you're going to feel it. You're going to know who put that message in your mouth, okay? And then get off your ass. Or like, go get it. Go do it. Go achieve the things. Go dream the dream. You know, go get the relationship you want, right? When I say that, that relationship is out there. You just got to set your sights a little higher. You're looking at a dating pool, not a dating field. I don't know, that was very specific. But anyways, though, Sarah S., that was your reading. Hope you enjoyed it. Like and subscribe if you want more, because I do these readings every Tuesday and Thursday, starting at 7 p.m. Central. Only on YouTube. Do, 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 do. Sorry, I was going to do like the Disney. No problem, Sarah. You've got some really great ancestors. They were good people. Alright, so we've got Froggy Mist, Angelus Carter, Danielle, Dorella, and Firespawn. Ooh. And then I think what we're going to do is Firespawn, you're going to be the last person for tonight. Alright, so how does Lucifer, Lilith, as well as Bahamut feel about me following their path as well as the concept of Lutherism? One sec. Because I gotta figure out what is the question I need to ask. So in general, I don't want to say I don't work with those energies, but just to give you a little background about what I work with, Froggy Mist, I work with energies, any entities that only send messages of the highest good of the self and everybody around, right? So I don't necessarily filter which entities I work with. I only filter through what messages that come out, right? And what I channel. If that makes any sense. Because it's like, to me, I'm like, I don't care who you follow. It's more so what I particularly channel. That's what comes out of my mouth. So, for example, if Lucifer has a message that is for the highest good of whatever, then I'm not here to choose what that is. I just know what filters I come through. Just giving you that context first before I figure out how to channel this. Because usually, in general, I mean, I know what those energies work with, and they're usually not stuff that I work with. But I can also still ask anyway and see what comes out, if you're okay with that. Because to me, also, I'm also confused by your question, because, like, when you're saying, like, how do they feel about you following that path, why does it matter what they feel? That should be about, like, what you feel. Because if you want to pursue that, then go pursue it. You know what I mean? Because, like, they're obviously going to want you to follow that, because then that gets you connected with them, right? And you know, they have all of those lessons that come with that. I guess I'm just kind of like, why do you want to know what their opinion is when they're obviously going to be like, well, yeah, come this way, right? You know, like Lilith as, so for example, Lilith as an entity, I mean, she has so much wisdom. Like all of them have wisdom and knowledge in their own sense, right? Because the concept of good and evil is its own thing, right? I'm just kind of like, I just want to make sure you know what you're asking, I guess, or at least I'm trying to understand what you're asking. Because I'll do a reading for you. I just want to make sure that I know what you're trying to ask. Because any entity wants you to follow them or whatever. It's just like, what is your goal with following them? Like, what are you trying to gain? What is your thing? I basically don't want it to be because I'm following someone and I need guidance right now with the situation with my mom. Okay. Um okay, Froggy Miss. I mean, like, cause like I said, so usually, and this is for anybody as well, just to kind of give clarification about my spiritual practice as well. Whenever I tap into people's energies or whenever I receive spirit messages, I usually receive messages from God only through the lens of the highest good of myself and everybody involved, right? So, for example, the reason why I say everybody involved, because just because it's your highest good doesn't mean it's the highest good of everybody. And I'm usually from the orientation of I want to support everybody to be alleviated from a situation and to kind of also understand that things are not black and white and it's not my job to determine what is. Hi, Mr. Popeye. Good night. I guess it's like because like I don't want my human lens to be imposed on the situation. So, for example, if you want guidance with the situation with your mom, then I'll tap into whatever spirit guides are supporting you at this time for the highest good of myself and all living beings. Whatever messages they have, I'll absolutely give you guidance, right? That's why, like, because, like, depending on who you follow, right? Like, so for example, I used to follow Loki for a while. And I mean, by follow, I use that term loosely because I was never a traditional pagan, but he was an entity that always, you know, was kind of around me and he taught me a lot, right? But Loki sometimes Loki's energy supports the highest good of everybody. Other times Loki does not. Okay? Sometimes Loki is looking out after Loki. Loki is always looking out for Loki. But like the point is though is that when I was channeling messages from him, I could give a reading to somebody and the message that I channeled was intended to harm you. And I didn't know that because when I was like little baby intuitive, you don't know these things, especially if you're not taught, right? So that's why I set those credentials, because I don't want to channel something for you that is not going to actually help you. And that's why I always do that disclaimer for anybody who's channeling and doing things, because there's a lot of readers out there that if you don't have a strong sense of self-esteem, if you don't have boundaries, and if you're not specific about what you're working with, you can channel messages that are potentially harmful to somebody. And I do not want to align with anything like that. Okay, cool. No problem, Froggy. I just like clearing that to everybody just so that way they also know, like, when you're receiving a message from me, that's where I come from and what my boundaries are. Because like that's another thing, you know, with readings is that, you know, I only do messages that are supposed to help people, right? I don't do anything with the intention to harm. So, okay, so you want to know information about the situation with your mom because you feel like she's lying and need to know why she hurts me. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sending you a lot. Like, I'm gonna send you a big hug, Froggy Mist, just because that sentence alone makes me feel bad, and I just want to send you like a big hug and lots of love because that's a hard situation, and I'm so sorry you're going through that. Okay, so yeah, there's like wow. So immediately right off the bat with the energy, whew, yeah, I just see like this dark cloud. Like it's literally like even trying to like tap into your spirit guide team and like all this stuff, like you're mentally like there's a lot going on in your field, girlfriend. And again, I say that as a gender neutral term. Um just because I'm like, man, there's just shit that's like it's like literally people trying to just block you out. Like they're like literally I'm seeing a lot of like things that are trying to like do this to you, like literally trying to like close you off and shut you down and like yeah, like so basically in order for your situation to kind of improve, you're gonna have to like heal some blockages. So um trying to like tap into your mom because like so what's happening while I'm trying to channel this is it's like you and your mother are trapped in a cycle, right? And what's happening is you guys' energy is so intermeshed. So for example, if you look into psychology, there's a term called enmeshment, where basically what happens is with with a parent-child relationship, specifically with mother and child, if the mother is not in a healthy headspace, what happens is like a child at a certain age, they're enmeshed with their mother, right? They can't tell the difference between their mother and themselves. Well, what happens is if the mother is healthy, eventually what happens is she's able to separate herself. And then the child learns that, okay, I am not my mother. I am my own independent being. And then you grow and develop from there, right? But unhealthy mothers, that enmeshment can continue past an inappropriate age. And so that child struggles to know the difference between what is me and what is my mom and what is other people. And you learn to become enmeshed and entangled in people's shit that it's not real, right? It's part of that childhood wound because you never learn that distinguish. So I really feel first off and foremost, you're gonna need to really learn how to separate yourself from your mom because right now that's why it's hurting so bad is because it's literally like you hurting yourself because you're taking in her energy like it's yourself, right? Because obviously anytime, you know, having a conflict with a parent is very hard, right? Highly recommend therapy, specifically for this dynamic for you, Froggy Mist. But like specifically though, my recommendation, do that separation first because then you're going to know more specifically about why it's hurting you in particular because there's the energy of what she's doing and then there's your energy and how you're reacting to her behavior. So we're going to start with that first. Getting into the cards, we've got date, meeting someone new. We've got coffin, endings bring new beginnings. So I feel like what's going on with your mom. So, sorry, I had to preface all that stuff so you kind of understand where I'm coming from first. Now to get into the actual reading, there's something about... So this date, I feel like your mom has inappropriate relationships, just in general. Like, I feel like she's someone who doesn't have very good boundaries. And I feel like her relationships with men in particular is part of why you guys are having conflict. Because so your mom, energetically speaking, and her, I mean, there is a lot going on there, and I'm not gonna go into that whole thing because that's its own issue. And particularly because of like this enmeshment that's going on between you and your mom, what's happening is as you gain independence, she loses control over you. She's using you as an anchor for her psyche, especially when she's in these relationships with either other people emotionally or not, because like I'm even feeling I don't even feel like she goes on that many dates with people. I feel like it's like she's not dating them, but she gets emotionally entangled with other people and specifically guys, and she wants to stay entangled, but you're her anchor, right? Because you're her child. She's not treating you like a child, she's treating you like an object, right? Because she's mentally unstable. And so she's spiraling and spiraling, and then she's trying to find stability with men, getting entangled in them, and then she's dragging you along with it, right? So when she's doing things with you, or doing things to you, but she is married, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And so, for example, maybe it's not necessarily like other men, but it's definitely whoever she's married to. And even still, I don't feel like, okay, so that's why I was picking up on the. It's not that she's dating them now. This is also energies from her past. And also, I mean, like I even say, like with her being married, I feel like the marriage feels like a trap because it stopped a cycle where the energy is like she would be jumping from these different unhealthy guys, and so now that she's married, she can't do that cycle anymore. And so she should be doing that cycle, but instead she's committed to this person. So then she's the energy changed into something that's more aggressive, right, to everything around her. So then I don't know. I feel like if she wasn't be married, she'd be back into this cycle, right? And I feel like that's part of why she's aggressive. I don't know. This I'm sorry, Froggy. There's like the situation you and your mom are in. This is the kind of stuff that like I have to take out my psych degree, and I don't have a psych degree, but basically I have to like actually like go through all the psychology of this. So this isn't appropriate for a tarot reading, but you're getting like the advanced version of what I can sense. We've got I'm becoming a better person. Yeah, so I feel like again, a lot of why she's doing what she's doing to you comes from you're improving yourself. You are trying to be a better person. You're trying to navigate life in a healthier manner, and that threatens her control over you, and that threatens in her mind her security, right? And then we both know I'm not the one for you, so I definitely feel like subconsciously or something in her field she knows that she's not healthy towards you, which is also why she may be lying, because she may feel shame and guilt, and I just feel like she's afraid of losing you and walking away. I'm grateful for the spiritual lesson. I feel like a lot of this, there are spiritual lessons by being entangled with this person. And it's also teaching you about yourself. And, you know, you get to make choices and whatever you need to do to get out of your situation, right? They're being an asshole. I bloody love you, tell yourself. And then get your gorgeous self outside for fuck's sake. Yeah, so I feel like you're in a situation where you're gonna want to try to get away from this person as much as possible. All right. I feel like this is a dynamic where there's a lot of projection, and I feel like right now you have to be very careful about protecting yourself. Highly recommend therapy. And what I keep focusing on is like the I bloody love you. Basically devote as much time as possible into loving yourself. Okay, because this is one of those situations that, you know, depending on what your financial situation is, depending on where your mental health is at, what's going on, you know, the stronger you become in yourself, the worse the situation's going to get. I'm just going to be straight with you. However, you need it for yourself. Okay? Like it's you versus you. Okay? And essentially you have to love yourself enough to get out of the situation, to regroup, so that way you can go have a functioning, healthy adult life and prosper and do whatever you want to do with your life, right? But this is the kind of person that will make your life a living hell because she cannot be stable on her own. So it is not your fault. It is also, I don't want to say it's not her fault, because obviously she's making choices, but she's at a point where she is mentally not stable. And there's not really a lot you can do about that. And that's not your fault. It's out of your control. And so making sure that you focus on loving yourself first is important, so that way you can take care of yourself. Yeah. Yeah. And also tell yourself you look good. I don't know why, because I'm looking at the get your gorgeous self outside for fuck's sake. I feel like your mom did a number on your self-esteem and on your self-image and self-worth. And I think maybe that's like the first place to start. Right? Go out there, look however the fuck you want, whatever makes you confident, whatever you gotta do to go forward and be yourself. Okay? Because she's gonna fucking hate that. And obviously be strategic because you know your mom best and you know your situation best, right? And how you want to play the game. Because obviously, depending on if you are financially dependent on her, then you gotta play it until you get out. But you will eventually get out, okay? But you gotta love yourself until you get to that point. My recommendation, get into finance. Learn how to be financially independent. Learn about psychology and self-care. And understanding that, there's a certain point where they're lying and they're bullshit. You learn to get numb to it and stop giving a fuck. Like, do not play into the games. Don't whatever. Just literally just sit there and be like, okay, she's lying again. She's doing whatever, blah, 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 blah. It has everything to do with her, not you. And you have to tell yourself as much as you need to, because she's going to gaslight you, she's going to blah blah blah. Everything has to do with her projecting her shit, and it's her own issue. And so you got to find the strength to understand that just because you're on the receiving end, you don't have to listen to it. And I'm going to part ways with you with a story about Buddha, because this is a spiritual concept that taught me a lot. And it's basically Buddha was in a situation where he was sitting on the side of the road and this guy was challenging him and whatever, blah, 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 blah. And I forget the exact reason, so I'm going to butcher the story. But basically, this guy said, oh, well, if you're so enlightened, then you know what? I guess it doesn't matter if I beat you up or whatever. And I'm stronger than you. And Buddha was like, okay, go for it. And so this guy went and beat up Buddha. And then afterwards, Buddha was sitting there still smiling or whatever, completely enlightened. The guy was like, what the heck? And Buddha was just like, well, the reason why I'm fine is because I didn't accept any of it. I'm still one with God and enlightened because everything you threw at me, I just didn't have to say yes to it. And I felt that I butchered the story, but you can go look it up online and find the correct version. But basically the whole concept is that the world can throw as much shit at you as possible, right? Other people will project whatever the fuck they can at you. But you don't have to receive any of it. You don't have to believe any of it. Even if someone's beating you up, that doesn't mean that you're not amazing. There's all kinds of times when we see famous people, talented people, kind people, all kinds of people that deserve a lot of love getting treated like shit. The difference is how you're going to get through it is that has nothing to do with you. It has everything to do with that other person. And when you really learn that deep lesson, nobody can fucking stop you. I'm going to tell you that right now. Nobody can stop you. And so never, ever, 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 ever give other people that kind of power over you. Okay? Sending you a lot of love, Froggy Mist. I'm wishing you the best on your situation. And please, it's hard being in your situation. But you absolutely deserve love, kindness, and safety, and all those good things. And it's hard when you're in the shit, but if you want to get out, you'll get out. I'm going to tell you that right now. If you want out, you will get out. No matter what they say. Okay? No matter what it looks like, no matter whatever, you will. You just have to make it so. Okay, so let's see. Where are we at with the list? We've got Angelus, then Danielle, Dorella, Firespawn. Okay, cool. Alright, so for Angelus, can I get advice from Spirit? I feel like a bad person. People around me are mad at me or hate me. I got told by a reader that I'm the problem. People think I'm a diva or just defensive. Alright. What's Froggy saying? It's hard. I'm not Christian, but I found a church that listens. Okay, there you go. Yeah, you know what I mean? And here's the thing too, Froggy. Like, whenever you're in a situation like that where it's like you've got, your parents are your overlords and you can't choose your upbringing, right? But making sure you have a great crowd of people around you is important, but also finding fortitude in yourself when there aren't other people around. So that's why I'm saying, loving yourself requires really creating a conversation with yourself and being like, all right, every day that I choose to be here, every day I choose to love myself and being like, you know what, I don't care what they throw at me, I'm still here. That's sometimes what you got to do until you can get out to heal. Everybody's situation's different, but there's people that are willing to listen. I mean, we're here to listen to you. We're here to support you. I'm trying to create a really great community here of supportive people. I always feel like I forget a lot or I make stuff up. That's called narcissistic abuse and gaslighting, where they literally alter your reality to make you believe that you're the bad person when they're the ones that's doing all the lying and the spinning and all that other stuff. Oh, welcome back, Angelus. But yeah, no, this is a safe place for you, Froggy, and there are other places out there on the internet as well that you can talk to, and it's okay. It's hard because those situations are very chaotic, and especially with deceitful people, you're constantly questioning your reality, and understand that getting back to center, working on unwiring your brain and working through that shit, it takes time and it takes effort, but if you are invested in getting better, there's plenty of people out there that have done it, and you can do it too. Okay, there's a way out. I don't care if it's homophobia or what. Okay, cool. Anyways, I'm gonna get back to Angelus's reading. Yeah, I mean, I definitely get the vibe. There's definitely homophobia going on, but I feel like that's not even the main issue. I think it's one of those things. There's something about like you, Angelus. It's like, God. All right, I know what this energy is. This makes me angry. Okay. First and foremost, it is not your fault, and please make sure please go back and watch the collective message at the beginning of this reading, or at the beginning of this live stream, because I think there's some messages in there you should listen to. I really don't think you should give these people your time and energy. Oh, welcome back, Sunshine. We skipped you, but I can do your reading, since you were on the list earlier after Fire Spawn. Okay, so this is interesting. We've got engagement ring, wedding rings, something to do with rings, the butterfly, relationship evolving. I just feel like are you around a lot of very traditional people? Because here's what happens is when you are around very traditional people and people that are not very accepting, when, like, even if you weren't like openly gay, right? People can still tell something's different, right? And oftentimes around certain types of people that are usually not very evolved, anytime they perceive somebody as different, they perceive it as a threat, right? That's why conformity is such a huge deal. This is why, people expressing themselves differently. All right, have a good night, Froggy. Wishing you the best, okay? Yeah, so, and what happens is, I think, because, first of all, it's the environment you're in, but I also don't feel like it's just that. I feel like you're attracting a lot of narcissists because you're honest. Okay, I feel like, for example, like in the work environment, I feel like you're a little too honest. So actually, I don't know if you're on TikTok, Angelus, but there's a TikToker that I absolutely love and I recommend to everybody. Basically, it's this TikToker who talks about the emotional cost in the workplace of going from a blue collar job to a white collar job, and essentially how there is a hi Dorilla. I do not, but I accept PayPal. There is a link, donation link in the description of the live stream that you can use. But I only have online donations, unfortunately, electronic payments. But I appreciate your desire to donate to me. I really, really appreciate it. But yeah, I'm literally feeling like a lot of it has to do with the fact that there's something about the way you're operating that you're just. It's kind of like you need to be a little more deceptive around people. I'm not gonna lie. And when I say deceptive, I'm not talking about like, because when you say that, it's like, oh, you gotta be like a bad person or whatever. And I'm like, no, it's kind of like learning to hide certain aspects of yourself in order to survive in certain kinds of environments, unfortunately. So for example, if you're working a blue collar job and there's just like certain kinds of tells that really stand out to toxic people. And obviously I don't want to encourage anybody to hide themselves and whatnot, but also at the same time it's kind of like, well, if you are walking next to a bull and you're wearing red, what is the bull going to do? He's going to charge at you. You know what I mean? And so I feel like until you can find a situation that's safer for you, or also just kind of learning some of that skill of just kind of being like, okay, I'm going to read the room, and if I notice there's a certain kind of person here, I'm going to kind of do this. It's kind of like learning to adapt to your environment to be like, okay, I can protect myself in these kinds of ways. And I think a lot of why these people are just doing this behavior in the first place is because they're angry. It's because you're very bright. Like I said, because you're honest. Honesty is something that is not appreciated in a lot of places, especially the work environment. So like, for example, that TikToker I was talking about, they basically, her whole point is there's a lot of subconscious unspoken rules to the workplace that if you don't follow along this certain kind of behavior, no one says it, but it's all there. And so then when you don't act out in a certain kind of way, people get fired, people do kinds of behaviors that are negative towards you and things like that, right? And it's just not taught unless you are somehow figure it out or you know it, right? And so that's just what I'm kind of feeling right off the bat. I'm gonna get into the cards. I feel you leaving me behind. I'm afraid to contact you. You and I were too young. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of just you're around immature people, which is not your fault. I feel like there's just fear that these people have towards you. Yeah, again, this wedding ring thing, it's almost like, it's like people who get uncomfortable seeing single people past a certain age. You know what I mean? It's like, what's wrong with you if you're not married? And it's like, there's nothing wrong with me. And it's that kind of energy where I'm like, these people are, it's them, it's not you. I regret my poor choices. I'm learning so much from you. Yeah, like, I think you're just in a really brutal environment. And you just don't know how to protect yourself in this kind of environment. And then it's like, oh, fuck yeah, go for it. And then don't let your thoughts fuck you over. Okay? So, for example, this, oh, fuck yeah, go for it. Like, this is like kind of you, right? You're sitting there going like, yeah, let's do this. Let's go be positive and all that other stuff, right? Like, you have like very bright energy. And, sorry, I'm just like, this energy just, it makes me so upset because it's just so low vibrational. It's so, like, I wish I could give you a really good reason, but the reason is literally because people throwing rocks at things that shine. It's not complicated. It's just them being mean. I'm not gonna lie. Um so like I said, like don't let your thoughts fuck you over. Okay? People think I'm a what the fuck? Who the fuck is saying that? Where, like, what kind of a place are you living, Angelus? Like, that's so, like, come on. Like, we're literally throwing out the term witches. For what? Like, what are you even saying or doing to people? You know? So right here, we've got this. Right? This is about, like, an impasse. It's, like, literally, basically, like, no compromises. This is whatever. And a lot of it is, I feel like it's religious trauma. There's a lot of religious influence here. There's a lot of people just it's just not a safe environment for you. And I don't think the problem is you. I think it's you need to get out of your situation. You need to get away from these people. You got to go find a place that's safe for you because these people are not going to change. I'm just going to be honest with you. Yeah. Sorry. I wish I had better things to tell you, but it's not you. And especially to people that, you know, talking about like the reader said about like, let me go back to see what you said the reader said. I told my reader that I'm the problem. People think I'm a diva or just offensive. Yeah, so like that's another thing too. Like accusing someone of being a diva, right? How many times are gay guys accused of that shit, right? It's like, and like here's the thing too. Like people project things on people all the time. It's like, for example, why do people hate quiet people or introverts, right? There's so many people that, I mean, they're not even on my radar because I don't even give them the time of day, but it's like assuming an introvert is like arrogant or like thinking they're better than other people because they're quiet. What? Like when I heard that people think that way, I was just like, what kind of fucking, and a lot of it is them projecting themselves onto those people because it's like, wow, just because someone doesn't want to talk and be extroverted means you can get away. Like, I'm sorry, like that, those kind of people, I'm sorry, I have no words, because that level of, I don't know, being a douche, I just don't even fuck with it. I just can't. But I mean, I'm also, you know, privileged enough to be able to get out of those situations, right? Yeah, I got messed with for being quiet. My dad's side say, oh, he's weak because he's quiet. That's so horrible. I'm so sorry. Like, and like those kind of people, you can't win with them. You can't. Like they are committed to misunderstanding you, and so that's why, Angeles, please go and watch the collective message at the beginning because that message was definitely for you. Because you can't win against people that actively will not like accommodate you, won't work with you, whatever, you know. No. Like to me that's just like being an idiot. You know what I mean? I'm like, I'm sorry. I don't fuck with people that are that stupid that you can't even recognize that someone's just shy and there's nothing wrong with them. You know what I mean? So hi, I enjoy the sound of your voice. Thank you for sharing your energy. Oh, thank you, Mary. Oh. Yeah, so the list is closed for tonight, but if you like and subscribe, I do free lives every Tuesday and Thursday, starting at 7 p.m. Central. So I appreciate you though. You know, definitely come back. You can get a reading. I just can't right now because I've already been going for about 3 hours. So yeah, no, Angelus, and that's what I'm saying. Like, Angelus, like, you're a badass for not only to continue to be a kind person, because here's the thing about nice people that a lot of y'all don't understand is, oh, appreciate you. Here's like what people don't understand is when people treat other people like shit. You get a choice of who do you want to become as a result of that. And what a lot of truly kind-hearted people don't understand is when people were mean to you, you didn't become a mean person. All of those other assholes around you, people were mean to them, so then they became mean back, and blah, 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 blah. You didn't. And that's why they're mad. Because they don't have what you have. Okay? And that's just how the cookie crumbles, right? You're just different because you do care, and you are inherently a kind person. And people that are not inherently kind hate that. They hate seeing light in other people, and when they can't dim it out, it makes them angrier and angrier and angrier because they can't reflect on it themselves. That's why a lot of times people in these healing journeys or whatever, we're the cycle breaker, we're the black sheep of the family, because literally we come out when a family system gets so wrapped up in that dark shit that someone's got to break out eventually because it's not sustainable. My dad's side just makes me uncomfortable. Yeah, no, I know exactly the kind of people you're talking about, and I'm like, I can't be around them. I'd be like, no. I can't fundamentally understand how you can treat people a certain kind of way. It looks cold where you are. Where are you? I'm located in Austin, Texas. The AC is very cold for me right now, so that's why I'm like wrapped up in blankets and stuff. Yeah, don't let their bullshit define who you are. Absolutely. They try to make me insecure, embarrassed about me, especially when I get attention a lot. Yeah, because it's all them trying to basically just squash out your light, squash everything out that you are, and it's because they are just insecure. They're just insecure. And I'm really sorry that you're going through that, Angelus. Listen, I was gonna say, me living in Austin, Texas, like, the gays here, dude, everybody's gay here. And it's amazing, and it's been really, really nice to see people just being themselves authentically. And living life peacefully, you know? And I want to let you know that that exists out there, you know, and you can find it, you know? Yeah, and it's not you. Those people will make you feel like you are fucking insane, and then when you go out there and be around normal people, you're like, it takes some time, I'm not gonna lie. Like, after being around some fucked up people, and then when you're like actually meeting like normal people that actually, like, you know, believe in boundaries and goodness and all that other stuff, like, they will make you feel crazy for like being nice to other people. Born in Beaumont, Texas. There you go. There you go. Yeah, like they will make you feel like you're insane, and you're just like, don't y'all go to church? Isn't like that the whole thing about Jesus treating people nice and all that stuff? Yeah, no, this world's twisted and fucked up, man. So, but it's not just you. And yeah, just stay strong, hang in there, Angelus, okay? Sending you love. Okay, I'm gonna move on to the next person. I'm just like, stuff like that, I'm just like, I feel so bad for you guys. Alright, so Danielle, you were up, and then Dorella, then Firespawn, oh, and then Sunshine. Sunshine's gonna be in there too. Hey! Hello! Hello! Welcome. Welcome back. Oh, yeah, I feel bad. It's like, some of y'all, you come in at the later end of the streams, and so I'm already, like, burned out and closing up the list. So I'm gonna have to, like, I'll have to change it up. I might have to figure out a way that I can get some of these lives to maybe be a little later, so I'm not, like, burned out by the time I get to y'all. Because I'm like, going for 3 hours is a lot. Hey Dizzy, hello. Oh my gosh, like, I'm sorry, I'm just like, I'm so sad about your situation. I'm like, that just makes me so mad because you're so sweet. And like, I don't know, some of y'all are going through some shit that I want to give you all hugs. I want to go sass all the people in your life personally and be like, fuck you. You know, like, I just want to cuss some of these people out and be like, listen, nobody talks to Angelus that way. Nobody. Not on my watch. Absolutely not, motherfucker. Like, and then I just, But I can't just magically pop into your life. But I don't know, maybe there'll be like an image of me somewhere out on the internet, like, you know, and you can post that in your bedroom, the spirit of Christian just like angrily flipping you off from a distance, right? Because I'm like, I'm sorry, just people just need to learn to treat each other better. Okay, anyways, Danielle, let me find your question. Everyone gets a hug from me. Yeah, group hug, everybody. Group hug here at Mind Over Mania. Yeah. Oh yeah, Danielle, what is your question? I realized I started pulling cards. I didn't even remember reading your question. So sorry. That was funny. I'm just so used to automatically being like, oh, this is probably where the message is going. No question, just words from spirit. Okay. Maybe I should have brought this cards back. All right, whatever. We'll go again. Yeah, messages from spirit right now. No. Yeah. Okay, you want this? Yeah, sending love to all you guys that are floating around out there. I'm just like, the world needs a little bit more love. And I'm super grateful for all the people that have been like, you know, coming back, hanging out at the lives, you know, because like, you know, I can sit here and hype you guys up, but like, I love seeing you guys support each other as well. Because like, you know, especially some of these people, the younger people that are like stuck in their situations, you know, people need hope that like you can get out. You know what I mean? Like, it can be hard, you know, to see the light at the end of the tunnel, especially when you're around a lot of toxic people. And a lot of spiritual people are, you know, that's kind of why we're thrown in those situations. And looking back on it and realizing, wow, some of the places I've been, it was like, I was the only person that was nice in some of those scenarios. And it explains why I felt like I was so alone. So being able to be where I'm at today and be like, hey, guys, we can find each other. There's other nice people out there in the world. You know, that's an accomplishment in itself, you know? So, yeah, life is fucking tough. You don't need the extra BS. Absolutely, Danielle. Absolutely. Okay, so let me get messages for you. I appreciate your patience with these lives. Right. I hope that you can forgive me one day. Yeah, I feel like somebody's like missing you. I feel like somebody really fucked up from your past that is just like, they really don't deserve your forgiveness, but you're like a nice person. But I feel like this is like, I don't know if it's like a parent or it's somebody that really did you dirty in your past, that I feel like they're kind of like, they're sometimes on your mind, but you don't think about it that hard. I feel like your spirit guide team kind of like blocks them out, just because it's like they don't need your energy. I'm gonna watch a horror movie. Ooh, what are you gonna go see? I left when I saw you with someone. Yeah, I feel like someone was removed from your energy. I kind of recommend you too, Danielle. So I do collective messages at the beginning of every live stream, and I think you should go back and watch that after your reading, or whenever the live is available. I left when I saw you with someone. Yeah, there's somebody. Yeah, so this is a similar energy to what happened in the collective message earlier, where it was like basically because you started hanging out with either better quality people, people that made you feel brighter. Again, I don't know how far back in the past this person that's missing you, but it's kind of like I feel like your spirit guides are literally like, look at how far you've come. Because like right now, you're around people that actually make you shine authentically. You're not faking it. You're not doing it to please somebody. You're actually being happy now. And these people are noticing it. Because especially like depending on where you came from or what you went through, like toxic people always think that they're winning, right? When they're being toxic. And so suddenly that person that was like the brunt of the bullshit, right? When they see you go out there and be authentically happy, nothing would piss them off more. And I feel like this person literally was like, oh, They literally watched you get better by being away from them. And that's fucking brutal. Like, I think it kind of fucked someone up from your past. Or it didn't really fuck them up, but like I can tell they're hurting bad because they're like watching you grow, watching you move forward without them. They weren't able to stop you and you weren't hindered by them. And I feel like this person was literally just like they feel silent almost. It's like they can't say anything anymore. They can't even talk shit about you, right? We've got I am with you all the time. Yeah, so your spirit guide team, reminding you and like okay, I feel like that is something that you need to hear specifically because it's like, do you still feel my presence? I'm with you all the time. There's something about like you are in such denial of your spirit guide team. And when I say that, it's not because how do I put it? There's something about your psychic power or your ability to overcome things or overthrow things. Like, okay. Okay. All right. How do I put this? Okay. I don't know why I don't want to say it. It's literally do you have like issues with your throat chakra where you're not using your full voice? Because I'm literally sitting here just going like, this girl does know how powerful she is, right? Like she knows that she can undermine some very powerful people. Like I'm like sitting here just kind of like, girl, like your spirit guide team is literally just like, why are you so in denial of what we can do for you? Like that's kind of what I'm feeling is it's literally it's not that you don't believe your spirit guide team's available. It's not like you don't believe God's looking out for you. It's literally like you are at a point where your spirit guide team's like, did you see what we did for you back there? What? Yes, you are scared of shit, and I understand. I relate to the feeling. However, giving into the frequency of fear is what's setting you backwards. Right? So literally, if you weren't afraid, what would you do? And right now, your first answer would probably be, I don't know what I'd do, because I've never experienced not being afraid. And it's like, okay, that's a good place to start. What would someone in your situation do that was not afraid? So if I came in here instead in your shoes right now, me being the badass, powerful Christian that I am, my name is Christian, but like, if I stood in your shoes and had your abilities, what the fuck would I do? What would some other famous person do? Think of someone else that you perceive as more powerful than you, having your ability and insight. What would they do? Think about it. Mull it over. Once you get that information, think about why wouldn't you do that? And why would you do something differently? I'm just saying, you get to write your own history. And it's a very powerful skill. I'm just saying. Own your shit! Own your shit! Right? Not everybody gets this opportunity. Not everybody has what you got. I'm not sure of my capabilities. That's fine. Set the intention of learning. Sometimes you will have effects on people and be able to do things that you don't figure out until years later. So also understand that you don't need to know everything about you in order to go out there and kick ass. Love you too, right? Fuck it all. Fuck it up. Like, I feel like part of your skill is fucking shit up. I too am great at fucking shit up. And when I mean fucking shit up, there's a huge difference between like, so kind of similar to what Angelus was going through, right? When you walk into a room and everybody is used to bullshit and doing bullshit, right? You walk in a room and you're just pure essence scares the crap out of people. And you don't know anything, especially because like when you're younger, you're like walking around like, oh my gosh, I gotta stay small and I gotta blah 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 to fit in and I don't want to hurt anybody and blah 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 blah. Meanwhile, you're like, you randomly say something in a room that exposes what everybody's doing that you didn't know about. You just blurted it out, and everyone's sitting there like, how did you know? And then they all freak out. And then they're like, all right, well, she's going to do blah, 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 right? She's going to sit there and she's doing it. You know, you're just like, I want money to pay for my home, and I want to go home, right? You got that kind of power. When I said undermining people, I was like, you could literally, because you speak truth, you got to be careful, right? Because that is an ability to speak truth and see truth without actually even knowing you're speaking the truth. That is scary, right? And it's scary to a lot of people, because people that can do that stand out. So, what are you going to use your voice for? Right? If you could whisper something out into the world and out into existence and everybody could hear it, what would you say? Would it be like, I love you? Would it be something cute? Would it be something silly? Would it be random? You're doing that every single day because your voice travels, both verbally and energetically. So make sure what you say counts, okay? Because you can manifest that shit, both good and bad. Oh, fuck yeah, go for it. What are you not willing to go for? Because you're like, I'm not attractive enough. I'm not wealthy enough. I don't know how to blah blah blah. What kind of shit are you saying? Because I can tell you, that's not what you were put on here for. You know exactly what you were put here for. You just got to remember, right? And everybody's got to go through this. Every healer, every powerful person, every other person out there that's ever been bright. Like, I don't have to sit there and give you $1 million on a pedestal and to sit around and do whatever. That has nothing to do with greatness. There are so many great, amazing, beautiful people out there like you that just go around there and just live life and do whatever it is you are here to do. Right? And everyone thinks that you got to be famous or powerful or blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I've met so many powerful people that are not CEOs, that are not caught up in all this other shit. I've met people that are borderline homeless who are so powerful. And the difference is who owns that power? They do. Spirit does. The world does. Right? And the biggest, deepest superpower you can ever have and tap into is love. And love is the thing that everybody fears the most. Because love is what changes everything. It's what makes us human, and that's what shuts all of this other bullshit down. Every single time. Look at what love has done to the world. Despite how horrible humans are, all that other stuff, we're still here. I don't care how bad your nihilism is. Love wins every single time. And it takes a while, and we go in these cycles. But, yeah, we win every single time. Because we would have been eliminated a long-ass time if it didn't exist. And I don't care what people say. I'm living proof. I've seen enough. And it's just, once again, reminding everybody what's actually always there and has been there. Right? Life's been rough, but I'm finally at 40 figuring out. Yep, I get that. I get that. And you know what? That's totally okay. And I think, you know, especially like when you're 40, you've lived so much life now that you can finally start being like, wow, I made all these mistakes here. I now understand what people were talking about. You finally solidified it yourself. You know, you have so much opportunity at 40, right? Because you have all that wisdom and experience, right? And that's why I never understand when people, like, you know, they sleep on people that are older or with aging and blah, blah, blah. Like, you use it as an opportunity. Use it to your advantage, right? Young people, they're taken advantage of. It's like everyone's just jealous of the energy and the youth. But, like, age, I mean, there's so much that comes with it, right? It's always about the give and take. All right, let me look at the rest of these cards. Yeah, have faith. Stabbed in the back. You know, understand that, you know, yeah, you've been stabbed in the back and you will in the future, right? But are you gonna continue to let it bring you down? Or are you gonna start pulling the knife out and start whacking them back first so they don't get that opportunity, huh? Not today, not dealing. Make sure you deal with it. There's some stuff you're not dealing with that you need to make sure you deal with. And then we've got coffee cup, meeting and conversing. You know, sit and enjoy your cup of coffee. I feel like there's also someone from your childhood, like a childhood friend or somebody that you're friends with, that you should reconnect with and talk to. Can you possibly tell me who says they'd lay their life down for me? You mean like Jesus? Like... Was that... I wasn't saying that ironically. I was saying that, like, is that like a code word? No, a person passed. She said Jesus. Listen, no, because, like, I'm sorry, like, when you say something like that, my first thought is like, oh, like Jesus Christ, like that's like, you know, that whole thing. No, a person that passed. I feel, is it like a grandfather? It feels like a masculine figure. No, that's fine. I mean, well, Danielle, have you, like, do you channel at all? Do you do any of the spiritual work? Because that's usually what happens, is like, you know, it's like I ask a question and then I get like a voice that says stuff. You know what I mean? That's usually your intuition. Um, you're naturally funny. Thank you. Thank you, Firespot. Because at first I was like, are we having a moment? Or is this like a literal question? Like, you know, it's a man, I believe. Yeah, no, it definitely sounds like a man. It feels like a man. It feels like he's in his 50s. He's older than you. I see he's got like gray hair, a beard. And like at first I was like, "Oh, it's an old man." And then I was like, "Well, he's not that old." Right? Yeah. I don't know. Mike. Okay. Yeah, because I was like, so for me, for example, I'm not good with like names, but I can get like a visual of a person. So yeah, or it's like I feel like, does he like trucks, or like kind of like I'm seeing like a blue shirt, jeans, very like down to earth guy. Um, works with his hands. That's what that feels like. But anyways, though, that was your message, Danielle. I hope you enjoyed it. Oh, he just said he passed in a car crash. Wow, I'm sorry. Sending you both love. He was a really sweet person too. The Jesus thing. I'm sorry. That just that just like completely disrupted my plot. Candyman or Halloween? Ooh, gotta go with the Halloween. Oh, you're welcome, Danielle. Appreciate you. Yeah, and if you ever want to talk about like, you know, psychic development and stuff like too, I I really want to get a class going about doing psychic development and stuff. And like another live stream that's specifically focused on talking about spirituality as opposed to like doing readings and stuff. But that's like in the works. Okay. All right, Dorella, if you're still here, please post your question. Um, then it's gonna be Fire Spawn, then Sunshine. I'd love to actually. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, because like that's the thing too. Like, so for my, so I will tell people with psychic development, right? So for me, I'm not formally trained. I will be honest about that. However, it's also kind of hard to formally train some of this stuff depending on what you're doing. I am familiar with a lot of different basic stuff. And so a lot of like what I teach is like really like basic psychic 101 stuff, especially to help people that are going through spiritual awakenings. So my spiritual awakening really took off way back in 20. When's my main marker? So 2020 is when it really took off, but like 2018 was when my first like spiritual stuff started to happen to me. But like I just got all hot and flashy. Ooh, tone it down there, miss. Yeah, like and subscribe, all that stuff. But specifically like my channeling, I mean, back in 2020, I mean, I went from being able to like sense things or whatever to really sensing things. And it was really disorienting and scary. And one of my passions is, because I love mental health and psychology and stuff like that, is I really want to help teach people grounded methods of being able to integrate their psyche, and teaching people basic spiritual self-defense, you know, and that sort of stuff, because there's a lot of people that experience spiritual abilities all the time. They're just not able to always understand it. And so also too, depending on whatever you got going with your mental issue and things, it can be hard to be able to understand what's going on. And unfortunately, Western psychology is really against integrating a lot of those experiences. There's a lot of control, and it's because it scares a lot of people. And a lot of people don't believe in it, which, like, to me, I'm like, I no longer question myself. I've been doing this live stream in tarot readings since 2020. Actually 2021, that's more specific. But I mean, I was also doing this drunk, by the way. But because the show started off with drunk tarot, where I'd be taking shots and doing readings and whatnot. And I don't recommend people do that, because I learned. But like a lot of everything I've taught, I'm self-taught, but as time has gone on, as I've taken different classes and worked with different people, so I'm not just coming out of like, I'm not completely self-taught, but like I've learned a lot of things along the way that I've tried to share with people about, like how I taught myself with the initial part, and then what are the skills I've gained from participating in things and learning from other people. And then also too, meeting other spiritual people. What people don't realize is when you hang around other psychically gifted people, your abilities expand, and your perceptions also change as well. So you are more likely to be psychically enhanced when you're in a group of people with other abilities as well. So yeah. Anyways, yeah. Alright, do you see Tony and I spending Labor Day weekend together? Let's see. Oh, that's so good. Yes. Anything else? Yeah, no, it was called Drunk Tarot, and that's what I would do. And that's actually, I've done Drunk Tarot in person at parties and things like that. However, I'm trying to like slow down with my drinking in general, just because like my body doesn't want it, and so I'm trying to like time it. Alright, so for Dorella, Drunk Tarot, where do I sign up? No, it's what I used to do. It was like literally every Friday, but I mean, I didn't drink every single time. But yeah, no, I may end up doing it at some point again. It's fun, but I also don't recommend it psychically, because there are channeling while drinking isn't something I recommend people do. I'm going to tell you that right now. It's not something that I recommend to everybody, especially if you're a learner. Sometimes you can channel better while under a substance, but it also does not allow for psychic protection. And there have been times where I've even done my live stream, and people have come in and asked questions about things and evoked things that I'm like, I'm not sober right now. I should not be accessing this kind of energy sober or not sober. So yeah, cool stuff. Um, but yeah. So anyways, back to Tony and you on Labor Day. So we got the card. I know this isn't fair. I see all that you do for others. I love you unconditionally, and you were the best thing in my life. I think there's a good chance. I see you guys potentially having the opportunity to. However, there is a possibility for him to bitch out as a result of work. Like I see him like citing work. Does he use work as an excuse to not see you? Or like he finds like ways or like roundabout ways to cancel or to kind of just not want to be around. I feel like you know what he's going through. Yeah, we've got both receiving what you need, making healthy life choices. What the fuck are you waiting for? Step away from the bullshit. They're being a dick. I love you. I love you too. Yeah, like I don't know. I feel like he's up to he's up to his old shit. Yeah, this I know this isn't fair. I feel like that's what he kind of like tells you, but I'm kind of like, no, I think he's just making excuses. So my answer to you is yes. I do see him spending the weekend, but there's a chance he may bitch out last minute. His mom is really sick. He has become a hermit, and he and I sometimes think that he was not good enough, which makes me mad. Aww. Yeah, and there's like I see all that you do for others, and I love you unconditionally. Like, I don't know why. I just feel like he's making a lot of excuses. Now he is making better, healthier choices, and I think you influenced him in that sense. Um, I just feel like there's like a lot of rejection going on. Like he feels rejected by different people and sorts of energies, and yeah. I keep focusing on the I know this isn't fair. Like it's kind of like to him it's kind of like life's not fair, so you're not fair, and or I'm not fair to you, and blah blah blah. I don't know. He just I feel like he's just way too hard on himself, but he's also kind of acting like a jerk at the same time. You know, I feel like, for example, like this, what the fuck are you waiting for? Like, I feel like you're constantly like waiting on him to make a move or to do the things that you need him to do, or you want, or I should say, want him to do, because there's a lot of like you say you need him to do this when really you want him to do those things. His ex-wife was real. Yeah, I would be very careful with labels though, because I feel like he also evoked some of the behaviors that she did. I feel like he's not entirely honest with you about that relationship. I'm just saying. Because I have a feeling like I just really feel like he drags his feet intentionally at times. And I feel like I don't know, because it's like, he knows how to. Hey, Christina, hello. I don't know. I say just make sure you protect your energy. I think he has negative feelings about his marriage. Thank you for the sub. Thank you, thank you. He definitely does. No, well, because like his marriage, I mean, like that was a whole toxic mess, right? And I feel like with whatever went on with that, there was like way too much. He's also scared of rejection. Got it? Yeah, right. Right. No, I'm literally seeing that is he's just like he's afraid. But like here's the thing though, he also has to like step up and like do something different. You know what I mean? If he wants a different result. You know? I don't know. It's like after a certain point, especially like the reason why I'm a little more harsh on him, Dorella, I won't lie, is because he's old enough now to be like, come on, like, don't keep up this energy, right? Like, I literally feel like I feel like he seeks out people that he wants them to pick him up and do it for him. And I'm like, huh, no, like, you gotta pick yourself up, right? Like, you gotta be initiating, you gotta be taking care of yourself. Like, there's a certain point where you gotta be like, hey, come on, come on. Hey, Christina, just letting you know, the list is closed for tonight, but I do live streams every Tuesday and Thursday starting at 7 p.m. Central. So I will not be able to get to your reading tonight because I've been going for hours now, but in the future you will absolutely have your reading. So you can come and hang out for the vibes. Because that's what we do. Okay, let me go back to the list to see where we're at. Alright, so it's Fire Spawn, then Sunshine if you're still around, Sunshine. Yeah, no problem, girl. No problem. Fire Spawn, you're up. Same with Sunshine. Please post your questions in the chat, and then after that, I'll be probably logging off. Yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Appreciate you. Do you see it happening, though? Yeah. Yeah, I think it's likely to happen, but there is a potential for him to cancel last minute. So, does it have to be a healing type question? What do you mean? What kind of how about this? What is your question? The only thing is that usually the type of, so for example, I don't do pregnancy readings, I don't do legal advice readings. If you ask me for a specific timeline, I'm not really good at that. I mean, I'll give you an estimate, but I don't usually work with that because time is fluid and I'm focused more so on, say for example, you're like, I want to travel to New Jersey, whatever. And that's what you want to. I do have a community Discord, absolutely. And if you're interested in joining, I can go ahead and send the invite link. Love you again. Thank you. Yeah, I hope you have fun. But yeah, in terms of like, for example, timeline, yeah, so say you want to go to New Jersey, I will help show you the way to get you to New Jersey, or at least do my best to, if that's in the cards. Am I allowed to ask a friend's energy? Or yeah, absolutely. Or are you asking for a friend, right? So say for example, you're like, my friend Joe wants to know about his love relationship. Or you could be like, hey, I want to know how Joe is doing. I can do both. Yes, always fun. Yeah, I will absolutely throw the Discord link. I just need to let my computer load it up. But yeah, I can do both. Another boundary I have, though, is I also tell people, too, that I do not do readings that are meant to, like, be harmful and invasive. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like, for example, like, if someone is like, oh, I want to know about my ex-boyfriend, and I have the energy of using that information to harm them, I will not do those kinds of readings. You know what I mean? Like, if I get that vibe from somebody, I shut the reading down. Because I'm like, no, I'm not telling you information about people that, you know, is not beneficial. Or if it's something that shouldn't be declared for the internet, too. Like, I'm not gonna, like, if someone's like, is so-and-so gay? Like, I'm not gonna out a person because you want to be nosy. You know? Things like that. So... yeah, do ask your question, Firespawn. And then also, Sunshine, if you were floating around out there, post your question as well. At some point, I'm hoping the channel will get to a point where we can start having memes. How much for a mini love reading? Ooh. So in terms of readings and purchasing them, you can find them on my website. If you go to www.mindovermania.com and you check out services, you'll see me on there. You can purchase a online love reading for $15. That's for a 15-minute reading, and then it's $30 for a half hour. I also take donations as well, so there's donation links. Right now, I'm not doing any readings on the live because I've been going, because these are all free readings, but you can absolutely purchase a reading from me. Usually how it works is I can either do like a phone call, or some kind of like a channel, or I can do like photos of the cards and do like a write-up and whatnot. So yeah, whatever you choose. But yeah, appreciate you, Rhonda. No, I know my friend's sexuality. Okay, good. Glad y'all know this. Alright, let's do... Alright, I posted the link to the Discord in case any of y'all wanted to join our Discord. I need to actually create a bot that, if people want to know what the Discord is. My guy and I are communicating again after separation. What are his feelings? Ooh. Ooh, I always love when that no contact is over, but at what cost? But at what cost? Honestly, I'm just curious because he said there's a strong desire and attraction. So does Ben think his friend... What? Okay, one sec. I'm like, what is the scenario here? Alright. Okay, so does Ben think his friend wants to date my friend Claudia? So we're asking about, is Santiago attracted to Claudia? Am I correct? Does Santiago like Claudia? No, that's fine. That's a fine question. Okay, cool. Alright, so what's going on between Ben and Claudia? Is Ben kind of a player? I don't know why. I can see Ben kind of like... I just saw him just kind of like... Just kind of like walking all over. He's like Mr. like... He really, really wants to be seen as that guy. But like, not that guy. You know, like, I feel like he kind of like wants to be like the Ryan Reynolds. Or like he kind of tries to like have that sort of like... sachet when he comes in the room or whatever. It's kind of funny because he seems very charismatic, and so I feel like with Claudia, so don't take this the wrong way, but is Claudia kind of like the hot friend in the group, or like at least like the guys in the friend group are all like attracted to her? Because I feel like Claudia kind of has like a little bit of a reputation where everyone kind of wants Claudia, but no one says it out loud. And so, and she's kind of like shy and innocent, or like there's something about Claudia that's like, wait. Is that me or is it them? Okay, yeah, so it's funny because like Claudia, I feel like everyone like has this idea of who Claudia is when she's not. Like, they all, like, that's what I was like, am I projecting this onto her? Because I was like, all right, I'm looking at your Madonna photo, and then I was like, am I like projecting that image onto Claudia? And I was like, no, this is your intuition. So like literally, I feel like y'all think she's like innocent or she's like a different version of who she is on the inside. That's so funny. Yeah, charismatic but not a player, but he could be if he wanted to. It's very his right, right. That's what I'm saying. He's like he's literally he's kind of like that Ryan Reynolds. Like I come in and I have a good time and I get along with everybody, but I could be, but I'm not gonna. And it's like one of those like, sorry, Marilyn Monroe, not Madonna. Oh my gosh, wow, sorry. I don't know why, but for some reason verbally I mix those two up all the time. Ignore me. I've been traveling and sleep deprived and yeah. But yeah, no, definitely. So like I said, so anyways though, Claudia, I feel like she's kind of like not like the prize, but definitely the one in the friend group that everyone's kind of like, yeah, yeah. I was uncomfortable showing emotion. Yeah, so this guy, he's Mr. He wants everybody to know who he's crushing on. Meanwhile, he can't show those real emotions when he actually has serious feelings for someone. He like if he's crushing on somebody, oh yeah, everybody's gonna know. He kind of does his little song and dance and whatever, and likes he likes other people seeing who he's liking. But if he actually has real feelings for somebody, you would not be able to break that out of him. You'd have to like, put like a hammer to his fingers. Then maybe he'd say something. But even then, I don't know. I don't know if he'd be honest. Because he's very, very private about his real feelings towards people. I left a piece of me in you. In you. Um, I sense some sexual tension. There's definitely sexual tension going on, and I feel like with him, with Claudia, I feel like he doesn't really know. Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. Why am I picking? Because wait. I'm sorry. Because there's four people involved, I should be reading Santiago then. Okay. That should be okay. Hold up. Hold up. That's why I'm like, wait. Maybe I'm just getting the names wrong? Sorry, I'm really tired. Alright. It could also be. Wait, let me. Here's what we're gonna do. Because all the cards are correct, I feel. We're gonna do something different. Ben likes Claudia too, but not sexual. He's gay. Okay. Alright, because we've got. This is gonna be Ben. Okay. We've got Claudia. The hair. Santiago. Okay. Because maybe the reason why I keep picking up on Ben is because his emotional energy is really, really loud, and his energy is loud, and I feel like that is interrupting the connection. You took a listen. Okay, these are not real dolls. They're used in therapy work. Okay. Okay, there's a reason I bought them. It's for family constellation work. Yeah, so it's part of some kind of healing work that I do. But yeah, so okay. So picking into Santiago. Alright, we got codependency, you're a goddess, love yourself like one. So I'm definitely feeling like this vibe of. So is Santiago, is he quieter? Is he shy? Like I feel like there's something about him where he doesn't stand up for himself, but I feel like when he sees Claudia, I feel like he's kind of like a little bit more shy. I feel like he knows. I feel like he picks up on something about Claudia. So like he's kind of like very like astute. They both have a loud personality. Okay. Yeah, cuz I'm definitely seeing dude, okay, this energy's so confusing. Because I'm literally like, at first I was like, I definitely thought I was picking up on Santiago, but then I was talking about Ben, and then I was like, now that I'm like, I had Ben's energy. That's why I had to bring out the dolls, because I'm like, there's something energetically here where what is going on? You already know how this will end. Alright, I'm looking at the cards because I'm like, I'm confused. This is the first time I've been this confused trying to do a reading for people, because I'm like, because I'm trying to pull on Santiago's energy, but then Ben's energy gets in the way. And so I'm literally like, I don't know, is like Ben trying to block the relationship between Santiago and Claudia? Like, what the... Okay, yeah, I'm just kind of like sitting here like, I want you to be everything I can't be. Yeah, because Santiago is kind of like... Honestly, Ben is very... Yeah, okay, because like, so you can't see the little people, what's playing out here. But literally, like, we've got... I'm literally seeing this in the energy. That's why I'm super freaking confused. Because I'm sitting here just like, okay, like, I want to do this reading about him, but then he's just, like, coming in and blocking the energy out. So... And she's just kind of like, what the heck? It's their world, their choice. What we see is a heaping pile of bullshit and fuck this. You do not need to stay, and then disassociation is present. Yeah. Yeah, no, well definitely like cuz maybe that's not in his intention, but I definitely feel like that's going on because I feel like for example, moving him over here energetically speaking, like I feel like Santiago wants to talk to Claudia more. Maybe he wants to try reaching out, but I don't necessarily feel it's romantic. I feel like he's attracted to her, but it doesn't feel like sexual, if that makes any sense. If anything, I feel like these two are like way like I kind of feel like Ben's jealous of Claudia because like there's something about Claudia that has Santiago's attention. So it's not like so like Santiago is noticing something about Claudia. There's something about her that he wants, either like he wants to connect with or he wants to try to either talk to her or get closure about a situation. I feel like something kind of happened. There was some kind of a conflict between either Ben, Santiago, and Claudia, or there was another thing that happened over here, and that's where he's like trying to kind of connect with her. Either he's like trying to console her. Like I said, I feel like Santiago, he notices things about people. So when he's like, oh, hey, Claudia's going through something, he's like, I want to come over here and do this. But then Ben's like, no, like, don't. She's fine on her own or whatever. Like, I feel like Ben does get jealous and protective of Santiago. And, like, yeah, and then Claudia's kind of sitting there going, like, she doesn't really pay attention to these dynamics, but, like, he's definitely way more, like, territorial over Santiago's time and energy. Okay. I don't know, though. I still think Ben is jealous. Like, I totally get you, but there's some kind of a territorialness, as I said, like, whatever this jealousy thing is. So, I don't know if it's maybe like a quality Claudia has, but there's something that Santiago wants, and Ben's trying to like subconsciously block that from happening. Again, I don't think this is conscious, but there's some kind of like an energetic like reason why that's happening, because it's literally like so in family constellation work and energy work that I do, when people do this, there's usually a subconscious thing that's going on here. So it's very abstract. And so I'd have to actually do like a whole like thing for that. But that's just not going to make sense in a 5-minute reading. So yeah, so anyways, to conclude the message, my view is I don't think there's romantic ties, but I do think there's a cluster of things going on there. And I feel like Santiago's just kind of watching out for his friend. That's what my vote is. But I do think he's kind of like there's some kind of like a I don't know though, but I think Ben's jealous. That's where my money is. I mean, you can tell me later, but that's how I'm feeling. That too. That true. There's definitely Ben's trying to do a like there's something that's kind of like intimidating too. Like I don't know if there's some kind of like a conflict. Like I said, there's some kind of like I think you got to figure out what drama happened between the three of them, because there's like a whole wall there that's creating this dynamic, right? I don't know. I'm a little too tired to be able to dive into this further. I'm sorry, but I'm curious about this. Ask me next time. Can you say which cards you got again? You got like a despair card. You also got this card here, which has this judge and jury, and so I feel like there's like a condemnation card thing that's going on here too. Yeah, I didn't even read all of them because there was like a bunch. You already know how this will end. Codependency. Go frolic in the woods or something. I want you to be everything I can't be. It's their world, their choice. What we see here is a heaping pile of bullshit, and fuck this. You do not need to stay. Disassociation is present. Alright, and then that was it. So she was judged. Wow. Wow, that's insane. That's insane. Damn. Damn. Yeah, and like that depression energy too. There's definitely something going on with that too. So, but I'm also feeling a lot of like shame about something too. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. That's a mess. That's spicy. Alright, well, Firespawn, I hope you enjoyed your reading. It was kind of all over the place. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed it. Okay. So, hey Suhani. Hello, hello. I hope you make it big on YouTube. You have very good and strong energy and funny. Oh, thank you, Dark Dragon. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I just want to help people, man. If I can make you laugh, then perfect. Perfect. Okay, Sunshine, you were the last person tonight. And then after that, I'm going to bed. I have not had enough sleep. So, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Alright, my guy and I are communicating again after separation. What are his feelings about me? So I'm immediately feeling go slow, Sunshine. There's definitely this energy of reluctance. I subscribe because I think you're hilarious. Thank you! Thank you! I appreciate you. Listen, This live, you never know what's going to happen on these live streams. I'm going to tell you that right now. We've just had some shenanigans. Like when I first started doing live streamings back again, there was a point where after I cut the live off, I just sat around and ate chicken and did voice impressions. So yeah, there's always shenanigans going on here. Appreciate you. Welcome back. I have to go to bed too, but I'm not tired and it's already morning. Oh no. I totally feel that. Okay, sunshine. Yeah. Let's see. Because I'm sitting here like, so his energy, what are his feelings? Because like so he feels a little confusing. So like I said, when I said going slow, he wants things to move slower than I think you do. I think because he's still feeling a little uncertain about things. Like, slow the fuck down. Okay, I just answered my own question. Yeah, because I feel like you're like really pushing towards commitment, and even if you're not vocalizing it, he can feel it, right? And I think because you were in separation, I feel like he had a lot of reflecting to do, but I feel like he's also got his own kind of childhood traumas and other things that, if you're familiar with attachment theory, I feel like he is an avoidant attacher, where basically if he feels pressured in any kind of way to perform or act a certain kind of way, he's going to reject you and he's going to go back to his hermit mode. And my question to you is this a dynamic that's okay with you? Are you okay with waiting to slow the fuck down, and is commitment worth losing the relationship over? Because I feel like he still has a lot of learning and growing to do, and if you are determined as you are about wanting commitment, then this is not the person to go towards. Okay, but I feel like you'd be missing out because I feel like you're putting a lot of pressure on the commitment because you're afraid that he's going to walk out on you, and I feel like that's not necessarily the case, but also you can manifest that by pushing things if they're not going naturally, right? So if someone else did it, would you still allow it? Okay, so that's your first question that you got to figure out is, in terms of what's going on between the two of you, I feel like he's allowing things to kind of occur and happen the way that they're at because he's not entirely sure where you're at. Meanwhile, you're sitting there going like, why isn't he doing XYZ? Like, you're very like, I need this, I need this, I need this. Why aren't you doing this? And my question is, why are you nagging him? Like, why are you going and expecting that and expecting him to change when he's not able to give that to you, right? And so the real question is, what's actually going on here between you two? I see you in my dreams. I listen to them. So again, I do feel like he is connected with you emotionally. He's just dealing with feelings and emotions that he needs to heal from. Not all that glitters is gold. Yeah, so there's definitely kind of like an idealism that's going on here, right? And that's where I feel like this pressure that's going on between the two of you, it's not good for either of you. Do you know if you're anxiously attached or if you've got those? I definitely recommend looking into that dynamic for you, so that way you can kind of learn more about yourself while you're going through this. Express yourself artistically. Yeah, I feel like, first of all, expressing how you feel will be really important going forward, but then also not like overloading and bombarding him. Because I feel like because you're afraid and anxious that he's going to disappear again, you're pushing and trying to make things work for you when that's not beneficial to the relationship itself. For him and his feelings for you, okay, it's okay to send a message. Yeah, so it's like every time I'm like feeling his energy, it's like he's so reluctant because all of the energy goes back to you, right? Like I'm literally sitting here like watching the energy field being like, all right, back to sunshine, back to sunshine, back to sunshine. And I'm like, well, but how does he feel? And my question is, do you give him space to express how he feels? Because one of the problems is, and this is something about how men and women are socialized, is men are supposed to sit back and just be the provider, protector, blah, blah, blah. There's not space for his emotions and feelings. But then you're sitting there like, well, why aren't you expressing your feelings? It's like, well, there's no space for him. There's no space for those emotions. Do you create space in your relationship dynamic for that? And at first you're like, well, yeah, of course, blah, 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 blah. But it's like, but that is how you express emotions. What about how he expresses emotions? What are his needs and whatever? Have you ever asked him what his emotional needs are? Because I'm sitting here like feeling this tension between the two of you where he's just like, he's going to get drained again and leave depending on how this dynamic plays out. And so when you're making demands of him, like it's not giving him the space that that is required for him, right? And obviously you care about him. So why does that cause anxiety for you, right? And that becomes like, well, you're like, well, he's going to disappear again. He's not stepping up, right? And so it's like about overwhelming fears between both of you, right? You're both fearful of attaching to each other, but you're also attached, right? And so that's what causes that back and forth dynamic. You can't love away the pain they cause, right? So that's where both of you guys need to come to an agreement where it's like, all right, we need to separate our fears from what we actually are observing between the two of us, right? So you're afraid he's going to disappear and that he doesn't actually care, and that if he doesn't do XYZ, I'm gone because he doesn't care about me. When that does not mean that he cares about you. However, if you require certain types of behaviors in your relationship, then you need to say so and then also leave. Because if you are continuing to be pushing him, you should never have to force anybody to do something you want in a relationship, right? And he's going to leave if you do that, right? But you obviously care about each other, right? Because that's why you keep going back. Do you come back because you actually care, or is it because you like this dynamic that's going on? Last chance, babe, right? There's a lot of like last chance energy, but I'm like, but you guys are just playing a game. That's just showbiz, honey. Yeah, some of this is literally just you guys going back and forth, and that's how relationships work, right? And so there's not a lot of wiggle room that you're giving each other for just being authentically flawed human beings, right? And I think because you're so used to bullshit, whenever you meet someone that's also kind of real and authentic, there's like kind of like this stirring up that happens. And so both of you guys have potential for this relationship to work, but you gotta both work on this attachment thing, because you're pressuring him and then he's running away and neither of you guys are working out. Because like, I don't also blame you for pressuring him, because also he's not showing up, right? And that's where the dynamic is, where you have to eventually come to a decision where it's like, if he's not open enough to stand up on his own, because it's one thing if it's a trauma getting triggered, right? But it's another thing if he is unwilling to work on that trauma trigger and then step into your power, right? In his power. And that's where I still feel this relationship has potential, but you gotta find some way to work through the anxiety, because I think that is gonna continue to keep the cycle, and it's also gonna also prevent you from seeing, is this relationship good for you, right? Yeah. So we've got these two cards here. And one of these cards is about intuition, and the other is about like family and children and kind of passing back and forth, right? And I feel like there's a lot of utilizing your own intuition and being able to read the situation to determine if this is good for you. But then also there's a lot of inner child work that needs to happen too, before you kind of really commit to anything. I do feel, like I said though, I do feel like he does like you. He does have strong feelings for you. It's just there needs to be better communication, and there needs to be more space for him to be emotionally vulnerable with you, and you need to be able to hold space for him authentically. And when I say authentically, remember, he is a guy. He is socialized differently. So he's not going to come out and sit here and dump all of his feelings on you, especially because if you've already went through separation, you've already had this back and forth, he doesn't trust you with his feelings and emotions. Because if he says, okay, XYZ makes me feel scared, and then you're like, all right, well, blah, 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 and then you go back onto you, then he's never going to open back up to you again, right? And because you're so used to like this anxiety and this attachment and blah, 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 it's like you got to get grounded and stable and secure yourself first so you can actually listen to him and hear him and then create the space that he needs for his needs, right? And like both of you got to work on securing your energy, right? Especially if you want to escalate this situation further into a more committed relationship. And then we've got I'm invincible, right? Like nobody here is invincible, and everybody needs to have more open-hearted understanding of each other's triggers, right? Because no one's right or wrong. Because especially in a relationship, right? It's very easy for us to be like, well, the other person's the problem, right? When it's like, well, it takes two to tango, and learning to work with that back and forth is going to be very, very important. So, anyways, though, Sunshine, that was your reading. I wish you the best of luck in your relationship dynamic, because like that's always hard. Like the anxious avoidant attachment is like why do we attract each other that have the perfect matches for each other's issues, right? But that's also the perfect opportunity to heal those issues, you know, because he'll be able to provide a new perspective about yourself where you're going to go, wow, I didn't realize that I wasn't creating space for him emotionally, right? Because, you know, he wasn't able to talk about it. But then as you grow together, he will be, and he'll open up, right? But you have to show him that compassion and that ability to hold space for his emotions. And then vice versa. He's also got to show up for you. And if he does not meet some of the standards and boundaries that you set, then eventually, okay, then you say, all right, then this relationship's not good for me. But I don't think you should throw this relationship out right away. Because I think there's opportunity for both of you to kind of grow with each other a little bit and then work on it. But yeah, that was your reading. Anyways, guys, thank you so much for supporting me on the live, for hanging out with me and joining me. I do live streams every Tuesday and Thursday evenings, starting at 7 p.m. Central. So like and subscribe if you want more. And then also, you know, please donate. I have links in the description for if you would like to donate. So, anyways, thank you guys so much and have a good night. I'll see you guys next time. Bye.